Yo, Skibbity, what's up? Holy, you're so fast. Yo, what's up? Alvin, what's up? Kage, what's up? Okc, what's up? Yo, you guys are so quick, dude. Holy shit. You guys are so fast. I didn't even get my ping out yet. Holy crap. What's up, everybody? Hello, Mars.
Why don't you
Yo, you
test
guys
your
are
luck?
so
Come
fucking
back soon.
fast. Holy crap. Garchomp, hello. Willie J, hello. YouTube notification dip. Oh, I see. Moments on the Twitch notification, it was up from there. Hey, I appreciate that, bro. Let me get situated real quick. Give me 1 sec. Enid, what's up, brother? How are you? Second. Did my Epic 7 just crash? Oh shit, I think my E7 just crashed. Oh, what the hell? Wait, give me 1 sec. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. Sorry. Uh, Enid, what's up? Summer Breeze, what's up? Hello. I've been doing good in Guild with Tori, but purely because of scales. Do you have any recommendations? I don't have to run scales on every one on my team. Doesn't just blow up. I mean, you could probably pair with like something like Bossa Runka, maybe. Gonna continue notice challenge. No. Sorry, guys. My freaking stove crashed, dude. Give me 1 sec. So, and I gotta reopen this shit. Rat. Fucking rat. Where is it? That's not loading. Oh, here we go. But yeah, so yeah, to answer your question, if you want to run Tori and Guild War, I think you probably just have to run it with some supports. So if there's like a single DPS comp on a defense, or like Satsuka, for example, you could probably just do like Boss Arunka Tori +1, and it's probably good enough from that standpoint, I think. But if there's like AoE damage like Valiant or something like that, you're probably not gonna be able to run down, unfortunately. Or if it's just too tanky, that probably won't work either. By the way, is the mic loud enough? Everything's okay? Mic check, sound check, sound check. 1 2 1 2. Testing. All good? Okay. Pro Andro, what's up? The normal dude. Hello. Nidu-sen, hello. What's up, everybody? Appreciate all the early gang, dude. Yeah, so we're just gonna basically chill for like the next, 40 minutes, 30-ish minutes, and then we'll hop on a call with Valky. Just kind of let the boys kind of, come through. And then we're gonna get started. Cast the top 8. Very excited. There is 8 global rebans going into today's games, so I'm very excited. So we're really going to be able to see like how flexible some players are going to be, or inflexible some players are going to be. So I'm very excited to see this. Very excited. Uh, oh. They want me to run an auto comp. Roanna, Iseria, Billy, Maeve. Yeah, let me try this team. My LCB is the best in the world. Good take.
I still have time. That's what I do.
Valky changed his mind. He's going to cast. Oh, is Valky not free today? Oh, fucking, I didn't know. Are you going to make another guild for Star Savior? Should I make a third guild? Is there enough people? Salam alaikum? Yo, alaikum salam, dude. Because I don't know, because there are people that are looking for a guild. It's just, I don't know if, like, I don't have anyone that wants to run a third one. Like if people want to like someone wants to lead a third one, I can promote it. and then just have everyone under the same Discord chat. Just so that like progression and everything is easier for everybody. I use Xeno, Araminta, and A. coli. A. coli is kind of based. Manoj Guardian, I'm good, man. How are you? Hello. Also, what's up, Cookie? No, I was watching the VOD, and I think he said he would be camping in the chat. Oh no, I think what he means by camping in the chat is he's gonna. I'm pretty sure he's casting with me, unless he's like suddenly busy. Then I don't know, but. Happy partner anniversary. Oh, it's my partner anniversary today. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't even know that. Oh shit. Yo, that's cool. Shit, has it been 1 year since I got partner? Oh shit, dude. Damn. Time really flies, dude. Thanks, guys. Fucking paw go. Thank you guys. What's up, Ducky? What's up, Gino? What's up, It's
Born of thy wretched sacrifice. May rapture flourish.
I'm good. We lost 250-50 on Nodo's banner. Road to pity. Yeah, let's just FF.
Nature is governed by cycles. It's merely your
I saw the notification and thought it was just a glitch. Oh, I mean, I didn't even realize that it's my partner anniversary, honestly. Are we savioring later? Yeah, of course. Of course. There's a lot of content I gotta get caught up on Star Saviors. All my units are level 109 right now, so I'm not really sure who I should push to the next level. Tourney starts in 37 minutes. 37 minutes. We are doing BO5 like the whole day, so the tourney might last longer. And I do expect a lot of these matches to go like the distance. So, you know, I don't know for sure exactly how long, like how long it'll take, but you know, we'll see. Do you get any anniversary gifts for partner? I get a wonderful chat that says happy partner anniversary and supports me. So yeah, it's good enough. Yes. This.
I can take you in my sleep. Come on, impress me. Trying to get away, are you? You can't outrun me.
You know, finals will be BO7. Yes. I'm kind of sad that the BO7 technically can't be AV versus Light though. Like that makes me kind of sad because they're on the same side of the bracket, right? Like going up to the finals. So it's either one or the other is gonna make it in the finals, right? So that part I am a little bit sad about. I'm not gonna lie, but like it is what it is. You know, what can you do?
Soar aloft the winds and deliver thy light of peace.
Nice.
I didn't do this to you from a place of animosity. Understand that.
No toast. Easy Briarcleave right here. GG's. Thrysidia.
So the holy war begins. Did the witch sandwich?
Oh, that's a top speed Aiden.
Disappear from my sight.
Too bad it doesn't cut the end, bro. The end's too OP.
We'll
GG.
save everyone.
Have faith.
Where's my defense break?
Where are you? You better run far,
Probably no issue.
far away, or the scary wolf will get you.
Prophetic candlestick.
Disobedience to an order leads
Okay.
to prompt execution.
Okay.
Be
Thank you,
grateful
Doji.
that you've helped create
Thank
the
you, Easton
foundation
White Champ.
for the future.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast Aiden. Alright, our arena attacks are out of the way. KTD, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Hope everything's good with you, man. Is there anything I need to buy out of here? Yes, I do. Before I forget. Yo, Payne, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? I finally have some gold in E7, so I can actually roll these pieces of gear. Hopefully they don't fucking brick. Smile. It's pretty bad, but we rolled 6 crit. Okay. Honestly, like, is it even bad? Yo, Reiner, thank you for the raid, bro. Hope you had a good stream, dude. Yeah, that's kind of ugly. Honestly, I could use this, though, on a bruiser that needs pen. Okay, never mind. This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Can I even 15 this? I don't even have enough gold to 15 this, bro. GG. Thank you, Espion. Appreciate it, brother. Quick battle. Let me try to get some gold, bro. I'm broke. I'm fucking broke. Hi, Ray. Hello, hello. How are you? Give me some gold. I'm broke. I gotta, like, start farming the side story again, bro. Like, it's like a hardcore perma farm that shit. Like, I'm actually Omega broke. Maybe during the next, Hello, Mr. Futa guy. Bro, I'm not the Futa guy, man. It's only 12 minutes in. Like, let's not start the Futa stuff, man. Like, we are not the Futa fighters, okay? Actually, we are the Futa fighters. Because I fight against the Futa. Yes. Good take me. Man, I gotta do Hall of Trials and stuff, too. Rack mode. The Futa Force has a good ring to it. No. I am not gonna call you guys the Futa Force. Like, that's haram. That's gotta be haram. No. But I gotta do some conversion. Wait, I should have convert. Oh shit. Do I have any growth? Bro, I'm so broke. Like, I might be the most broke E7 streamer, no? Like, what the fuck? I'm so broke. Share the browser history or be the Futa guy. There's no Futa, guaranteed. Oh, this looks kind of good. Honestly, dodge effectiveness, pretty fucking good. Dodging effectiveness, I'm pretty happy about that. I won't lie. Is there anything I can sell, bro? Yeah, this. This. Is Ruel allowed in this tournament? No. Ruel, so there's 8 global pre-bans. So in case you guys are wondering what the list is, it is Ruel, Monarch, Nodos, Top Model Luluka, Lady of the Scales, Witch of the Mere Tenebria, Swift Flag Bearer Sigrid, and Freerin. Okay? There are 8 global pre-bans. And actually, I should probably add that onto my chat somewhere so people can remember easily. Because I feel like if they forget, then we're gonna have to redo it, right? So give me 1 second, gentlemen. Global pre-bans. Ruel, Monarch, Nodos, TML, Scales, or Lots, ML10A, Freerin, Red, Sigrid. Oh my god, that is way too big. Wait, hold up. That's so big. Hold up. I don't know if I can fit everything on here, though. That's the only issue. Right? Miss Furia, thank you for the 12 months, brother. I appreciate it. Light, thank you for the raid as well, brother. Hope you're enjoying Star Saviors. I saw that you were sponsored. But I don't know if you're actually enjoying it, and I hope you are, because I think the game's pretty fun. I'm just gonna make like global PB. I think people can see what PB is, right? So hopefully people will remember. Otherwise, it's cooked. Let's see. Text. I enjoy doing bad things to my characters in journey mode. Based. Is that easy enough to read, chat? I think that's a little bit too small, though. Let me see if I can make that a bit bigger. Fail training equals sleep outside. Good take. Maybe like this? Okay, wait, hold on. Monarch, Ruel, Nodos. Can I abbreviate anything so that's easier to... Maybe like... Which of the mere... Cinetene? Is that easy to see? Pre-bands? Because I want it to be like a reminder on screen so that people don't forget. Is that okay? Global EV? Like that? That looks easy enough to read, right, chat? So today I'm can you use character portraits? Oh, that's not a bad idea actually. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. That's a pretty good idea actually. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, good suggestion. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. Chat, why does this Vic Chen guy mention food to every? It's not me, man. It's the people, bro. Come on, bro. So, holy, why is it so laggy? Global pre-dance. Nodos. Yeah, thank you, Dub World. Fire cigarette. Ririn. Which of the mere Tenebria? Oh, top model Luluka. I'll also pin it in my chat too. I'll pin it in my chat. Who else is there? Oh, Ruel of Light. Ruel of Light. Ruel of Light. And what am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did I write down? What did I write down? Monarch, Ruel, top model, Lady to Scales, Dodos, TML. Who am I missing on here? Oh, Monarch. Monarch of the Sword Assyria. Why is Luluka banned? Don't ask me, man. Global pre-bans. Yeah, good suggestion, Light. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. So I can open this as an image. Okay, give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna just quickly organize this. QR. Image file. Screenshots. Screenshots. Let me see if this will work. Hopefully it does. I don't want it to take up too much space though, so hopefully it'll be okay once I find the screenshot. Thank you, Tungsten. Is this not gonna show my most recent screenshot? Like, oh. Wait, what? Details. Date. Today's what, March 22nd? What the hell? Wait, hold on. me take another screenshot. Are we playing top to bottom for games? It's up to people. If there's people who want to play first because they need to like eat or do something, it's up to people. I personally I don't really care. It's up to the people. It's up to the players, rather, I should say. Okay, let me just do it like this. So I can post it into general chat, and then I can save the image. And then save, put it into downloads. I think the image file is it's like messed up on Streamlabs, so I'll just save as global pre-dance. Boom, that's saved. And then we will go to downloads, global pre-bands, show. Oh, here we go. Global pre-ban is banned on every match. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that looks much better than the text. Because I'm gonna have it in the middle, because I don't want it to block any like HPs or stuff. And I won't have my camera on. Chad, do you think this is big enough? Wait, let me just hop into an RTA game and then I can see. Yeah, let me check the middle so we can check the scaling and everything's okay. I think I might make this a little bit bigger, but I don't want it to cover the soul burn. So let me just double check what it looks like in game.
I've no interest in fleas.
If I fight Bonk, not only TML is banned, but Noto is also banned. Yes, so every single unit you see here at the top, Nezuko, is banned. In every game. In every single game. It doesn't matter first game, second game, third game, all banned. So it's best to ungear those units, unfavorite them, whatever. Every person is allowed to get one accidental, like, whatever. One. That's it. But yet we have to redo the game, which is going to be kind of annoying. But, like, I will allow just one, because I know there's a lot of, like, pre-bans, but I expect from everyone to, Okay, also I'm just, like, whatever. I don't even care about, like, whatever I pick. Let's just pick whatever. Can I ask why Shota enjoys Shota? I don't know. Yeah, I'll ban for the whole tourney for everyone for every game. Yes, exactly. So let me just do this. Let me do this.
Were you again?
Why not go into regular arena instead of RTA? My mind doesn't think about picking regular arena over RTA, that's why. So why does chat think you like Futa? I don't know, man. I don't know who started it. Like, someone says, do you like Futa? And I'm like, what's Futa? And then they tell me what Futa is. And then GG's. I think it was Dim Sum. Was it Dim Sum? I thought it was like Alios or something like that. I don't know. It's been like 3 days. Is Notice worth pulling for RTA or no? Yes. Okay, let me check the scaling. How does it look, chat? Does it cover any soul burn? Oh, it does cover the soul burns. Oh, it does cover the soul burns. Oh, that's kind of annoying. It does cover the soul burn. That's kind of annoying, chat. How should I deal with this if it covers the soul burn? Okay, it does cover the soul burn, so make it a bit smaller. Like, is this still easy for people to see if it's this small though? Like, oh, whoa. Oops. See like this. Oh, you can still see it on stream? Okay. So something like this is okay? Because I won't have my face cam on, so it doesn't block anything. So maybe like just like this is fine. This is fine. Remove it while I'm magic keeper the draft. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I think I can make it just slightly bigger because it doesn't hinder any of the animations. You're on mobile, I can still see it. Okay, so maybe like that. We want names to show too. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. I think that should be reasonable. Like, do you think this is too big, like this? Or is that okay? If it's okay, then maybe we just leave it like that. It is clear enough. I'll also put it in my chat, and hopefully people who are playing in the tournament are already aware of this. I'm sure they are. I'd make it smaller. Chat, smaller or bigger? That's too big? Okay, so just go back to the previous size. Why not make it 2 rows and put it in the corner? Let me see if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible, but uh, is there a way that I can? Is there a way I can make this vertical? Uh, like this, maybe? Like this? Like that? Or I could even do it like this. Like I could do it like this, and then just add like add manually add like global reband above it. Maybe this would. Is that easier? What do you think? Should we just do 2 rows of 4 or just 4 rows of 2? Do that? Okay. Let me try to do that. 1 sec. Okay. Give me 1 second. So I have to go do this. Sorry, guys. I actually should have thought about doing this earlier. My bad. Shouldn't be doing this on stream. Sorry, guys. I kind of thought I was just gonna put text on screen, but this makes a lot more sense. So I would be more mindful of this in the future. Let me post this. That's a file. Yo, Chion, what's up, dude? Hello. Okay, so save image. And so we have what, 17 minutes? 17 minutes before the match will start. We'll do prevents 2. So I need to go here, change to text file, and hit browse. Okay. Why is it opening to global prevents? Okay. Oh, but this is gonna cover the CR bar though. No, I don't know if I like this. This is gonna cover the CR bar, right? Maybe I keep it on the right or right side like this. And then I can change the Steelers XD, thank you for the follow. Global pre-ban, and then just do like global pre-bans. And then I can do it like, oh wait, I should make 2 lines. Global pre-bans like that. Yeah, this would be mindful in the draft. I mean, this would maybe be annoying in the draft, right? Like this. Or I could scale my Epic 7 to be a bit. Oh no, that looks fucked. Never mind. That looks fucked. Never mind. That looks fucked. Turn it off during the match. I could do that. Could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Okay, yeah. I could do that.
Trust me.
Wait, what does this look like in a
Wanna
draft?
hurt my family?
Let me see. Let me enter the draft and see what this looks like, so we know. Since we have 15 minutes, anyways. You're gonna turn off in the middle of the match. Wouldn't top middle be better? Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of contemplating switching it back to horizontal, but let me just see what this looks like. Oh, it doesn't really cover the. Oh wait, no, but this is me playing. I have to be a spectator. And then, okay, no, someone needs to join my mock lobby. Hold on. Or I need 2 people to join the mock lobby, like anybody. Yo, Valky, thank you, bro. So someone join the mock lobby so I can just check what it looks like. Invite, bro. Just hit join. It's an open lobby. Like, what do you mean invite? Okay, you need one more? One more person? One more person? Thanks for doing all the attorneys. Of course, man. It's my pleasure. I enjoy doing this, so and it's free content for me, right? We might be investing a little bit of our money into it, but it's like it's all good because people covered the Doomsday sponsor, so it covers it. Okay, let me see what it looks like. Okay, it doesn't really impact the draft that much, chat. Alternatively, we move it to like somewhere middle like this. But the only issue is when you move it to the middle like this, it covers the other stuff, right? So I think it has to probably be the right side, right? Yeah. I know. Let me turn off. So it would look like this. And of course, I'll turn off chat as well.
Look at me.
This is fine. The side is okay. It looks... Honestly, it looks kind of annoying.
For me if you wish to.
It looks annoying. I would rather put it like somewhere here or like here. But whatever. Maybe this is okay. I guess this is fine. Okay, chat. Type 1 for top right. Type 2 for middle. Go. Top 1, 2, 2, 2.
I'll tramp. Are you challenging me?
1 top right. Okay, most people are saying top right. Alright, most people are saying top right, so I guess it's fine. Okay, alternative. Here's the alternative option, right? So let me show you guys what it looks like if it was horizontal. Like this. If it's horizontal, it looks like that. Do you guys prefer looking at like this? In case people didn't see. Oh, and then of course my camera and then the chat's gonna be off, right? Horizontal over banned heroes tab. Now put that top right.
And my opponent? Recklessness welcomes.
Only if you remove during the game? Yeah, I could okay, let's just go into the game and then we can see it. It's okay, they'll go into the game and then we can see. Guys, don't click your turns, please. Thanks. Just let your turns drag out. So we can do it like this, right? It doesn't cover the soul burns. It doesn't cover the soul burns. It doesn't cover the name, right? It does cover how much time that's left on the claw. Oh, not even really. So this looks okay, right? Seems fine, right? Like this. Look, it seems like no issue. A little bit smaller.
Is it my turn?
Make it a bit... Okay, sure. I can't really tell about the scaling, so yeah, sure. If someone's watching on mobile, let me know. If it needs to be smaller or not, let me know.
This is going to hurt.
Do you have any idea how much money I'm worth?
It's weird in the middle, maybe it's me. Okay, now. Mobile is visible. Okay. I'm on mobile and it's fine, that's this. I'm on mobile at the moment, it's fine. I think it looks fine. Okay.
I'll chew you all up.
Okay, if anything, I'll just leave it like this. We'll just leave it like this. I think having the pictures, like, is okay. Lower a bit to show the guild. I don't know if I can. Like, the placement of it on Streamlabs is a bit weird. Unless I make it like a bit bigger, then I can... Like, that's the best I could do. Like that. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Vic, what's your Star Saver UID? I have no idea, but my friends list is full. My friends list request is maxed out, so... It's just Vic Chun. It's just Vic Chun. But unless there's inactive people, then I will whatever. Can me and Bonk go first? If other people are okay with it, yeah, I don't mind. If Bonk's okay with it, yeah. Top 8 tourney. What should I name this? Top 8 tourney. 8 global pre-bans. Oh shit. 8 top 8 Plus. But can you have plus in here? Is that allowed? Oh, you can't use that symbol. Okay. Top 8 and 8 global. The fuck? Huh? Global rebands. Nah, that looks lame. Top fuck. There you go. Good enough. Global rebands, Nodos, Scales, TML, Cigarette, Freerin, Emerald Tenebria, Uel, Monarch, Iseria. What else is there that I need to include? Yeah, I think that's good. Reverse Muck Turney. You guys are fucking brain rotted, bruh. Thank you, Sharps. Okay, so let me find the brackets. Actually, let me log into here first. So Nezo. Oh, what the hell? Second. Log in. 1 second, guys. I'm logging into the Matcherino to get the stuff here. Balance patch tournaments. Brackets. Brackets. Tournament. Bracket. Mod, can you pin that, please? One of my mods, please pin that. Thank you. And then I'll go pin it on YouTube chat. Chat. Pin message. There we go. Okay. So players, I'm gonna send you the room password. If you didn't get it from me, it means we just don't have a history of messages. So yeah, but you should be receiving a code from me right now. I don't have how-to's Discord, so Mars, if you can message how-to. Because I don't have a mutual server with how-to, apparently. So if you could just tell him what the password is, that'll be cool. Please and thank you. Okay, global freelance. Okay, alright. I'm in your server, you bum. Is your name... What's your Discord? Is it actually how-to? How-to. Like, what is your Discord name? Oh, it is how-to. Oh. I see. My bad. My username is username for some reason. I see. Alright, let me just call Valkyrie real quick. Let me get his audio. Let's get our audio stuff sorted. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello.
8. Hello.
There we go. Now we're in it. Okay.
Do a sound check for Valky, please, guys. How's your day?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Big and black, and day so far so good, man. Just a chill Saturday.
Nice.
Get some chores done. How about you guys?
Well, I'm doing good. I don't know about chat. I'm doing good. Looks good.
That's crazy. People in chat don't believe I'm old. I'm old as fuck, guys. I'm 32. I turned 32 this past week.
Slightly. Chat, if we need to turn up or turn down Valky, let me know. But if it's okay, then I'll just leave it. Wait, Valk, it was your birthday this week?
Yeah. It's my birthday on St. Patrick's Day. I went out, drank a little bit with the family.
Damn. Well, happy belated birthday. I had no idea.
Yeah, appreciate it, homies.
What is it in Mandarin again? Like Shengli Kuaila or something like that? Is that
Shengri Kuaila, yeah. Gong Hei Fat Choi. Yeah, yes sir.
I don't know if that's the same, but you know.
I mean, it's close enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Can I get a happy birthday in the chat for Valkyrie? Thanks. Okay,
yeah. Chat's been good about it. Chat's been good about it.
All right. Well, we have 2 minutes before the tournament's going to be started. I think a lot of players are kind of slowly making their way in. First matchup that we have is going to be Nezuko versus Bonk. Do you have any which side are you going to be leaning a little bit more towards?
Dude, okay, that's tough, right? Because I really want to hit Nezuko with the compensatory glaze, because I was really glazing up Higa yesterday, and he cooked the hell out of Higa. But, like, you know when we were doing that lobby test earlier, Bonk pulled up with the full furry draft, and it's like, anybody who, how do I say it, game knows game, and when a gamer pulls up, I gotta cheer for a fellow gamer. So it's a tough call, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think this is where I think it's one of those situations where it's like the new blood versus what is the saying, like the new blood versus the old
guards.
Dogs?
Yeah. You got the
guards.
rising stars and the old guards. That's
Exactly.
That's how it goes,
Yeah,
man.
that's the way I think about this matchup, right? You know, Bonk hasn't really been playing RT as long as Nezuko. We've seen Nezuko for God knows how many seasons now. And so you really get to see, like, will the experience really carry Nezuko through this matchup, or will, you know, the new guy, the new kid on the block, be able to take him down? This is going to be in
one of your boys from the TL pipeline.
No, he's from the Chun Fun pipeline. He just joined Talentless this season because he's a fucking scumbag. But we won't talk about that. It's all good. You know, it's all good.
I almost get reminded of an era where Magic Chi was talking about Mossman. You know Mossman, right?
Of course, yeah.
And he was calling Mossman the rising star of Fleet. And I'm looking back on those days. I'm like, yeah, Mossman still feels like a youngin. But if you think about it, bro, Mossman's been around forever. He's like, what, 8, 9 times legend. Like, yeah. Mossman's an unk in this community. So it's like crazy looking down. Well, am I looking up or looking down? I think I'm looking up because I'm lower ranked than these guys, right? Like, I'd be looking up at guys like Bonk, How To, these guys that are coming up. But also at the same time, you know, you do have the unks here, like Light's been around forever, Nezuko's been around forever, like, dude, bro, like, if you call Nezuko Mr. Cock because of his old name, like, you already know, like, we're here with some old-ass gamers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the Nezuko lore right there, straight up. But yeah, since both players are ready to go, we're gonna get started. Once again, I do want to thank everybody. Thank Valky for coming on, and thank you everyone for supporting. And yeah, hopefully we will get we'll be running tournaments all year long, apart from April because of Masters. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, let's get the show on the road. Are you ready to go?
Let's freaking get it.
All right, let's go. Best of luck to everybody. This is going to be BO5. Once again, Warfare rules are on. Ban Protect is going to be on. If you guys watching are new to the Lunatic format, all of the units used in the first game will not be available in the second, and the pre-bans are stacking. So game 1 there's 4, game 2 there's 8, game 3 there's 12, plus the 10 that's from the previous game, so they'll stack more and more and more. And yeah, let's get the show on the road. Best of luck to all the participants. Ooh, Bonk with the first pick. I think, what did you say, first pick in this type of format really gives a slight edge?
Well, that's a bit of a tough call. I think it really depends. It really fluctuates based on play style, you know, what your draft is. I really want to say if you have a reactive play style, you know, you adapt around your opponent and you really like pivoting, I almost want to say second pick is like the definitive spot you want to be in. But all things considered, I don't think you ever hate first pick, especially when you are a good player. And, you know, Nezuko versus Bonk is standard versus standard. Honest versus honest, and in those cases you almost want first dibs off of first pick, right, when you get that OP unit split, as well as, well, there you go, third pick ban protect, immediately locking into strategy with Sea Phantom, and you have almost absolute aerial superiority with this Renok right here, unless Nezuko opts for maybe a Zeo strategy.
Yeah, and I think the main thing to point out is with all these units being globally pre-banned and Bonk really leaning into taking full advantage of the Imperial Illidan pre-ban on his side, definitely something that is part of his game plan or comfort pick, as we did see him run this type of pre-ban yesterday as well. But obviously the bridges with Sea Phantom are prone to pen res. Renak has pen, Ross has pen, so I'm really happy to see that Bonk is really fully leveraging all the pre-bans at play here to get the most value out of his units. And Nezuko probably looking at how he can dictate the pace. Sea Phantom Politics does also stop this warfare rule in support, right? Yesterday we saw a lot of Lone Crescent Bellona, and when you have the support warfare rule, she's countering almost like every turn. But when you have Sea Phantom on 3, maybe you want to rethink about what option you go with, and he picks up the Festive Ida into the Sea Phantom Politics and hovering the crowd, maybe? Maybe the Blue Lua?
As you said, a lot of reactionary picks here. Not only, then there it is with the ML Bellona, not only with the Festive Ida ML Bellona, you're looking to let your opponent play first, survive the initial onslaught of burst damage, and then hit back and hit hard. Strays here getting locked in. Now we're looking to chain those combo turns together. And like Bonk is setting up right now, you do not have to be within that immense speed range, what we call the piggy range with Sea Phantom Politis, to see success with her. Bonk oftentimes just comfortable either protecting the aerial superiority with another speed kick or just playing it as a aggro opener with the Argent Waves. Hua Young locked in here. That is a deadly combo. Almost looking like Nezuko not going to have enough defense to be able to weather that storm despite having a first pick Boss Arunka locked in.
I completely agree. I think Bonk is totally in the driving seat. And one thing that we're going to want to pay attention to is, you know, this screen ceiling, I think, will have to be taken out by Bonk, as he's really relying on having the Sea Phantom Politis get the Awakened Leaf push, activate the Blue Hua Young's passive. But more importantly, one thing I want to know is, does Bonk have his Sea Phantom Politis faster than his Renak or not? Right, that's something I think will be really important. And hey, maybe Nezuko's prepared for this. Maybe his Festive Ida is also faster, considering there's a lot of units that are banned out. And we'll have to see. Strays does get banned out by Nezuko. Celine, as we mentioned, will be banned out by Bonk. And we'll be going into the game 1 of this best of 5 between Nezuko and Bonk.
Both players adjusting their final imprints and locked right into the game. I expect the Renok will be going first, and of course she does, immediately followed up by the Sea Phantom Politis. Bonk chaining all his turns together. Almost looks like he's double pushing the Genesis Ross in the back, that way launching a full assault combo with this initial barrage of cooldowns and skills.
You're absolutely right, but I do want to point out that this Barunka did counter his Glorious Flag on the Yolha. If she's able to survive this S3 and get another counter, Yolha might be able to cut. Unfortunately, not countering there. Sea Phantom Politis will take the turn, goes for the S3, and we did see the Glorious Flag like mentioned, so we won't see this Yolha potentially cutting unless there's a resist. Luckily there isn't, and this Hua Young is going to go for the kick onto the Lone Crescent Bellona, hitting through the evasion. And now it's a 2v4 situation. Hua Young might just take out Nezuko in this S3.
The AoE damage goes through. I mean, barely sticking on, but I mean, what does that really matter when you're staring down Jesus in the face? You skip Sunday school, you are getting sent back home. Goodbye and good night. immediate clean win for Bonk. He was worried, but it looks like he has this one in the bag right from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty. One of the things that I love so much about Lunatic Mode is that in this type of situation, even in this tournament format, we have so many global pre-bans, and obviously from game 1, 10 units off, 4 units, an additional 4 units in this game too. You know, a lot of the openers, as they slowly start to get banned out, right? If you don't have a wide range of units geared, if you don't have, enough units prepared for this type of tournament format, you might fall behind in the later stages. And Nezuko, we've seen, has been very creative historically, so definitely not out yet. Down but not out. So let's move into the game 2 as both players are ready to go.
Yeah, and like you highlighted, with so many units out in pre-ban, this is almost, I would even say, the 2 factors you want to look for is, 1, who has more whale power put in their account, who has more of that Visa MasterCard power, but also I definitely would give the edge over to older players like Nezuko, because every time you remove about 4 to 6 units, you're almost like rolling back the game by a season. So when enough units out, and I think in this scenario, including the global pre-bans, we're rolling the game back by a year, which isn't enough of an advantage to spook a player like Bonk, but once, you get more and more units squeezed out, edged out of the game, at some point, these older guys got to stand up and say, "Hi, nephew, let me show you what's good."
Absolutely, and we are going to see the Zio and Brywitch Assyria get banned out by Bonk. Nezuko opts to go for the Litica, and Brywitch Assyria bans himself, taking away some of the aggression of the powerful artifact in Renewed Will. And obviously, both players are not going to be able to exit mid matches, so if you have a Renewed Will on either of those Rangers, it's completely useless now. And Akane goes for his, I would say, one of the picks that made him very, very prominent in the game in terms of, his participation in World Cup in the past with that Spez and Arrowwell setup. So it's very nice to see that one of his most prized picks got buffed in this most recent balance patch.
Is very interesting. Although, with Imperial Illinev out, I mean, I suppose that's a fine pick. But yeah, how do you feel about this match of Arrowwell versus Crimson Armin? I think right now they're probably fighting for a spot for the second or the third best tank in the game. What's your experiences with that matchup?
Well, I gotta say, historically, the Arrowwell does usually win from the past. If we're referencing all the experiences that we've had in previous seasons, that Carmen and Arrowwell matchup is very close because it really does come down to whether or not Arrowwell hits that stun. If you have a specific setup for the Arrowwell to get set up, you might be able to turn the time to take out one unit immediately, and Bonk actually wants to take full advantage of the Brywitch Assyria being pre-banned out and locks in the maid Chloe on 2. Nezuko promptly responds with the Landy on 2 as well, as there is going to be a lot of buffs on the side of Bonk with the revive, potential immunity, invince, death buff, everything on his side, and Dien also giving Nezuko a little bit of tempo and obviously a little bit of pen res. Amy could also speed up here and give you some potential threats. Maybe we'll see a Galililius or some type of high damage DPS come out following from the DN, as she did recently get that Zodiac change in the bounce patch.
I was going to say, holy moly, that is an early Landy pick. Definitely not something you see every day. And following the first pick tank split, how do you feel about this DN main Chloe split? That's something we're starting to see a lot in match 2, match 3 of these series, when all of these aggressive options are out due to the Lunatic format, and also all of these new aggressive do-it-all openers get removed from the draft.
Well, I think it's kind of unique because if you don't take the Landy and you have the maid, then Landy's a really, really high priority pick between these two Soul Weavers, right? Because both Soul Weavers grant so many buffs on their side, and I think it is a little bit weird to take the Landy earlier on, but recognizing that there's a protection set, there's a lot of buffs coming in, you want to deny it as you're going to be the DN player. You could also set it up for some aggressive play, as DN has the push up with the combat readiness with the S2, and then Landy can S3 as well and set up some really high tempo drafts, right? And looks like we might be seeing more tempo get picked up by Nezuko. Locks in the Hellion Luba in response to the Knockwall and Spirit Eye Celine. I imagine Nezuko's going to want to get a little more tempo. I'm really curious
how he's going to wrap up with the last hyper carry, because with this you do end up seeing a lot of this format go through where it's tank support, debuffer alongside 2 hyper carries. Both players really playing by the book the moment all of these OP characters are knocked out of the game. I'm here for that. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're looking at, 14 units, or 18 units banned out in the middle of the screen. But when you think about it, you have to add an additional 8. So we're already at 26 pre-bans just in game 2 alone. And Nezuko is hovering the Ruiz and actually locks in the command model Leica instead. Seems to be he's wanting to go for just really high tempo, as Bonk's draft is relatively squishy to some degree, but the challenge from Helion Lewis passive will be mitigated a little bit by the maid Chloe. So I wonder if Nezuko's going to have enough damage here if the Landy does get banned out. Bonk hovering the bystander Hua Young, wants to go for something that's anti-debuff. But is that going to be able to break through all this mitigation that he has? There is only one light unit in the Unbound Knight Arrowwell.
The lady of the swamp has
Very curious. Fire Charlotte gets locked in for Bonk here, recently buffed. A counterattack powerhouse, and I would almost say terrorizing the game as much as, well, almost as much as Monarch of the Sword, I say, but also bans out the Landy. How do you feel about Nezuko's draft closer there? I thought he was going to go for another hyper carry, but it's looking like he's going for more of a control game plan and just looking to layer on debuffs on debuffs.
I absolutely agree. I think that would work if Bonk doesn't have Maid Chloe on his side, but Maid Chloe is going to help mitigate a lot of the challenge damage like we mentioned in the draft. So I don't know if this is going to have enough control, but maybe if he can work down this Nako and just perma-control this Maid Chloe. This is a huge turn here. Lands the provoke onto the Maid Chloe, but missing on the Spirit Eye Celine. Does have another opportunity for the Leica S3 to get the sleep off onto the Spirit Eye Celine potentially. And there he goes. He rips the S3. Will he be able to land the debuff he desperately needs at this very crucial moment? And he does. He lands 8 out of 8. 7 out of 8.
Wow, and Maid Chloe ends up being the one here to eat all of the challenge damage. A bit of a spooky turn there when those provokes miss, because let's not forget, Spirit Eye Celine did receive a buff to be a cleanser, so the moment she gets to go, could spell a lot of trouble for Nezuko. And now, yep, goes for the stun on the Spirit Eye Celine as well. You do really have to make sure you do not miss a single debuff. A very tough spot for Nezuko to navigate through. And, but hey, as long as you can play the turns through, as long as Maid Chloe doesn't get a turn, Spirit Eye Celine doesn't get a turn, I think he can close it out. This is a pretty tough spot, but it's playable, you know? And give that to him. It definitely is playable.
It definitely is winnable, but, as the control players know, it's really difficult. All you need is 15% potentially, and that can turn the tides. But Bonk is finally able to get the turn. Nako will have the S3 go up. Will he strip all of the debuffs here? And
been a while since we've seen this. Hits 2.
Yeah, only strips off the Airwell and the Helion Lua. Unfortunately, this Leica seems to be a 15% resist, and Dien probably just has enough res anyways, even if he hit. But who does he want to go for the seal? Goes for the seal onto the Unbound Knight Arrowwell. Arrowwell will get the following turn.
Does remove what he can from the passive and still playing that tempo. Not a whole lot of damage goes through, but I think the game plan here for Nezuko is rather simple. Make sure you keep both cleansers and revivers, and how cool is that? Not only do both characters cleanse debuffs, both of them revive the entire team, so have to keep both units under wrap, and if you can successfully do that, should still be a win for Nezuko, but if you even miss a single one, well, bye-bye, and we'll see you guys in Game 3.
Exactly right, and this is going to be a huge turn. Ooh, S1 dual attack, but no provoke landing onto the DN. And the Nezuko is going to have all of his rotation coming up. The one thing I do want to point out is Knockwall S3. Not only did it strip Arrowwell and Lua, but it bought him one turn. That skill reset onto the Lua. Lua would have S3 right now with the souls, would allow him to soul run S3 and control that Maid Chloe and Celine. But because the Knockwall was there, it does buy him one turn. So Nezuko really has to land a provoke onto this Maid Chloe, or he might be falling down.
Alright, okay. Break character for a second, Vic. Like, do you think he, just mispicked the Leica, or do you think he was actually just cooking for this out?
Honestly, I feel like maybe he got a little bit dizzy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, no, it wouldn't be the first time, right? Because yesterday, having to play through Ruel was probably a little bit rough there, so definitely needs to find the correct angle. But I think the moment, like we just saw right there, Spirit Eye Celine gets to go. Now Maid has the option, you know, does she press everything or does she just leave it and then use it as another comeback mechanic to play once the game plan falls apart? And it looks like he's opting out. He's just going to play tempo there, not opting out of the Maid ultimate. And finally, Green Leica gets the Soul Burn again. Oh man. Does it land?
Again, he lands 8 out of 8, even landing onto the knock wall through the elemental disadvantage. But I believe Leica S3 does... oh, it does not have Ignore. Never mind. But we are going to see him focus down this knock wall. Speed down is going to be very helpful to try to control the tempo on this knock wall. And that does get stripped off by the air well. I do think that Nezuko is in a pretty decent spot. He has so much tempo. It almost feels like he's taking 3 turns to Bonk's 1 turn with that speed down.
I mean, taking a lot of turns is one thing, and it sure is great, but I don't know how much it means when your character aren't exactly doing a whole lot of damage, and the moment May Chloe passes, even if she doesn't use any skills, that passive is still topping the team off, and I think you do need to take the game to quite late Frenzy. And once the late Frenzy is here, everybody is doing a billion damage. There might be a world where this challenge damage, including the splash, just takes over and takes them through. But man, does that look rough.
I mean, look at this game. We're already in Frenzy 4, right? And when you don't have damage like this and you're playing a controlled draft and you have access to these souls like Nezuko does, how is Maid ever going to shrug off these debuffs? I just don't see a world, and it's very wise of Nezuko to actually try to focus down. Speaking of debuffs, I mean, Maid Chloe just resisted the S1 provoke on the Hellion Lua, but still, speed down. They're not going to take a turn for a while, and Dian's going to go for the S2, providing the 15% combat readiness for the entire team. And I think Nezuko should be able to put this in the bag.
Turn again.
If he lands all the debuffs here on this S3, will we see 8 out of 8? He's been landing very consistently throughout this entire game.
Misses on the knock wall, does land on everybody else. I mean, soul burning her every single turn. He's even skipping the burn on the Hellion Lua, just completely saving everything for this Green Leica end game. I mean, like it or hate the draft, but the way he's playing this game is impressive. He knows what his win condition is, and he's playing for it. You gotta hand it to the guy. This is a masterclass in win condition management. Whether he intentionally drafted the control or he fumbled into it, he got dizzy, say what you will, but he's playing this expertly.
I completely agree, and this is where the experience of players really comes to shine, right? Having to identify exactly which target you need to go on to give you the best odds of winning, like you mentioned, right? And Nezuko, being someone that's played through so many different seasons, so many different metas, knows exactly who to target, and he's always a contender for Legend every season. So it's no surprise that in this control matchup, when it looks like he's facing impending doom, he's able to bring it out. And look at this, we're in Frenzy 7 now, where all the damage is going to be coming through, but he does miss the debuffs on the Spirit Eye Celine.
It's okay. I mean, DN is there to CR push the team, and the slow debuff is there to hold back the Spirit Eye Celine. It does look rough, but oh my goodness. Whenever you look at Nezuko, it's not like if he gets 15, he's gone. There's always a little bit more margin of error. There's always a little bit more cover than he's hoping for. There's actually quite a few layers I would say he's ahead in the draft by, and another SU from the Leica. That's a lot of damage. 2 more challenge buffs left on his
might
side.
kill. Counter!
Oh, wait a minute, that's a counter!
Will he get enough healing here? Takes out the DN through the escort.
One-shots her! We are in Frenzy 7. I mean, there is no more Frenzy 9. This is the most amount of damage. This is coming down to it. Immediately, we're dropping the S3 into the Spirit Eye Celine. We gotta take her out. Crimson Armin does not land the provoke immunity, keeps us cool, but oh my goodness. Nezuko needs to be able to find the perfect turn and make sure this May Chloe can never, ever click that S3 button again. Goodness.
It's all going to come down to the Maid Chloe. There is 33 souls on the side of Nezuko, and he does have another soul burn available with the Hellion Lua S3, which will ignore effect resistance. But will the mitigation from Crimson Armin and the passive of Maid Chloe allow her to get to a rotation and bring back the entire team? That is all that we're looking towards here, ladies and gentlemen. Soulburn S3 again coming out onto the command model Leica by Nezuko. Will he land the debuffs he's looking for? And he does. Frenzy 7, the effectiveness buff really coming through, and he's working down this Crimson Armament as she is completely locked down.
Man, this is crazy how Nezuko's just walking very slowly through a minefield, dragging his entire team, landing every single debuff, and then also while at the same time managing souls and finally getting himself up here. Ooh, that dual attack with the maid got a little bit scary there. I was worried for a maid S1 known to bring a couple of extra annoying effects, but Airwell finally gets the effectiveness buff. We're dropping another S3. I mean, if nothing, this is going to be a good bit of damage, and the stun sticks. Oh boy. GG does come out, and series gets evened out 1 apiece between Bonk and Nezuko K.
And like I mentioned in every game, this is the beauty of Lunatic. All the units that were used in game number 1 will be available in game number 3. But as this match, as you can see on screen, we have 18 pre-bans plus an additional 8. We're at 26 pre-bans. With the 4 more coming in from game 3, we were looking at 30 pre-banned units. This is where the experience is really going to come through. How deep is your roster? How much have you prepared for this tournament? Both players are ready, so let us proceed. Let me tell you what,
I think chat definitely nailed it. Like, game 1, we got to see, 3, 4 S3s back to back to back, and bada bing, bada boom, we got into game 2. It's really refreshing, honestly. Normally, I don't enjoy slow matches, but seeing a very well-managed control match being played like that, turn by turn, you don't drop a single beat, you manage your soul burn every single time, no wasted turns there. That was really fun to watch for someone who's just out here to watch high-quality games, and you definitely see the Lunatic series pulling its weight.
Yeah, and for all the spectators at home, one thing I do want to point out is if you are trying to improve in RTA and you're watching a lot of streams, you're indulging in a lot of content, target selection is very, very important, as you saw in that previous game. So if you are trying to improve, I hope you're watching how Nezuko weathered the storm by going to each individual unit, trying to identify his win condition and play to it, to its maximum potential. But in this game, we're looking at Resistance Warfare rule for both players. New Moon Luna, Fallen Cecilia, Genesis Ross, and Renak will be banned out in this game, and Boss Haruka does get picked up by Bonk this time around.
Wow, I'm surprised the Boss Haruka made it through, but I suppose these guys really just want to remove all the annoying options for a unit to potentially run away from the match, right? Renog, Genesis Ross, and New Moon Luna all known to do that, so definitely taking out the more, shall we say, scary units in the game, but I think Nezuko picks up a very strong combo here in between the Nurse and the Disciplinary Prefect Aria. I think that is a combo KJ popularized towards the end of last season, and it saw a lot of play. I'm actually a little surprised it took to game 3 for that to surface just now.
Oh, wow, and Bonk actually opts to go for Janua and Sea Phantom Politis in response to Akane going with the Yoha MLR, as you mentioned, and we are going to see the Lone Wolf Para get picked up. I'm very surprised to see that Bonk didn't pick up the Lone Wolf Para, as he did pre-ban Fallen Cecilia himself, right? Maid Chloe is not available from that game too. Fallen Cecilia, also the other unit that provides that fixed damage mitigation, and not picking that up is very, very surprising. You're allowing for Nezuko to take that up, but no, he opts to go for the Para instead, wants to go for the Restrict, the Unbuffable, the Full Strip to try to deal with the Janua and Sea Phantom Politis, and very popular as second pick. You might want to pair this with another bridge that can follow up.
Very interesting choice for him to speed up there. Zio is knocked out alongside, I mean, a host of extremely high-speed units like the Renog, Lidica, Briar Witch, so feels a little bit comfortable here racing the blue Para into Sea Phantom. You are of something to the tune of, I think, 7 or 8 base speed. Nezuko, despite not known to be fast, okay. I think he's just picking the blue Para to block the buffs and then still playing a rather slow game plan here. Very interesting strategy.
I really love this from Nezuko because he's not known to be a very fast player. Most players in this spot will slam Requiem Moana if they have a 320, 330 Para, not being afraid of Sea Phantom Politis to pick up some imprints and outspeed. But Nezuko, recognizing that he has that weakness in speed, so he opts to go for the Navy Captain Landy, most likely on some type of protection set, has immunity on his Yoha and his Aria, so that in case he does get outsped by Bonk, he is covering that loose condition while still giving him an option having enough damage with the Yoha Arya combination and control from Peira. So that is an amazing 4-pick from Nezuko here.
I like the way you forecasted that. I really want to see what Nezuko is cooking with that Navy Captain landing. Could be on protection set, but I mean, if I was a betting man, I would say, and you even mentioned it yourself earlier, he was an E7WC, known for that Landy pick, and when he made his very strong run, Navy Captain Landy was putting in a lot of work for him. Moon Bunny Dominion gets locked in right here to counterplay the extra turn, and Afternoon Soak Flan being locked in. Very strong DPS, actually, against most of what Nezuko is threatening right now, especially the Navy Captain Landy, so I don't hate it here, but does leave himself open to, I mean, what, double red DPS, one good blue bruiser, you might be in trouble. Okay, but no, Solitary gets locked in, removing all the focus for Afternoon Soak Flan, so immediately bans out both utility characters. This is almost looking like an aggro match, but Nezuko's just playing it out with bruisers.
Yeah, and I think this matchup for Nezuko, he is in a pretty good spot, right? If you have a protection set Candy, maybe we'll have to find out once we get into the game. But one thing to be mindful of, ladies and gentlemen, that with the balance patch, Escort is now 40%. So Peira is going to be a nuisance to deal with this 40% mitigation. But no, Sea Phantom Politis is actually going to take the turn first. It is under Resistance Warfare rule with ML Arya's passive for this blue Peira, and it's not protection set, and he doesn't have immunity on this Yoha either. So very scary situation for Nezuko. But Afternoon Soak Flan does get cut up here, missing the pushback on the Peira, unfortunately, but landing the speed down. S3 is going to provide 20% combat readiness onto the Janua, pushing him to 96%. With the Rage, will he be able to catch here? S3 comes out.
He's trying to chain the turns together. Flan S3 does come through, but does not chain the turns together. Will not be getting it. The debuffs does come through. Only lands on the solo Janua himself. No immortality for him for 2 turns. Going to be quite scary for him, for the captain.
This is very problematic for Janua because he won't be able to get that attack buff, but he does have Flan. Miss, but he does hit. The second swipe will need to go through to kill off the School Nurse Yoha, and it does. Wind Rider, it will give him that extra attack, but he cannot go into hiding. And now Sea Phantom Politis has freedom to drag the Afternoon Soak Flan and just wreak havoc into this Arya and Navy Captain Landy.
Really thinking about his target selection here, and goes in on the Navy Captain Landy. I don't know what she resisted there. Can't be stunned either way, but the S1 does come through, and the auto crit not putting down that much damage, as you highlighted. The Escort buff really carrying its weight, and now MLRE gets to play the game. We're soul burning the S3, but does that really do that much into the Boss Arunka? I think Boss Arunka is one of the hardest matchups for MLRE to overcome, and especially when you are down that naughty nurse, you do not get the double HP, you're just going to have such a hard time punching through.
I completely agree, and Boss Arunka does go for the S3, gets a counter and resist on the Landy, however, but no salvo coming up from Navy Captain Landy, and Peira does have the Escort still available, misses the stun onto the Boss Arunka. Janua is going to be able to drag another dual attack from the Afternoon Soak Flan, goes for the Landy. This will 100% crit, finishes it off. Will this S1 do enough damage to kill the Peira through the Escort? No, it is not, as the anti-crit, but Nezuko, recognizing there is no win condition, surrendering, and Game 3 will be going in favor of Bonk.
And a very timely surrender coming out as well. You might be wondering why then. Well, it's because Janua is losing all of his debuffs. Starting from next turn, he'll be able to go into the immortality. And even if you high roll some kind of win condition there, Janua will just be able to close everything out. So both players saving a lot of time and preparing for Game 4 right here. I think Bonk's starting to find his footing. As long as he gets a good aggro game plan off, it's looking like he can just take over the game.
Yeah, but however, going into Game 4, first pick will be in the hands of Nezuko, and I assume if we do see a Game 5, you're going to want to take that Sea Phantom Politis out of Bonk's hands. We've seen him wreak havoc yesterday, and now even today in back-to-back games where he was able to get it through the draft. And so Nezuko's probably going to want to prepare very hard in that Game 5 if we are able to get there, and both players are ready, so let us move into Game 4. Bonk is 1 game away from moving into the semifinals. Oh man, so many pre-bans coming in. So many prebans. We have the 8 global prebans in Nodos, Scales, Racer Cigarette, Freerin, Witch of the Mirror Tenebria, Top Model Luluka, Ruel of Light, Monarch of the Sword Iseria, the 10 units from the previous game, and now the stacking prebans going into game 4. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think are we at 40 prebans now, almost?
I think if we rolled over like last match, I think we would be there, but no, it's definitely close, and it's at the point where you're looking at all of these crazy units you built in your box, you summon over time. I mean, oh my god, look at that. Tori, Spirit Eye removed, and taking out the May Chloe and Conqueror Lilia. So you're really evening out all the revive characters too. And once again, Nezuko defaulting to that Unbound Knight Arrowell, a very strong tank. I mean, okay, what do you think is the strongest part of Arrowell? Do you think it's the shielding or the stun? Like, what if you had to like pick one to say was the better part of the kit?
I mean, I would think it's probably the escort, right? The mitigation that Airwell provides is just so much, right? The kit itself you get the effectiveness buff so you can land your stuns consistently. You get the free effect resistance, especially under Warfare rule with resistance. You're easily looking at 200 plus, right? Just by the raw stats alone. And so Arrowell in this type of Warfare rule is going to be very strong, especially with so many of these units getting banned out that can typically do a lot of damage. And Bonk, again, a replay from game 2, picks up the Crimson Armament in response to the Unbound Knight Arrowell and goes for the Green Landy himself this time. Could be a little bit early here from the side of Bonk, but we'll see how Nezuko responds. Maybe he wants to, go for a more aggro draft into this early Landy pick.
Yeah, we are really traveling back in time. Locking in an early Landy this is not even like we're going back by single-digit seasons. Like, we are going straight back to Season 5 with the early Landy lock-in because of how good Tank Down was back in those days. And, I mean, looking at all of the pre-bans, yeah, Tank Down would be pretty good right now, right? So, Landy early pick is all about whether or not you can punish her. Do you think there are enough openers left in the game to be able to punish a Landy like this?
Absolutely. I think there's so many units still available. I mean, we haven't even seen, we've seen Dien earlier today, but, speaking of Dien, will we see it come through? He actually locks in the Gala Lilius, opting to go for a more tempo, and there's Lone Wolf Paper, another very, very good opener, and Bonk seems to be very ready for this, picks up the blue Lua. Now, one thing I do want to mention, if this Galililius has enough buffs, will we see some potential Bastion of Perlucia come out later in the draft from Nezuko to try to buff stack versus this Lua? Or are we going to see maybe Alaya come out as well in response to this Lua? Very, very good eye here for Bonk to speed up the tempo, recognizing that Nezuko is upping the tempo himself with the Gala and Payra pick himself.
And I really like that Laya shout because not only is Laya good against the Lua, but she doesn't give Landy any more buffs to stack, and with these high tempo characters, oh no! Nezuko is not going for a slower Laya pivot, he's immediately dropping the all-in. I mean, tactical Coley as well as Galililius, he's just looking to put Bonk into the ground, and man, what is he gonna go for as a last pick to finish off this combo? Okay, very bold plays here.
Yeah, and I think Nezuko really upping the tempo with that pick, but how does he tie together the tactical archetype Coley? Looking at the Fire Charlotte, and he does pick it up into the blue setup here with Lua and Dien, wants to have a guaranteed answer versus this Landy. And Bonk now is hovering Benimaru. Now, Benimaru is going to be a great unit, but it is contingent on Lone Wolf Paper pressing that S3, and with that 12-speed imprint, if Nezuko is just able to go for the S1, it still provides 10% combat readiness to the entire team. And Bonk now hovering the Bellion, recognizing that there's a lot of squishy units on the side of Nezuko. Will we see the Bellion get locked in here?
Alright, full stop. Okay, I'm glad it wasn't Bellion. I did not like the Bellion pick. I think LCB here is much more solid. You have a solid matchup that's, maybe 50-50 between the Gale win, but versus Tactical Coley, you have Evasion. Versus Galililius, you have Evasion. I think that's a much stronger win condition than the Bellion, which is just going to feed the Charlotte, potentially feed the Gala, and maybe even just get dropped by the Coley. So I think that's a better pick here. And banning out the Coley, I do think is the right call in the long run. Very strong draft from both sides. I have This is not something I've seen in a hot minute. I actually have no clue which side's going to win. Any predictions?
I'm gonna have to say Charlotte. You know, shout out to my boy Call8x7. That's an OG name from like season 2 or 3 that was one of the first people ever to really make Charlotte shine versus Landy. And Charlotte, obviously, with the new balance patch changes, I can only assume with the extra 50% damage, it will be enough. But into game 4 we go. Lone Willpower from Nezuko is going to be able to get the first turn, however, but we are going to see the Landy be stealth. And now S3 is going to provide that 10% combat readiness, and with the Swift Boots going onto the side of Nezuko, S1 Galililias will be able to catch up and get the turn. Now this S3 will have enough damage to nuke through the Crimson Armin.
Try your best.
Yeah, this is going to be quite scary. This is, we're looking at what? Yeah, 29,000 damage. Wow, immediately takes out the Crimson Armin. Bonk is left here with no tank, and Lone Crescent Bellona is 15% evasion shorter than she should be. Does this hit? This is going to be a huge stun. No, does go for the miss, and... Oh.
That is terrible. Double miss. The Lone Crescent Bellona is still around, still has the immunity. Now Lua's going to be able to get the turn. The S2, unfortunately, will only be able to strip 2 buffs off, I believe. And it does go for the S2, missing onto the Galililias. That might be a potential misplay. Hey, that damage limiter would not have fallen off, but Lua does go for the S3. This will reduce the buff duration by 1 turn. And the Gala must have some effect resistance. It is resistance warfare, but it did resist. Landy does have the empowered S3. And it doesn't quite do enough damage to break the barriers here.
I mean, Air will only absorb damage according to how much her teammate takes, and Galililias has the damage limiter as well as Charlotte. I mean, she just takes half damage when she has buffs, and this is going to look rough, but Big Nuke comes in from Lone Crescent Bellona. He's going to need it.
Fire Charlotte with the S1, missing again on the Lua and the Lone Crescent Bellona. We're going to see the fatback from the Lone Crescent Bellona, and that airwall is tanking so much damage. It's now down to just 6k HP, but goes for the S1 onto the Landy. She's still around, but I assume that this might kill with the Uberius.
Oh, defense break does do it!
Landy gets taken out, goes into a 2v4 situation. Nezuko and Bonk recognizing there's no coming back, and we're going to be seeing a game 5.
Wow, we do go into that final game 5, and wow, it's just like you said, Arrowell versus Crimson Armin. Arrowell comes out on top. That S score is slightly, just ever so slightly edging out in a bit of value, but highlights going over to the Galililias for immediately knocking out all signs of mitigation for Bonk. Now, we did highlight this earlier, Vic. Going into game 5, what is the key for these guys? How do you predict the bans should be going? I mean, for either player to be able to clinch this, because this is coming down to it.
Well, I have to assume that Nezuko is going to want to go for a Sea Phantom Politis pre-ban. As we've seen, like we mentioned earlier, Bonk has been tearing through yesterday's games and today's games with that Sea Phantom Politis aggression. And you have to take that out if you're in the side of Nezuko. Both of your losses in this best of 5 series from that Sea Phantom Politis. So we're probably going to see that get pre-banned out. But one thing I do want to mention, in this game 5, we're going to be introducing 4 more pre-bans. We're going to be looking at 38 units off the table in this game 5. So we're really going to see who is the more flexible and experienced player. Both players are ready, so let us move into this best of 5. Let's go.
Let's get it. I'm ready for SSB and Green Charles. That's what we're here for. Red Lily is too. Yes, sir. Oh my goodness. Defense warfare. Oh, we did talk about this. Setsuka is very strong, as well as just a mishmash of good RGB teams. And you're looking for defensive utilities whenever you're seeing some like this. And oh man, Nezuko's been defending real well against the threat that Bonk has been throwing at him all series. So Abyssal. Whoa, okay. Okay, I like the direction Bonk went. Do you see what I see, Vic?
I do see that, and we are going to be seeing Bonk going full aggro with the Abyssal Euphine and Politis pre-bans, signaling that he wants to play aggressive, high-tempo, combat readiness abuse, as Euphine and Politis are the only units that have that combat readiness reduction passive. And now, obviously, Nezuko will respond with the Disciplinary Prefect Arya, but like we mentioned yesterday, under this specific warfare rule, not only only is Sasuke very strong, but mitigation options like Adventurer Ross, like Albedo, like Crow that we have seen in the past, like Christie even, right? They will really shine on this warfare rule, especially with the new kits that they have. And how will Bonk respond into this defense setup of Nezuko?
Thinking about it, I mean, I think Strays is a pretty good carry, but what is going to be his opener? Like, finding the right opener for this strategy, I think, is going to be the key to him succeeding. And I think it's tough, man. I think it's tough. Ahmed was banned out super early, and this would be a perfect Ahmed game if you could find it. Strays does get locked in. We're looking to eat the Crow and the Arya alive, and yes! The profile pick! Oh man!
I have to give you guys a little bit of lore. I got to give you guys a little bit of lore. So Bonk was known to be a Faithless Litica one-trick back in the day when Faithless Litica was very strong, and that's also coincidentally his favorite unit, as we can see in his profile card. So him being able to bring this unit out in this game 5 is absolute cinema. But we will see Nezuko pick up the Satsuka, taking full advantage of this defense warfare rule. Will it be enough to stop the aggression from Bonk?
Oh man, I actually do wonder, like, with all of these openers banned, and Nezuko does not have the ability to race him. Oh, and there it is. We're going for the double evasion. Just FKTBS. We do not want to deal with this. Death Dealer Ray comes in. I mean, there's no better pivot into an evasion composition that's stacking HP than Death Dealer Ray. But you do still need one more character to round everything off. Fumir being hovered right now. That would be an absolute cook if it does get locked in, but oh man, is he gonna do it? I don't know. Oh man. You think he goes for like a Xeno or something, or he just saying FKTBS,
I would love to see
show
that.
Me?
Yeah, I would love to see that, but even though you have the hit chance with, no, Last Piece Kering does get locked in here to try to deal with the evasion of Setsuka. And now Nezuko wants to see how he wants to round the strat. He has the mitigation, he has the damage, he has the survivability in the evasion. Now, this evasion Fat Cat with the Satsuka passive almost nullifies Veronica's entire kit apart from the CR pushing. Strays might have some trouble hitting as well, so this is a very scary situation. Is Bonk speed tuned accordingly to take full advantage of the DDR? Will we even see the DDR come through? And Wretched Rose coming through for Nezuko, going for that buff stack, trying to take full advantage of the evasion and have the anti-crit, the barrier, and the immunities to protect himself against this aggression from Bonk.
Rewind time coming in here. So, I mean, this is basically Nezuko saying, if you don't kill me in one fell swoop, I'm coming right back. I'm putting the entire team back where they first started. And Assassin Cartuja traded out for Death Dealer Ray. I mean, Ray is just too strong for win condition against literally everything Nezuko has. And Assassin Cartuja being taken out makes sense because you do want to eliminate as much RNG as you can. So, a little bit of test of faith here, cleaving into an evasion team. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes.
Into game number 5 we go, and we will see Bonk with the Faceless Litica coming out. Veronica will be following here, so we won't see any renewed will. But S2, it does strip off the anti-crit on the Setsuka. It did hit. That is very, very important, because now Last Piece Corinne does have the chance of killing this Setsuka, as it will ignore damage mitigation. S3 from the Faithless Litica will provide the skill nullifier for the entire team. Unfortunately, it will have to miss, so Setsuka will be able to get a counter off. No Lethal Whisper proccing this time, but Faithless Litica almost getting taken out. Veronica has the S3. He needs to land.
He is going for it. We're going for the S3, 50-50.
No way around it.
Is that a natural resist?
That's a 15%.
That was on a miss, right?
That's a 15%. Strays with the Benny Marutachi. Will he be able to hit through the anti-crit? Will he hit through the anti-crit?
Is the
He
real
absolutely
pain
has
here.
to! And he does not! The Arya has higher HP than the Crow, and not getting that crit was absolutely devastating for the Strays pick. Now, Last Piece Corinne does have the S3, S2, but you might have 100% hit chance versus Satsuka, but do you have enough damage through this defense warfare? There is 30% damage reduction for the Satsuka.
Put your life
Let's
on
see
the
if this
line.
Luxus Corinne has enough.
I am the sword.
You have to go for S2 comes through, and Guardian Ice Crystal is going to be able to top this Setsuka off. Soulburn S3 comes in through the Aria. It's looking like Bonk is out of gas. S3 drops onto the Flitica. 20k damage gets her right out, and oh man, things are falling apart for Bonk fast. He does not want to be here. GG gets called.
And game
Nezuko
5
takes the
going to
series.
Nezuko. The experience really coming through. That defense warfare proving to be way too much for Bonk, unfortunately. GG's to both.
Oh man, yeah, that Setsuka just did way too much work there. Not only is she just pulling all the aggro, she's face tanking the damage, and then on top of all of that, like just the misses, and then if you don't strip everything, it was too much of a hill to mount, I think, for a lot of these older characters.
Yeah, and honestly, what a great showing from both for the first game of the day, or first 5 games, first series of the day. And now both players in our next setup is going to be Yato Aki versus How2. Do you have any information about these two players?
I actually play against How2 quite a bit on the ladder. Not sure about Yato, but How2, I mean, he's let's just say he's a really fast boy. Every time he pulls up to me, he's asking why my characters are slow. So, you know, just to give everybody in chat a picture of how he plays, I think that should give you a really good image.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Yato Aki is one of these players on ladder that I run into quite often. I mean, I gotta say, he's got some pretty good picks. I don't want to expose any of his drafts or units because out of fairness in both players, but he's definitely giving me a run for my money with some pocket picks. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of them come out today, and both players are ready to go. So let us get the show started.
Alright, and Yato Aki is going to be locking in that first pick. Being able to dictate the terms of combat, having a little bit of initiative on his side, and interestingly enough, first warfare rule of the day is going to be resistance for this pairing. Just putting up a lot of resistance against potentially any debuff that's not going to be Soulburn for How2's way, although I don't know how relevant that is to him.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing the resistance warfare rule, and we do see Genesis Ross get picked up very early on, taking full advantage of the Briar Witch Iseria pre-ban by Yato Aki. Obviously, Ilanav also one of the pivotal counters to the Genesis Ross, so this Genesis Ross pick is very, very, very heads up of Yato Aki to take full advantage of.
He's just such a solid character, especially with Empyrean Ilanav removed. There's literally no ways to stop him. All of the good characters that potentially hold him back are also global banned, so you're just going to hope you can revive with the May Chloe, hold it down with the Boss Arunka, and potentially swing back at him with something that the Boss Arunka and the revives from the mate are protecting. Yato is deliberating on how he's going to be comboing on his opener here. No nerves for him. So he is going to be dropping in the DN, actually flipping the cleave playbook a little bit on the cleaver here. But that third pick is going to be what really locks in the strategy. And we're thinking about a green thief. You thinking Baiken or Renok, Vic?
I mean, I was going to say it's got to be Baiken, but no, we are only in game 1 of this best of 5, so Renak will get locked in for Yato Aki. You know, Renak getting picked up here into the Maid Chloe is definitely an interesting choice, especially with there being the resistance warfare road that plays a, key factor for Maid Chloe to easily resist a lot of these debuffers that are most commonly picked with Renak. You look at units like, Dragon King Sharoon, but one unit that is globally pre-banned, it is Witch of the Mirror Tenebria, I do want to point out. So if you're How2, when you know that Witch of the Mirror Tenebria is off the table, which is one of the strongest debuffers versus Renak with the Maid Chloe setup, you can play into that quite well. And How2 actually rounds to the draft here with Lone Crescent Bellona on 3, something that we saw a lot of yesterday. And I would say you know, a lot of people probably didn't think of it, but she seems to be the winner of the patch, as we've seen her shine a lot throughout this tournament. And Bellion also getting picked up by How-To to shut down the soul burn of this DN, and Yato Aki immediately responds with the Lion Heart Surmia, recognizing that there's going to be guaranteed counters from this LCB.
Yeah, Lion's a very strong pick. I mean, 2, potentially 3 characters that are not only going to counter, but also extra attack for How-To. Surely is a 4-span, so he gets a little bit of time here, 40 seconds to be exact, to really figure out who the last member of his team is going to be, because I don't suppose there's a single world where the Lionheart Surmium does make it through the draft here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, that's just going to wreak havoc into this draft, and Yato Aki is hovering another light warrior. I don't know, are we going to potentially see Camilla? Surely not.
I mean, I'm sure he's hoping he would get the...
Yeah.
I mean, that's good enough, right? Like, the Luna's got to be good enough. I mean, like, you know, you either pick another cleanser and let the Luna through, or you get your maid ban and you get stuck in a tough spot. But this does need to be a high effectiveness Luna. Your garden variety Luna with like 20,000 HP is not going to be able to get it done here. This is resistance, warfare rule, into a Bellion, and into a potential ML Aria as well. This Luna's almost looking like she's getting stuck, and she's looking for her step, bro.
I absolutely love How-To's last pick here in the ML Aria. He recognizes that the Luna getting locked in here, he's going to gamble that, you know what, if you have enough effectiveness to tag me through resistance warfare rule, so be it. But this almost telegraphs a Bellion post-ban coming out from Yato Aki, but no. Actually, we're going to be seeing Bellion and ML Aria come through. We're going to see the maid Chloe get banned out by Yato Aki, and Lionheart Surmia is off the table. So unfortunately, these souls from Luna and from Precious Connection on Ross and also on MLDN are going to be not available. So will he have enough damage just by Ross alone and all the damage coming in? We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's a really strong point, but you do remove the cleanser here, so it's a lot of faith into your Luna, or mayhaps Yato is just running around with a high effectiveness teched in Luna. And if that is the case, then I suppose this would just be the match where he's extremely rewarded. Not getting to soul burn here at all, though, thanks to the Bellion, is going to be a pain. Renak lands in the damage, but I mean, Dien's sitting there, real sad, no friends.
Oh, he's only 17k HP. This could potentially be a high effectiveness Luna without the soul burn. And he does land the unbuffable onto the Bellion, but one thing I do want to point out, How-To doesn't have immunity on his Bellion, Aria, or Lone Crescent Bellona. And now Boss Rook is going to take the turn, and Dien does have 300 effect resistance with the resistance warfare rule, which means she will ignore ER with this S3 as she does have immortality up. And that is going to be very, very problematic because How-To, without the maid Chloe, he will not be able to shrug off the seal. And without the seal being shrugged off, this Lone Crescent Bellona can counter. Right, he's going to be able to generate souls for the Precious Connection with the Genesis Ross if this Aria does get stealed as well. So that is very, very high risk, high reward by Yato Aki by banning out that maid Chloe.
2 turns now, he's trying to make a play on this DN and, you know, just land any semblance of a debuff, but this is resistance warfare for both sides. S3 comes through, Seal comes through. I mean, Ross, it is your time now, fulfill your destiny. Goes for the soul burn. We're looking to actually kill off the boss of Rinka to magnify the damage. Does land the kill, and Dien gets the Awu. We're finally extending her immortality, and with only 3 targets up, this is going to do 20 to 30% more damage as Ross points the sword. The beam comes through, and takes out the Lone Crescent.
And that is going to be the game for Yato Aki. I mean, that was a high risk, high reward because if How-To had immunity on his units, this DN pick would have been absolutely nullified. So that was such a high risk, high reward play for Yato Aki to see into the future and look at all the turns and gamble that he didn't have immunity on those units. Or that might have been preparation if he watched, or maybe studied How-To's units, maybe from his E7 GG, maybe looked at does he have immunity on these units or not. Maybe he had some good preparation, but very high risk, high reward, and it paid off. First game goes in favor of Yato Aki, and we're going to be moving into game 2 as both players are ready.
That was a very, very well tuned game. That was I I suppose if you're a new player in chat and you're looking at that draft and you're thinking like, wow, these characters sure are OP. I think that game is like 70 to 80% Yato Aki's tuning. The way he put his team together, like what speed he chose to put each character at, it was very deliberate, and it barely lined up in a way where it caught How2 off guard, and the lack of immunity there sure made sure he was punished.
No, absolutely. And into this game two, we're going to be looking at 20, or this is 18 pre-bans plus 8, so we're looking at 26 pre-bans already in game number 2. And now we're going to be seeing Setsuka, Sea Phantom Politis, Tactical Archetype Koli, and Fire Politis get banned out. How2 maybe looking at going for a potential tempo, high-speed angle. Right, most of the time when you see Politis get banned out, you're going to be looking at the likes of maybe Amid, now Dien, maybe Payra, maybe Conk. Just a lot of different combat readiness pushers are available still. So what does he want to start off his draft with?
I think he tried for a game to play European style tank down, and I don't really think that went his way. So does immediately pick up the ML Payra. So looking to play a good bit of tempo, especially with no Setsuka, no Red Poly. Probably took a good bit of notes during Bonk's matchup as well. But Yato does pick up first pick Fallen Cecilia. So tanking up immediately, and we're looking to stop the splash damage coming out from Payra's S1 a little bit. You think he goes for like a Yufine here? Because that was a real popular meta pick. I don't know if she was still fit into like a regular structure draft in this current ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you mentioned. I mean, a lot of the players, I mean, that's why a lot of us now have a second Abyssal Yufine, right? And it's because you want to have one on damage and one on mitigation. And speaking of Abyssal Yufine, it does get picked up by Yato Aki. So when you do see this get picked up early on, most of the time it's going to be on damage, as you already have that mitigation in Fallen Cecilia. Right? If you do pick 2 mitigations early on, you're going to be really lacking damage, as you only have 3 spots left to pick up damage when one of them could be post-ban. So how is How2 going to want to respond? He does have the option of being really flexible here, right? He still has an option of playing aggressive, playing control, playing standard, right? This Lone Wolf Payra pick is very strong because you still grant Rampage to Dark units, you get the Swift Boots, you're able to enable a lot of DPS that are still very good in the game. And he is hovering the Afternoon Soak Flan for a little bit more tempo to pair with that Payra. Will we see it get locked in? Yes, we do. And now this Ban Protect is going to tell the story, and he does go for Zio. He's going to opt and lean into this high-tempo aggro draft, taking full advantage of the fact that Setsuka and Fire Politis are banned out.
Do you think Zio is enough as like a cleave initiator for that third pick slot? And I think one problem you're going to run into when you're a rank ladder player is Zio a lot of time just, yeah, he gets first turn, but he feels like he doesn't do enough, right? You rather have Ram for the Frostbite, you rather have Briar Witch for the Revive Denial, and in either one of those cases, you're also rocking with a defense break. It feels like Zio doesn't do enough, and I think Yato Aki is comfortable just slowing down, especially with the Solitary on third pick. You're completely hamstring this Afternoon Soak Flan. She has no shots in the chamber, period.
I totally agree. I think that the Zio pick maybe is not too necessary on the side of How2, just simply because if Yato Aki does pick Zio, he has to go for a bridge on 4, as Yufine and Fallen Cecilia don't pair very well with the Zio. And How2 still having 2 picks being first pick, he could just pick 2 hard counters against that bridge and then post-ban the 5. So very surprising to see that the Zio does get picked up, but maybe he does have some type of setup, right? We have seen a lot of high triple torrent Zios that can potentially proc units like Sez, right, that we haven't seen in the past. But Yato Aki picks up the Amiki to really try to go anti-aggro versus How2's draft, and Mort makes a lot of sense. You want to stop the Elbers from the Abyssal Yufine. You want to stop the counters coming in from the Inheritor Amiki as well. And how will How2 want to round up the draft on the 5 pick?
I think he does have a really good pivot, and I think he's identified, like, the Zio's a dead pick, the Flan's a dead pick. It is not a good spot for him. He's playing, like, 3v4 no matter what he does, so he just needs to identify the right pivots here. That's going to be completely the name of the game, hovering between a variety of debuffers here. You think a debuffer is what he needs to get done, or he needs to look for another one of these, like, 1v5 type bruisers? I don't know, man. Like, a lot of them are global bans, so, like, who do we even have on the books left?
Should I test
Well, I think you have to really lean into playing that control setup, right?
Wait,
Fumir
pause. Did we
obviously
just
get.
pick a Fumir into Solitaria?
We did, yes. How to it has
Aw,
completely
Sheeple.
fumbled the draft, not remembering that Fumir has focused in his kit. So that Solitaria just has infinite value now on the side of Yato Aki. An absolute fumble on the side of How to. And this draft has completely fallen over. Yato Aki has complete freedom to do whatever he wants in this match. As you mentioned, Afternoon Soak Flan completely nullified. Fumir completely nullified. And we will see the Mort post-ban as he is relying on the counters from Inheritor Miki and Abyssal Yufine. Dragon King Shirun is going to be banned out by How To.
Does How To have a single win condition left in this draft? Like, I'm not saying this to be mean. Like, how does he win here?
I think the only way you could probably win is just by natural damage from the Payra. Hopefully you land the defense breaks on the spots that you need, resisting the debuffs coming in from the Solitaria. If everything's right, I mean, I could see a win con maybe 1%, but just based on the fact
Payra needs to land every single defense break in the book, and the Flan needs to be on Rapasa. I think that's the only way I can see him win.
And I mean, speaking of him winning, he already eats one counterattack Elbrus from the Abyssal Yufine. Lone Wolf Payra does put the Swift boots for the entire team. And now S1, does he want to go for the Soul Burn? There is immunity on the Solitaria and this Fallen Vasilia. So Yato Aki probably not worried at all in this spot. Already 40 Fighting Spirit on the side of Abyssal Yufine from that Elbrus. And no counter this time does land the defense break, and we do see that Uberi's Tooth come through on the side of Lone Wolf Payra. How to has the Fumir. But again, without the focus, will it even be able to do enough? Soulburn S3 is going to land. It does reset onto the Amiki. And now any damage that goes through onto the Amiki, it will just straight up kill her. But you are going to be... You're kind of hoping for this Flan to do enough damage without attack buff to kill this Amiki. It's a tall order.
Dropping the S3 right through, defense break on the Abyssal Yufine. We're just gonna look to take her out, but oh no, immediately another counterattack and another follow-up counterattack from the Amiki. I mean, this is Yato Aki's first turn, and How To is down to below half of his total HP pool. This is looking really bad for him. Solitary S3 is gonna come through. We're swinging it on. Set Blast the Zeo stuns him out completely, and almost every character that has the ability to make any form of impact is completely halted in their tracks. Fallen Cecilia, Tracy S3, not able to knock out these characters, but the follow-up shield does keep the Yufine safe. GG gets called. Yato Aki moves up 2-0. That was a rough game, to say the least.
And that was just a colossal fumble on the side of How To. I mean, in this type of situation, you have to remember it is absolutely unacceptable to pick a focus unit into Solitaria. You know, mind you, maybe he forgot about the kit changes and whatnot, but when the stakes are this high, you're already down one game from the first one. You have to be on top of your game, and it looks like he does have first pick this time. So will we see a reverse sweep coming out from How To? I've been a part of a lot of tournaments, and I have seen reverse sweeps happen before. So it's not impossible, but the percentages are not looking good. But both players being ready, let us move into Game 3. Yato Aki one game away from securing himself into the semifinals.
You know, his draft may be fumbling, but that card does not fumble. I'll tell you what, every time that shit goes across my screen, I'm staring.
I'm not
gonna even pretend, man.
I think a lot of people, you know, Yato Aki is definitely the underdog in this. A lot of people know How To, very prominent name in the community, has ended Legend before. And, you know, Yato Aki is kind of coming in as this underdog, and so people...
Wait, has he? He's been Legend before?
How To has ended Legend 2 seasons ago and last one, though.
Oh, I thought he was an Emp player. My bad, bro.
Oh,
Holy
man.
shit.
You know what? How To? Never mind. You're a bum, man. All right, we're going to see Bellion and Bossarunga get banned out.
Oh, man.
Hellion Lua and Amit get banned out by Yato Aki. And MLDN being very high priority as the Bellion is pre-banned by How To. And Genesis Ross gets picked up, taking full advantage of the Briar Witch Assyria, Imperial Ilnab, and all the other units being banned out here.
Yeah, we really got back onto that Game 1 draft. This time, no Nurse to speak of, but we are splitting up Genesis Ross as well as MLDN. So one a piece of these... Like, what do you even call those? Technically, they're HP scaling bruisers, but they work so well with all sorts of aggressive and cleave type drafts that you always have to be careful that they're the closer, they're the 1v4 type characters for these cleaves, and Renok being picked up for Yato Aki as well. How2 needs to be a little bit careful racing. He is a much faster player than, I would say, most Emperor players, but you know, if you're not careful and you do race a 129 base speed Renok, you are going to have a bad time.
Absolutely. And I think for How2, he is hovering this Veronica, so he actually wants to keep the tempo up, wants to play the speed, and goes for the Rankly versus this Renok. They are both same base speed, and you know, one thing I do want to point out is if he doesn't take that Veronica, Yato Aki most likely will himself, as he does have the DN staring at him. Goes for the blue Elena. He wants to bring some anti-AoE versus this Ran and DN setup. How is it does he round out here? Goes for the Bystander Hwayoung. Now that is a very surprising pick, because there isn't any light units, and if you're kind of gambling for a 1v4, that's a tall order. It's a lot to ask for of this Bystander Hwayoung. How do you want to round out this draft?
I mean, How2, finally, I feel like he's in a bit of a comfort zone, and in a scenario like this, where you're on the ropes, you're behind, I actually really like this play, despite what you might think of Ran. I know Ran is a comfort spot for How2, like, picking something that you like, you know, in and out, and you know 50 different bridges for. I think that is the way you find one final victory, or one first victory, to be able to crawl back into that reverse sweep. Argent Waves, Hwayoung getting picked up as well, chaining into the S2, and one more, I think How2 can just lock it back in.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I mean, you always want to go with what you're the most comfortable with, as you know all of the matchups in and out like the back of your hand. And How2 hovering the Spirit Eye Celine, maybe looking at more of a single target damage style, and yeah, he does lock in the Celine. Yato Aki hovering the Apocalypse Ravi. I doubt we will see that get picked up here, but he does have a lot of time on the
generally
clock.
not a character you want to pick into Spirit Eye or DN or Ram, but Infinite Horizon and Hades, a double cleanser. This is a pretty tough match to navigate, I would say. There's two cleansers for How2 to deal with, but also a Renok, so you have to be careful whether or not, you know, you get the Veronica banned out, because if the Veronica's banned out, you're racing 129 versus 129. Could go very catastrophically, but I think for Yato, he just needs to play it safe, ban out one of the bridges he can't deal with, and play it slow and steady.
And we will see the Argent Waves Hwayoung get banned out by Yato Aki, recognizing that he doesn't want his highest defense unit, most likely being Bystander Hwayoung, to be nuked out of orbit. And Infinite Horizon Hades will be banned out by How2, as he is first pick, and usually you do want to ban that last pick when you are first pick like How2 is, and we are going to see How2 get the first turn. He does outspeed by 4%. He does have the Soul Burn available, but this Elena will be able to get the cleanse off. How is How2 going to navigate around this Elena? And looks like How2 is contemplating, wants to go for the Soul Burn S3. He needs to, so that he can proc this MLDN. Miss onto the Renak, unfortunately not landing any debuffs. Counter attack, which breaks off the skill nullifier. We're going to be seeing a Divine Vessel. Will it kick the Ran or Veronica? Surely it will kill. It will do enough damage. And no, it goes onto the DN. Unfortunately, Magaraha's Tome is not going to be able to allow Elena to cut because of the restrict on Ran. And now DN gets the turn in front. S3 comes out. This will kill off the blue Elena. And this will allow the Celine to also activate. S3 comes out, counterattack again from the Hwayoung. She really wants to win this one. Veronica has the S3 S1 available. Will she want to go for the S3? And it looks like she does. Goes for the S3 onto the Renak. Surely the S1 follow will finish him off. Gets the pushback, bomb immediately procced and kills. S1 comes out onto the G-Ross. Spirit Eye Celine now has immunity from the Ran S2. Can get that first nimble sword. And when you're in this situation, Yato Aki, how do you kill anything? Celine is just going to have that immortality. There's no way of coming back. And now How2 is going to go for the S3 and now takes game 3 in convincing fashion.
And that's exactly what we were saying earlier. When you are put behind, you have to find comfortable units that you are used to playing. You probably have hundreds to thousands of matches on, and that one didn't even look close. I mean, How2 looked like he knew every single turn before the game even happened. That was a really good game, and I think as long as he can carry that momentum with him, this is still a set that's alive, and you know, we are still here pending result.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to be introducing 4 more pre-bans going into game number 4. So that is going to be looking at 34 total. No, that's not right. 10 plus 16 plus 8. Oh, yeah, 34. I can't do math. 34 pre-ban units. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah, once again, I'm out here advocating. I forgot who I was advocating for. I saw some good profile cards. Sorry, boys, but defense warfare is what we'll be seeing next game. And you know, if there's anything that Cleve is gonna have a hard time with, it's defense, right? Like, you know, your damage is worth about 30% to 40% less, and you know, speed is not the preferred option here, so see if How-To just sticks to his guns and just blasts through, or if is Yato just going to be able to get way too much value out of this defense warfare.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that Satsuka was banned out by How-To in the earlier stages of this series. So under the defense warfare, as we saw from Nezuko, right, taking full advantage of Satsuka having the extra mitigation makes her to be a complete demon on either side, whoever picks her. But because she is pre-banned, that is not going to be an option available. And we see Nakwal and Afternoon Soul Clan get banned out by Yato Aki. How-To leans into going a little bit more of a standard game, banning the Zio and Abyssal Yufine, picking up the Maid Chloe very early on. And Yato Aki, how does he respond here? There's so many units banned out.
I kind of like the way How-To set this up, because Main Chloe doesn't necessarily tie you down to playing turn 2. You do set up pretty favorably. You take up one pick that Yato Aki is probably very heavily targeting, being the only viable reviver left in the game. Sorry, Destina. Arrowell and Pei were being locked in, so Yato Aki's trying to stay loose, stay flexible, but How-To, he is in that first pick position, so being the first to do a fan protect, he is locking in his strategy. You know, if you're going to pivot, like, this would be your time, but I think he's going for a bit of a standard setup here with the Landy. You know, once things start getting knocked out left and right, Landy really makes an appearance, and she holds down the spot, but I think we've seen it go wrong for her before, especially when ML Payra and high-tempo compositions are involved.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously with the balance patch changes, Unbound Knight Arrow does provide that barrier at the start, not only to light elemental allies, but to all allies on the team. So this Landy will be able to proc her passive immediately and get that empowered S3, and most likely go into that Wall of Order with a greater attack buff. It will do a ton of damage. And Landy, also being a RGB unit, can benefit from the damage reduction, as, hey, stealth already grants you 50% damage reduction, and she's going to be even harder to deal with this warfare rule. And How-To actually opts to pick up the Moon Bunny Dominio to try to deter Lone Wolf Payra from pressing that S3, denying that Swift Boots, the Rampage potentially, and Yato Aki recognizing there's a lot of passives on the side of How-To, and picks up the New Moon Luna since that Bellion is banned out from Game 3.
A lot of cleanse for How-To, so I think the question I have at the top of my mind is, do you like this third pick Bunny Dominion? Because whenever the opponent only has one extra turn character, especially if they have the option to skip it, I'm never a fan of the Moon Bunny. You know, I feel like she kind of drags your team's tempo a little bit much here, especially if you're not playing like an aggro comp with 3 other DPS units. Genua gets locked in here for Yato Aki, so How-To, yeah, I feel like he's stalling out a little bit, but hey, maybe it works out.
Yeah, I mean, the Moon Bunny Dominion might be a little bit of a weird pick, but something that's really important to point out, I think, is the Luna is so flexible, right? It could be on top speed, it could be slow, it could be on Etika, it could be on so many different builds, and depending on how Yato Aki has, you know, prepared for this series, if he has a slow Luna that goes after Bunny Dom and everyone's on the team and she's tanky enough, she won't really care. She'll just seal off everything after taking the onslaught of damage from the Landy and deal with the rest of the team with Unbuffable and Seal. So definitely a very flexible unit on the side of Yato Aki, and How-To has to be prepared for this. Picks up the blue DN for an extra cleanser, and he is now hovering the Fire Charlotte to pick up a secondary DPS, as Landy right now is the only one on his team. And Charlotte does get locked in, another unit from the balance patch update with the extra damage and damage reduction when she has buffs. How do you think Yato Aki should round out this draft here against How-To's draft?
He clearly needs a hyper carry, and I think the key here is, there are 3 Soul Weavers to counterplay. Green Celine is kind of a prime choice in this scenario, but I think if you do that, though, you're either stuck banning away one of the cleansers, or you're stuck banning the Fire Charlotte, because I don't like her in the end game versus Fire Charlotte. But I think what this game comes down to, is the tuning between Yato Aki's units. Game 1, we saw him pull off a really clever tuning, get the DN off, and then get the Ross blasting. If you could get a good Luna turn into the Genua immediately without the Maid being able to cleanse those seals, I think he's good to go. If he, he has to skip the Peyra S3, he can't really do any weird CR manipulations, I think he could get stuck in a weird spot. So it really depends on that. That is going to be a top speed Luna, though.
Yeah, and Yato Aki does have the Soulburn available to him, but he might be worried about what artifact that this Luna is going to be on, or this Moon Bunny is on, and actually goes for the raw S3, and it lands everything! We did see Yato Aki pick this Luna under the Resistance Warfare rule against How To in game number 2. So it is going to be the high effectiveness Luna that we saw earlier on. And Yato Aki looks like he does have a little bit of prep work going. Soulburn S1 from the Peyra. Will it be enough damage?
Wait!
Counterattack.
Counterattack doesn't matter. It pushes the team. The Genua barely misses the cut. You have to stun this Moon Bunny. I mean, that's such smart tuning. You seal the Moon Bunny first, and then double push with the Peyra, and it does stun the Moon Bunny.
He lands the stun. Okay. He did not resist the stun, unfortunately, but will this have enough damage?
No attack buff. No attack buff. Your Genua has to be able to do the thing. I'm not gonna say it, chat. You know what he has to do. I know what he has to do. Vic knows what he has to do, and most of all, Yato Aki knows what he has to do. He's going for it too.
Water's Origin's going to cross. Maid Chloe will be able to tank the onslaught of damage from Genua. S3 is going to be able to cleanse off the seal and unbuffable, and now Landy is supercharged with the greater attack buff from the Wall of Order. Defense break is on the Charlotte, but she is not going to care, as she will still have that damage increase. And now S3 does hit onto the Genua, but it will not proc him into the range for getting immortality through that escort from Arrow. And now Wild Dog does proc on the Genua. He will get the 50% combat readiness along with the Rage. How is Yato Aki going to play this spot? He does have the Soulburn available for the Gab. This will for sure kill off one of these units on How To's side. Soulburn S1 does go on to the main Chloe. Will proc the Water's Origin.
Oh my gosh, he's so tanky. Absorbs 2 hits, and she still revives on top of that, and is still around just to stick the passive and a little bit of dual attack. My goodness, this maid is doing everything. She is the MVP of this match. Regardless of what happens, she's really holding it down, doing her job, and then some. Whoa, a little bit of defense break right there. Was not expecting that. Oh man, Luna gets a cheeky little bit of extra turn action with a swift attack.
That defense break massive. The little Peyra does kill off the Maid Chloe, putting into a 3v3 situation. Moon Bunny Dominio is now going to have the S3 available to provide that vigor for Charlotte and Landy. And we will see it come through along with the combat readiness boost. And now the Charlotte is has so much mitigation. You have the defense buff. You have the vigor. She is so tanky along with her passive. S3 is going to hit.
Everybody.
It will take out the Peyra in one shot, almost taking out the Luna as well. And now Landy's going to be able to finish off. Will he want to go for the S1 to try to proc immortality on the Genua or finish off this Luna? And he does go for the miss. And now immortality procs on the Genua. I don't even know if Genua can kill the Charlotte though. Even if he does, it will still revive. Will it be enough?
I don't think it is. Just the damage reduction is OP. No, it takes her out. She comes back from the revive buff, and oh man, another S2 splash. No Maid Chloe here to reduce damage. Is it going to be enough? Defense break lands. Splash does not kill. The Genua is still hidden in stealth. I don't know if this Landy's getting the turn. She gets the turn, but does not get the full charge reset. We're dropping the S1 on the Luna. 11,000. Wall of Order keeps us safe, but I don't think this Genua is doing it. He's not enough. Oh my god, and once again, we are going to a Game 5. How To climbs back another one for himself.
Absolutely massive. Down, but not out. How to proving everybody wrong, and he is able to claw back to a 2-2 situation in this best of 5. And as we are going to be moving into game 5 of this lunatic tournament, you have the 10 units that are not available from game 4. You already have 16 units plus 4 more coming in. That's going to be 30 units with the additional 8 units pre-banned. As you can see in the middle of the screen, that is going to be 38 units not available. Both players.
And one really funny phenomenon I have to highlight in your chat, Vic, is the amount of grifters going, oh, I always knew this was bum too. This guy never for a day respected his name. And then the moment he starts winning, I've never doubted my boy. He's the strongest boy he ever lived, man. Just, that's like my arc with fucking Ruzid, you know what I mean? I just hope all the people who are watching the VODs know this. Like, this is crazy watching the amount of tempo swing, not only in the set matches that we're watching, but also in chat, with so many messages numbered 1s and 2 jumping left and right going, Vic, please refund my points, to, oh my god, how to, please win, you're gonna make me a rich man in Vic's channel.
Yeah, it does look, I do see a lot of people voting for how to in this series, but both players have locked in their pre-bans. We see Genesis Ross, Renak get banned out by How To, and Yato Aki opts to go for the Celine and Blue Lua pre-bans himself. I can't believe I'm saying this, but MLDN is available in Game 5! How is this possible?
MLDN's still here. Oh no. I mean, at least Veronica's still in, right? So if How To wants to cleave, and there you go. He's getting back right into the driver's seat. He says, I'm the old driver here. If you want to get through me, you gotta let me cleave. Oh boy, is he double imprinting? There's no Zeo here. If he sets it up, I mean, Yato Aki needs to adopt the defensive stance. Stat.
Speaking of Veronica, I mean, he's picking that up right away. And yes, we are going to be seeing the double speed imprint get locked up by How To. Picked up, sorry, my apologies. And Lady of the Scales is available in Game 5! I can't believe I'm saying these words. How are these OP units dominating the RTA ladder season after season? But it is globally banned, so I'm glad that he recognized that. Hey, Fire Secret's also out of the table. Hey, don't pick that. Hey, but that's also banned. Hey.
Okay. I have a question, Vic. I have a question.
Break character for a second.
Yeah. No, we're breaking character. I have a question, okay? So you see how Briar Witch is like in the first round pre-bans, right? If there's no Lady of the Scales, and there's no Ruel, do you really need to ban Briar Witch like this? Do you not just drop Ran every game and just be faster than the other guy?
Yeah,
like, isn't Ran Himi God King here, Omega?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm really surprised to see the Lua and Celine bans over something like Ran that, you know, we know that How To is now very comfortable on it, and he was able to win that game, game 4 or game 3 back, right? Putting this into a, you know, 2-2 situation. And Yato Aki actually goes for very anti-aggro, goes for the bystander Hwoyang and Infinite Horizon Acades on 3. Now, How To does have a lot of heat. Again, we're going to see the Ran in Game 5. But the difference is, in this Game 5, How To is not first pick, right? Playing as a Ran Cleave as first pick is very different compared to playing second pick. And the first time How To was able to pick Ran in this best of 5, he had MLDN on his side. This time he doesn't. So Yato Aki can potentially weather the storm of the Ran Cleave coming at him.
Yeah, he already has to deal with an Infinite Horizon Acades on 3, but drops into Requiem Roana. I actually don't think that's too bad. You do need a lot of raw damage to be able to punch through a cleave defense featuring bystander Hwoyang. Last time he was able to do it thanks to Spirit Eye Celine, so this time he needs to secure himself a super steady anchor, otherwise his ban phase is going to get real muddy real fast.
And I mean, you look at the options not available. Bissell Euphine banned out. Fire Paulith is banned out. Right, but the main thing is Requiem Roana would be able to get the turn even if one of those units weren't available. Right, but Requiem Roana traditionally is going to have a lot of effectiveness to try to deal with the Infinite Horizon Acades, but Divine Vessel's going to proc. Veronica, Vildred, Requiem, they can all die to a Divine Vessel hit from the bystander Hwoyang, and wow, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Yato Aki actually picks up Angel of Light Angelica, one of the
Don't think
really old Anticles versus Ran way back in the day. Most of the times we're used to seeing things like Designer Lilibet, but AOL gets picked up to try to deal with the onslaught of AoE from How To, and Amiki gets locked in versus the Veronica. That
now,
might
pause
be
here for a second. Do we like the Amiki here? Because Amiki, not only are you picking to Veronica, I do remember during the heydays of Amiki, she never wants to be picked into Requiem Roana. You eat the reset, you are gone.
I absolutely agree, and I think that might make or break this game, because that Amiki is getting hard countered by Veronica and Mort. But
yeah, I'm really liking this Mort here, because not only are you locking away the Amiki for sure, Bystander Hua is also going to have a really hard time. And she does get taken out here. Requiem Roana also removed, but you do have the Mort into Angel of Light, so could be an intriguing matchup. This could go either way. I guess we'll see how this goes. Oh my goodness.
I gotta say, it's not over yet. It really is not over yet, because AOL, if it is fast enough and it can cut, it can apply a lot of powerful debuffs in the Unbuffable and Silence. And if you're Horizon Acades, Ran doesn't have any souls. So Requiem Roana getting banned out is very heads up by Yato Aki. Not able to land that Restrict, it's going to be very problematic for him potentially. How To does get the first turn. Looks like Veronica, Vildred, and Mort are going to be falling behind. That Mort is quite quick. I imagine it's going to be on speed set. And now Ran
And the combat readiness bar real quick. Angel of Light is going to cut exactly on the dot if he uses any amount of AoE skills. So needs to do his math super carefully here. Is it a skip turn, or are you clicking this one at a time? He needs to be, I would say, rather calculated with his turn economy here. Goes for the S1. A little bit of a dual attack. Procs to Vildred. Angel of Light activates. I don't know what's going on anymore. Hello?
Uh-oh, Dien is going to fall here. Veronica is going to have the S3 onto the Shepherd of the Dark. Dien does get the pushback and the bomb. This will finish her off. And now Vildred is going to not cut the Infinite Rise and Acades, unfortunately, and there is skill nullifier, but Yato Aki recognizing too little too late. How To completes the reverse sweep against Yato Aki, moving into the semifinals.
Oh my god, I can't believe he actually did it. You take out the DN, that's all the source of the damage. Suddenly, Yato Aki, with one fumble, one step away from the finish line, throws the entire set back to How To. That was a straight up back and forth series if I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe it. I mean, that's the thing though, right? When you get to a situation where you're at the brink of being reverse sweeped, right? That's where the pressure is at its all-time high, and the pressure might have got to Yato Aki picking that Amiki into the Veronica and then getting cornered by the Mort. And not only that, also the Requiem Roana can reset the Amiki, completely nullifying him, right? So maybe the pressure just got to him, who knows? But thank you for both players. How To will be moving into the semifinals to face Nezuko. And now the next set of games that we will be having will be AB, Alpha Bravo, as I like to call him, versus Derek. Also, I think first-time legend finisher for Derek, I believe, right?
Turgan. Yeah. Shout-outs to Derek, shout-outs to AB. I mean, man, wait. You know, a lot of people actually don't know what AB stood for. It was crazy. I was telling the story of how he got the name.
Aether_.
Aether_B. Yeah, the A and AB, guys. For all of you guys that are new to the community, the A stands for Aether, like the character. Don't ask what the B stands for. You might not want to know.
Yeah, that's an OG. You got to be old. Like, you got to be around for a long time to know his OG name. But anyhow, both players are ready to go, and it's gonna be. Hey, I gotta say, I'm low key rooting for Derek, because this careless guy be taking all my money every tourney. I might need to disqualify him manually, because he's just straight up just taking my lunch money, man. He's stuffing me in the locker. Like, I don't get it.
I mean, look, AB just said in chat he's inning and sprinting, so I'm here to root for anybody who's down for the in and sprint playstyle. So I got nothing against it. Let's sprint it down, AB. I want to see what drafts we got going. Let's see more Aki action.
All right, quick little intermission. Derek just has to quickly go use the restroom, so we'll have everybody just take a quick break, maybe just stand up, stretch a little bit, and once he's back, we'll get the show on the road.
Yeah, he says I gotta pee real quick, and I mean, completely understandable. If I had to play against the final boss of RTA, I also make it like I was playing Resident Evil 9, because I'm not dealing with some of these jump scares he's about to spring on me, you feel?
Yeah. Speaking of that, I will be right back myself, so you'll be alone for a moment here.
Yeah, no worries, I'm just here to yap to chat, yeah. Alright, chat. How deep into the tournament do we want to slide in a 4 big guys gag? That's the only question, guys. You tell me when, I'll get it done. In place of a Miki, who would you make last pick in the draft? I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it like I was a player, I'm gonna be honest. When you play and when you commentate, your brain are in actually two completely different, like, opposite modes. That's a really good question, though.
Philibet, maybe?
Especially considering
RB?
that, like, there are 30 characters that were banned out, and, was RB good enough there? I don't know. Do you think RB beats Mort, though? Like that was the problem, right? Like, you needed something that was not mortable. And well, maybe not mortable. You needed something that wasn't going to auto-die into Requiem. That was the tough part, because he drafted himself into the Requiem, and I'm pretty sure that's how he lost, right? And the Mort was just, like, you could have banned the Mort, but you were forced to ban the Rec, and that's what killed him.
I think RB or Dilibet probably be okay over Amiki.
I like Dilibet. I thought Dilibet was going to be his 3, because especially you knew Ram was coming.
Yeah, I mean, even something like Sage Ball, right? Like, because he doesn't have any souls, if you're angling to ban the book, you could just go Sage Ball or something, try to disrupt his flow, give him 2 targets for Veronica to S3, and then obviously hope more to the dual attack. But anyhow,
yeah,
both players are ready to go. Send you a better looking pre-ban image. Oh, okay, I can use this. Give me 1 second. Image. Do we like that better? Anyway, both players are ready. Let's get the show on the road. Yeah, I think I like the before one better. You guys like the previous image better, or do you like this one better? The previous one was a bit more clear.
Yeah, I think it needs a bit of that background there.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, though, Cookie. All right, both players taking their time for the pre-bans. It is offense warfare, though. I do want to point out, so Warriors will have 20% increased damage and ignore damage share. Brywitch, Assyria, and Dien get banned out by Derek, and Careless goes for the Yolha and Harsetti pre-bans himself, picking up that boss Arunka very early on.
Well, I really like this game plan coming in from him. He did say he was going to hit the ground, and just pop into a full sprint. Boss Arunka makes it so you can kind of pick whatever opener you want on 3 without fearing a Zeo. And if then there is a Zeo, well, you already know they're going to have to ban Boss Arunka. So it gives you a lot of time and ways to be able to react. And Derek just posturing for the good old defense. I see. No Ruel, so we take Maid. Okay, I see where we're going with this.
I mean, Derek is known to be a relatively standardish player as far as I'm aware, right? Plays very honest, and, you know, maybe he's cooked up some good tech here. Obviously, his guild lead in Light is also in the tournament from the same guild in Architect, so I wonder if maybe they've done a little preparation or talking or discussion, or if Derek is just kind of leaning into his more comfort picks, picking up the Maid and the newly buffed Airwell. Careless actually goes for the Renac, wants to pick up the tempo and get a little bit faster, hovering the Apocalypse Ravi. I don't imagine he will pick that up, and we will see the Lone Crescent Bellona get picked up by Careless on 3, putting it in that Ban Protect slot, guaranteeing it through into the game.
Wow, that shows you how much these guys put value into this character. You know, the buff seems decent. I don't know if it's third pick when Polly is up decent, and of course Derek does pick up the Polly. We're looking at support, tank, support, and now, I mean, he just needs to round out the draft with 2 hyper carries, and I think he's done.
Yeah, I think so, and I think the Seafathom Poultice is an amazing pick because it's also not weak and susceptible to Renact's pressure. Yes, there's the fixed damage, but you do have that barrier at the very start from Arrowell's newly updated skill kit. But
Yeah,
she's not
cut that in
targetable.
half anyway.
Exactly. Yeah, and we will see Twisted Eidolon Kairon come out from Derek. He wants to put the game on a timer here, or maybe he has a trick up his sleeve. And Careless, wasting no time, goes for the Elvira to completely shut down the fighting spirit from Kairon. Now Kairon obviously does
one
do
more
fixed damage.
question, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Do we like Kairon pick into Malona? I feel like that's so bad. Like, I feel like that's so bad, bro. Like, I'm gonna just break character. I'm not gonna even pretend. I think Kairon picked into Malona is awful, man. I hate it so much. Like, I think you're just giving Malona free stacks. She does way more with those stacks than Kairon ever does. Maybe I'm crazy. I'm willing to accept that. But I see that. I'm like, oh, God. Goodbye, game 1. I'll see you boys back in the lobby for game 2 because this is cooked.
I do agree, but
I don't like breaking
actually
character like that. Dude, this is so
goes for
fucked, man.
Dark Corvus on last to try to deal with the Maid Chloe and go for the Soulburn S3 and just completely extinct one of these units to combat the Maid Chloe. And Tori gets banned out by Careless as he does have, he wants to go for the last pick ban as first pick, but now Renact will get the first turn. I can't believe we're seeing a Dark Corvus. He is on that Warfare set, as you can see that he does have that S3 available on the first turn. And it looks like he does have a Soul available on the top left as well, so it's safe to assume that he is probably on that Thorn of the Blue Rose that is very, very popular on Dark Corvus now. And S2, it is going to be Halag Lance. S2 does get the counter. Obviously, he wants to cycle as much Fighting Spirit for this Lone Crescent Bellona to try to activate her passive, but S3 does go out onto the Maid Chloe.
Oh, another Water's Origin Maid Chloe. Pretty popular choice lately. Really good at keeping her alive, guaranteeing you get an S3 click off. Airwell finally gets the turn here. We're looking to just stun the Boss Arunka. Surely if we had a choice, we'd rather stun anybody else, but I mean, Boss Arunka being there, she's our only target, and Maid hits it. We do get a little bit more time to play the game, but oh man.
Yeah, now
You gotta
Seafathom
feel a
Poultice
little bit tough in that spot.
finally gets her turn. Will we see the speed down onto the side of Careless, missing the debuff onto Dark Corvus, unfortunately. But speed down will be very, very helpful to try to control some of the tempo in Renact. And now Dark Corvus does have the Soulburn S3 available. Will it be enough? Ops go for the S3
We're
onto
dropping it
the
into the
MLK
Kairon
Will
immediately.
it kill
He is
the...
pilfered.
Will he kill? And it looks like it will kill. That's going to eliminate his DPS 3v4 situation, and I don't think it's going to be winnable anymore. And very, very heads up by Careless.
29,000 damage right off rip from the Soulburn. That is the power of Dark Corvus. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's what happens when you play against one of the best players. And the moment you show one sign of weakness in the draft, I mean, he'll just be able to close you out like that between Elvira and Dark Corvus. Either your Kairon just doesn't work, or you're feeding him infinite stats. You get to pick your poison, but at some point, you are the one dropping.
And that's just, like, the experience really coming through, right? Like, AB able to recognize that Derek has put himself into a corner where he's playing a single DPS draft. Traditionally, we see single DPS drafts, also known as Indo Army, feature units like Celine, like Freerin, and now even Lone Crescent Bellona sometimes. But some of these, core carry units have that type of, damage limit on Celine. You have the defensive magic on Freerin. But unfortunately, Kairon is very susceptible to just big nukes, right? Not even just Dark Corvus, maybe it's like Bystander Hawaiian or something like that, but very, very heads up of AB to recognize that and take full advantage. So both players are ready. We'll be moving into game number 2.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath. At some point, Derek's going to pull out the Rima.
Is he known for Rima?
Go for that one. Yeah, he's actually known for Rima. It's not just a profile card. He was playing it in 2's ratio format. He was popping the hell off. That guy was going a little crazy. Okay, looking at round 2 pre-bans, wow, 3 openers banned alongside Empyrean Ilanav, so I gotta say, anytime Empyrean Ilanav's getting banned, I'm immediately sitting up from my chair and I'm ready to lock in, because that means damage is coming through left and right, and we are ready to sprint for both players.
Yeah, and I think one of the units that I think is very strong here, Briar Band, Ilanav Band. I didn't even get the finish. Genesis Ross gets locked in by Derek, and wasting no time, Careless goes for the shoe and Fallen Cecilia on 2, trying to take away one of the best fixed damage reduction units in FCC. And guess what? Because it's Lunatic, main Chloe is not available as it was used on the side of Derek in game 1.
That shoe is going to be full power.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let's advance together.
Yeah, I'm just coming in full power. So Derek looks for some good defensive options. You have the DN, and of course, we've seen time and time again, once you go past the first round, Landy is a threat as well. But, oh, there it is. He is cooking, man. Green Leica into the Roy freaking Mustang. Oh, my God. I mean, he's definitely got a cleave cooked up for this, but how do you cleave through a DN? I mean, she's so fast now. She's likely able to respond to you whenever you drop any sort of setup with non-attacking skills. And on top of that, defense buff, anti-pen is going to be such a huge problem for Roy to punch through. So I'm curious to see how Derek is defending against this Roy.
Now, I do want to point out that it is the support warfare rules, so Roy is going to come in with a lot more fighting spirit, but this Leica Roy setup is very, very unique for Careless, because when you dual attack with Leica, you're able to drag that Roy Mustang forward with the combat readiness that he gains. So you're able to cut in front of some Soul Weavers like DN, and because you have that increased fighting spirit, you can just raw rip that S3 immediately and just kill off some units, which is very, very powerful. But Derek actually goes for the Fern, trying to pick up a unit that has 100% evasion versus the Leica and try to win against this Roy Mustang and Shu, and Candy gets picked up. Strays immediately gets banned out by Derek. Candy gets banned out by AB as well, as he does not want to deal with the anti-crit. So we are going to be seeing Roy Mustang in game number 2.
Navy Captain Lanny, I mean, we've seen her in anti-crit settings a couple times now. That anti-crit is just way too annoying to deal with. Have to take her out, and Strays, I mean, you get the dual attack off with Strays, the game's immediately over, and there you go. No Soul Constellation from the DM. Roy Mustang does get the full push attack buff. We're burning ones just for shits and giggles. 17,000 damage. Genesis Ross already looking at his second HP bar going,
does he hit? I think he hit at the end. This is going to be enough damage to take out. Kills the Landy through the stealth. Counterattack Butterfly Hair Ornament's going to proc on the Fern, and now Genesis Ross will revive. DN, unfortunately, for Careless, is still alive, so she does have the S2 and S3 available. Derek opts to go for the S2. It looks like he wants to get that barrier and attack buff. Proof of Friendship is going to boost this Genesis Ross forward as well. And I reckon that this barrier will tank a little bit of the injury damage coming in from the Shu. Goes onto the DN and will take her out with the fixed damage. And now Fern has another turn with the 5 focus here.
Yeah, does send the DN away. Fern now looking to be the lone solo here. I mean, at this point in the game, like, this has to be a Fern solo, right? Derek is completely out of outs, but that's why he picked her. She's here, 5 stacks, she's zooming around 400 speed, and she's just dropping bombs. Genesis Ross is going to do whatever work he can before he gets knocked out. Quite a good chunk of damage, takes out the Leica. Fallen Cecilia also not long for this world. Oh my god, Derek might be on the path for a comeback.
Anybody else's Fallen Cecilia probably dies there. But AB has such good gear, 32.5k HP, gets that S1 up with that barrier, and now Fern is going to be able to take out this FCC. Soulburn is going to be AoE, and it will tag the Shu, but not enough damage to kill the Fallen Cecilia. How?
And this Fallen Cecilia is fast as heck, too. She's lapping just the speed buff. Gets 2 turns in before the Ross goes.
Oh, Butterfly Hair Ornament not proccing there, meaning that is not max limit broken. And that might be problematic for Derek. S3 is going to be coming out from the Urban Shadow Shu. He will be going for the target onto the Genesis Ross. It does take him out. 1v2 situation. Will Fern have enough? There is still the skill effect skill nullifier, my bad, on the Shu. He has to get the counters.
Yeah, this game basically comes down to the RNG in the end game, where I mean, the cleave already went off. The Fern is just here to equalize. And
Any counter?
depending on how the riposte rolls...
Counter!
I mean, that's one counter. Back at 5 stacks. We're still at 100%.
Are you prepared?
He's so close. That Fern is very low. Will FCC have enough chip? No, another counter
One
coming
more
up!
counter. She's still 5 stacks. Is this enough? Oh my god, S3 is ready. She's sending it. I think the shoe is done.
Oh. And the Fern wins the game! Against all odds, this Fern pick, we were thinking that it was not going to be enough, but the Fern getting all the counters on the right turns when he desperately needs it and had enough focus and gets that CD reduction to get the S3 in the very end.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. 75% counterattack chance on evasion. Every time she counters, she gets a stack back. Every time she counters, she gets a stack back. Fern finally pulls off the 1v4 anchor victory. That's what we like to see out here. Oh man. So anyway,
Wow.
Vic, we said this guy takes your lunch money, right? Fern said no. Yeah, let me get some wide Ferns in the chat.
Wide Fern in the chat, please. Let's go.
Oh my god. Fern is keeping Vic's lunch money safe for 1 round. Let's see if Derek can pull it off 2 more times.
Oh man, absolute cinema. Oh man, like this is still anybody's game. 1-1. It is going to be the offense warfare, so now Warriors will have increased damage up by 20% and ignore damage share. We've seen time and time again, a lot of times under this warfare, very high priority for the Lone Crest of Bologna, and wow, Derek actually takes out the Dark Corvus and the Lone Crest of Bologna under this warfare rule, and so Careless also goes for the Bellion and Maid Chloe pre-bans, maybe indicating that he wants to go for a more soul-reliant comp.
Healthy, aren't we?
First pick Renak, I think, is really good. Fallen Cecilia's out. Maid Chloe is out. Basically, fixed damage is going to hit and it's going to splash on to the entire board. Once again, Arrowell, okay, Derek adopting the defensive stance, but this time, I believe no DN, no Maid, so who's your supportive choice?
Sharing today, aren't we?
Well, Boss
You know what, that's
Aruka is
a pretty good
available.
one.
Yeah, we might not always have to lean into the Soul Weavers, Boss Aruka being available still. When you have that escort, that Boss Aruka becomes very hard to kill, and as you mentioned time and time again yesterday, you see that Boss Aruka be on that super tanky 30k plus HP POV build. It's so hard to kill. And now, Careless definitely wants to maybe look at picking up either more damage or maybe lean into a more aggressive comp with just tempo. And there is the tempo that we're talking about. Ambitious Tywin gets picked up with the Sea Phantom Politis. And when Ambitious Tywin has Rage, he does ignore effect resistance, go for the defense break and stun. So very flexible and experienced picks here from AB.
Now, this is a combo you see a lot last year, back when Sea Phantom Politis was first released, and now that Awakened Leaf is here with all of these package characters, we're starting to see a resurgence again. There's no better tank to pick with this composition as a Tywin, because not only are you getting a good mitigation knight, you're getting cleanse with him, but when you set him up with Enrage, he's going to be able to defense break. And for an aggressive player like AB, so far, Derek's looking like he's lacking a lot of cleanse to be able to deal with this A-Time when you're going to get those defense breaks and stuns, and they are going to stick, and they are going to ruin your day.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of Derek, I mean, you have to be prioritizing Disciplinary Prefect Arya here, right? The Bellion is pre-banned, so you know that there's going to be some books coming in from the side of Careless to try to guarantee the pushbacks and strip from the Sea Phantom Politis potentially. But no, he actually opts to go for the Tori instead for anti-debuff and just barricades up with the Crimson Armin, just really fortifying himself against this comp. The Tori obviously having immunity will mean she cannot be debuffed, so a very heads-up pick by Derek.
Okay, do you like this setup on the right?
It's just one thing after another.
Like, it's 3 knights and a Tori. I would say I think I like this setup, if not for the Renak on left side. The Renak on left side makes me feel very dicey about the state of things, because if you could catch the Renak on her one good off turn, yeah, sure, Tori can pick her off and I think she's safe, but I think the moment you can't catch the Renak, she slips back into stealth. I think in 2 splashes, doesn't matter how many knights you pick, Tori is dead.
I agree. I mean, honestly, I think in this spot, the perfect pick is Diane, but unfortunately, she's not available as it was picked in the previous game. So you'd probably want to lean into some of your Soul Weavers that you have available that maybe are on something like Soul Constellation, right? Maybe something like, I don't know, Acades or Beedom to try to deal with the Renac, maybe some type of DJB
Would you like
even
a
to get
DDR
the...
in this spot? Like, just to eat up all the tanks and let your carries deal with the Tori? Like, you think, oh, there it is, DDR. We're dealing with 3 knights, and nothing kills 3 knights faster than DDR, so how willing are you, Derek, to sack all of your knights? Or you're just gonna ban out the Death Dealer, right? And, the Dragon King Sharoon, okay.
Yeah, I do think that the DDR
stops
is
2 characters, right?
DDR is definitely a pretty good pick because you can control and venom down a lot of these characters, right? Especially with A Tywin having Rage, he ignores ER. He can also get the Provoke Saw very easily, steal the souls, and be very, very disruptive. And you have so much tempo with the Rage as well while applying speed down to Derek's comp. So having the DDR tempo but also debuffs control is very, very, very strong. And we are going to be seeing the Dragon King Sharoon get banned out by Careless, and we actually see a Janua get banned out by Derek. So maybe he sees the vision of trying to just snipe out this DDR with the Tori that has immunity and try to put it into a spot where Tori can never die and just try to 1v9. Now into the third game we go. Renac will take the first turn. We will see the Ambitious Tywin get placed in the back. So the Awakened Leaf will boost the A Tywin up when Sea Phantom Politics gets returned. But unfortunately, Airwell is very fast. She's on Helag Lance. So with this S3 from the Renac, it could potentially push her forward with another Helag Lance push and then get a stun off onto this DDR potentially. Will we see
I think
this
the
land?
DDR's on the Queen's Whistle, right? So there's no like a potion vial or something sneaky to cleanse this. This is going to
Exactly.
stick.
And that's going to stick the stun. That's going to shut down the Pestilence. Very, very good tech here from Derek with the Unbound Knight Airwell. And now we're going to see the Sea Hound Politics go for the S3. Will we see the debuffs that he desperately needs?
And the cut from Airwell was huge too. Protects 2 immunities on both the other knights. That is something that he wouldn't have gotten if it was not for the Hill-X Lance cut. And finally, A Tywin forced to skip a turn. You definitely hate to see that. I think Tori has a lot of work to do, and that gives Derek the room to be able to come back in this match.
Absolutely, and we will see the defense break stick onto the DDR. Tori will for sure be able to take out this DDR now. Unfortunately, Sea Phantom Politics on the previous turn did not strip off the immunity on that Crimson Arm, and so she will also be able to press as well. Soulburn S1 from the Tori with a Cascade is going to take out this Tori, take out the DDR, my bad, and Careless recognizing there is no coming back. Game number 3 will be going in favor of Derek.
Wow, Derek's actually up 2 now. Very impressive showing. This is a really good season for the guy. First season legend, and now he's actually facing down the final boss of Global, giving him a run for his money. One more step, and I think he's there. He can protect your lunch money to take it for himself.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing I want to point out, and it's just amazing preparation and, theory crafting from Derek's side, is having a fast Arrowwell. Right, I think a lot of people, including myself, were thinking more of that traditional, so a bit slower, high bulk type of setup on the Arrowwell with Adamant Shield or something like that for just guaranteed mitigation. But when you have it on something really fast like a Helag Lance, you can cut a lot of these bridges in an anti-cleave scenario. So very, very, very wise, and just great showing of Arrowwell on the side of Derek. But let's move into game number 4. He is one win away moving into the semifinals.
All right, AB with the first pick. I mean, potentially his last game with defense. Oh, man. I think defense definitely favors the better tank down player, and I think he's probably, with the run on the line, you definitely got to lean into the warfare rule a little bit more, play off of the rule, see what he goes for here. I think he can't come into the series with the intention of just running it down with full cleave, sprint it. But defense is always going to make it so that you have to... Oh, man, wait a minute. He bans Setsuka and Blue Crow. I mean, those are two huge beneficiaries from the defense warfare rule, and Genesis Ross immediately getting locked in. That is going to be, I mean, not only a good defensive neutral pick, but if you need to swing aggressive, no Imperial Illinou, he's a decent finisher. How do you like him in defense, actually? I've not gotten to play this warfare rule much.
Imperial Illinou in defense? Or you mean the warfare rule defense?
like Genesis Ross in defense, because like, you know, if you like fluff up enough units, generally speaking, if you get Ross a turn, he just clicks S3 and he like kills, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
if you get it down to like a 4v3 or versus 3, and then Genesis Ross S3 can generally wipe 3 people unless they're like giga tanky. So my question is like, how is his damage in defense? Like
Well, I
you
think most of the
need to be
times,
like
you
Genesis
have to
Ross versus
overkill.
Ku to close out, right?
Yeah, you have to overkill by quite a bit. But very, very wise of AB to actually go for the Crown Satsuka ban, because yeah, in that type of scenario, when they kill off a unit and they get that damage increase, that warfare rule is going to allow them to survive, right? We saw in the earlier matches today of Bonk versus Nezuko, right? Most of the cases, he would get that S2 and kill off Satsuka with LPK as it ignores damage reduction, but the warfare rule is
Right.
still there, right? So I think it's a no-brainer. But looking into the draft here, Derek does go for the Fallen Cecilia with the DN, and Careless, actually upping tempo, goes for the Spirit Eye Celine and the Conquer Lilius on 3. Wants to take the first turn and be very aggressive with the Celine, getting that nimble sword, the attack buff, the vigor. She is going to tear through so many units, and she is built fast enough to potentially even cut through some soul consolations, potentially. So how is Derek going to want to respond in this case?
And Derek's thinking about it. This is looking honestly like another huge game for Landy, perhaps, but DN is a very solid matchup for Genesis Raw, so it ends up being super annoying. Maybe Captain Landy being hovered here, but I still think a couple of the other auto-crit characters are still in the game, huh? Afternoon Soak Flan, ML Aria are both in. Oh, okay. So we're respecting the food chain. We're picking up the Aria first, as well as the Beat-On. So Derek's really liking this hyper carry on 3 style, but I don't know if I like this into the into the Celine. Like, into the Celine feels a little bit rough for these characters.
Yeah, and Argent Wave's Hua Young gets picked up by Careless. Obviously, the Beat-On interaction with Conquer Lilius versus Beat-On, as she did get buffed not too long ago, Argent Wave's Hua Young is going to kick first. So after the Hua Young gets a kickoff, and then you get the skill null and skill effect nullifier on Beat-On. So very, very problematic unit for Derek, I assume. As that Hua Young, if it gets that kickoff with the S2, it could just completely kill off one of your units depending who has the highest defense.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Vic, because I know you got more reps than me during the Conqueror Lilius meta. Whenever there's a Conqueror Lilius on 3, Argent Wave's Hua Young is a force ban. You know that bitch is coming on 4. You know you have to ban her. There is no argument, no debate. She gone. Correct? Or is that like a, you know, maybe like a 90, 10, 80, 20 thing? But like, you have to ban that, right? You can't let it through.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, unless you have the Argent Wave's Hua Young kick into something like specifically in a setup where you have a highest defense on a particular unit and you survive with Imperial Illinat, but this is obviously not the case, right? Imperial Illinat is off the table. So Derek looking to hover into the Green Celine, now looking at the designer Lilibet, Bystander Hua Young gets picked up to play the anti-debuffs versus that Fairy Tail Tenebria. I assume this Argent Wave Hua Young is going to get banned out. I don't think you can let this through, but maybe Derek has a different vision.
I think if you let the Argent Waves Hua Young through, your bystander is getting kicked. So if that's the game plan, if that's the 5, I'm assuming it's 100% chance this Argent Waves is out of here.
Yep, and there it is. Bunny Dominio gets banned out on the side of Derek, and Argent Waves Hua Young will be banned out for Careless. Now, Fairytale Tenebria does have a lot of effectiveness traditionally, and you have the tempo from the Conquer Lilius. Careless will get the first turn, but the DN is not far behind, about 5% off. Maybe it is quite far behind. Conquer Lilius goes for the S3. This will provide 15% combat readiness and the Vigor with the extra 30% attack and defense for the entire team. Obstacle for the S2 onto the Fallen Cecilia does land the redirect provoke and the defense break as well. And now Fairy Tail Tenebria goes for the S3. Will it tag onto the Aria and Blue DN?
Fairy Tail needs to come up huge here. DN resists everything. That's why she's not on the Soul Con. She's on a huge stat stick for that ER. You do hit the ML Aria, but all of that ER stacking does mean that DN finally gets to play the game, get her game plan off, get her team out of debuff prison. Soulburn is going to come through. That's attack vigor work. Oh my god, we knocked out the Fallen Cecilia. Divine Vessel comes through. That's a bit of a rebuttal damage coming through. Who does it kick? 2 good targets. Almost knocks out the Ross. Jeez, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a terrible nightmare spot for Derek, because now that Vigor on the G Ross makes him so tanky where you don't even care if Divine Vessel is going to hit him. right? That 30% extra defense is just the difference maker on whether it dies or lives. And Dien is going to be able to get the turn. All skills are available. Does he opt to go for the S3 to cleanse off? Yes, he does. Gets the Penres, but unfortunately, Bystander Hwayong will not receive the buffs. So G Ross, if he does go for the S3, this should kill out the Bystander Hwayong unless he's tanky enough.
There was never...
I don't think any bystander Hwayong is surviving this with 3 targets, but hey, maybe that defense, the defense warfare will sticks us out. Nope, 26k, and you know, wow, I'm actually a little surprised. 6,000 damage still went through on the ML Arias. The lone warrior now standing between AB and that last final game. Drops the S3 into the fairy tale, and I mean, she's trying her darnest to keep Derek in this game.
I mean, all you really need is maybe one counter, right? If this Arya is on counter set, if she gets a few counters off, you can slowly chip off some units here, and Celine not going to be able to solve her because ML Arya is passive. Redirect Provoke actually sticking onto the ML Arya is a nightmare situation for Derek. S1 with the Celine will go on to the DN, and I do want to point out Spirit Eye Celine S1 does have penetration, so this anti-pen does come quite clutch from the DN pick on Derek's side.
Yeah, Penres is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, preventing the damage load, and we're slowly working on the Genesis Ross 1 hit at a time, but oh, a little bit of shuffle comes through. Silence debuff, not going to be the most impactful as far as ML Ari is concerned. And, oh no, we finally get the soul burn off. We're sealing and folding the Ari in half. I don't know if the DN can keep up with this. And I mean, look at the turn coming up next for Derek. GG comes through. AB equalizes the set. We'll be going once again to a game 5. Oh my goodness.
And this is where we've talked time and time again. I mean, every quarter final so far has gone the distance. BO5 after BO5 after BO5. I honestly cannot be any happier. I love to see these matches, and speaking of BO5 and Game 5 we're entering, 10 units on the board not available from Game 4. 20 units pre-banned by players. 8 units globally banned. We're looking at 38 units again pre-banned. Now let's really see who has the experience to shine through in this final match. Winner will move into the semifinals. Best of luck.
Let's get it. I'm ready for SSB versus Green Charles again. Let's get it, chat. Woo! So here for this.
Ooh,
offense. Yes, yes.
Now,
show me the damage. Let's
Derek
see.
has
Let's
already
see.
banned out.
Up, right?
Yeah, Derek has already banned out one of the most, one of the stronger warriors in this warfare rule in Lone Crest and Bologna. Dark Corvus also has been banned out in Game 3 by Derek. And so you got to see, are we going to see more warrior bans? No, we're going to see Amid, Luna get banned out by Derek, and Carmen and Boss Aroka get banned out by AB.
Another trial to overcome.
And again, Derek goes for the Unbound Knight Arrow, while one of his comfort picks has won him that game against AB with the Halak Lance Tech. Well, how will AB want to respond?
But in a series of 5, I mean, at this point, AB already knows, like, this is a fast arrow well. If you play the Renog, the arrow well has such a strong chance to just be able to cut your turn. So I'm sure he's prepared for that now, just picking off individual high-value units. You got the Renog, you got the Urban Shadow Shoe, good single-target units too. So definitely just avoiding the stun from the arrow well and just playing his game plan, just not letting it get to him.
I completely agree, and this Urban Shadow Shoe pick on Careless's side is very, very heads up. Fallen Cecilia is not available as it was picked in Game 4 by Derek, but also if you look at the pre-banned heroes, Maid Chloe is not available from Game 3. And so now there's no fixed damage reduction on the side of Urban Shadow Shoe, so he's going to be ramping quite quickly, and Derek, recognizing this, goes for the Abyssal Euphine and Sea Phantom Politis on 3 to impact some of the resource gained on the focus for that Urban Shadow Shoe. So very, very heads up of Derek to recognize this and try to control that shoe and not let them ramp.
I do like the Sea Phantom Politis pickup. It gives him a little bit of initiative back, and like we covered earlier, not only is she going to have the stealth, the Airwell shield is going to keep her quite safe, so you'll be able to enable a lot of aggressive strategy, even if you don't go first, even if you get outsped by the Renac. So AB needs to find a good way to get his team enabled here, and I don't hate the A Tywin pick, honestly. You take away one of Sea Phantom's best connecting pieces, and on top of that, you do get a pretty good knight that mitigates a good bit of damage, and whenever Abyssal Euphine counterattacks, if any debuffs were to go through, I mean, you would just immediately get big mad. Let's not forget, that is also a thing. Albedo, though, being the pick to get locked in here for AB, so reducing a lot of the critical hit damage and kind of toggling here between a couple of potential hyper carries, and finally Ray gets locked in.
I mean, I love this, right? I mean, AV recognizing that he needs to fortify his win conditions in Shu and Renak, as there's going to be a lot of tempo coming from the side of Derek, goes for the Albedo and DDR setup, right? We have to roll back the time 5-6 seasons ago when DDR Albedo was just so prominent in the meta, having that amazing damage mitigation from the Albedo, but from the tempo, also from the DDR. But more importantly, Albedo could also strip off some random buffs, right? You never really know. And because Abyssal Euphine is AoE, she can get that guaranteed strip, potentially limiting some of the DPS options on the side of Derek.
Yeah, hovering the Schneel here. I mean, at this point, that's not even like the worst of solutions. You just need things that can get around the Death Dealer Ray. He's just too scary of a pick. And at this point, you're down to play a 3v3. And I think Navy Captain Landy, we're reaching bottom of the barrel. Navy Captain Landy is generally known to be in a similar matchup matrix as Monarch of the Sword Iceria. You want to pick her into a lot of AoEs, and versus all these single target picks, not going to be the best pick, but hey, any port in a storm, and if she pops off, she's popping off.
Well, I think one of the great things about Derek's draft here is Landy allows you to buff stack that first rotation, so DDR loses value on getting that S3 into S2. And because that Arrowwell can also control that DDR with the Halag Lance, he could potentially go for that stun setup. He has the Schneel there in place to deal with that DDR as well. So I actually think it's a pretty heads-up play. And wow, Careless actually respecting the Arrowwell, and that gets post-ban, and now Careless has the Renak get banned out by Derek. Very heads up, because Derek's opting to not ban the Astromancer Elena because he has the dual attacks from Politis, takes out the tempo, and wow, it's guiding light on the unbound, on the Astromancer Elena, so it's not going to be pushed back or have speed down. And now Schneel does have the S3. This will put up the defense buff for the team, but also get that fixed damage in. Unfortunately, it will not crit, so Albedo's passive will not proc. Oh, never mind, it does crit anyways.
It does proc, a little bit of a counter attack. Popping in as this full tank strips a little bit of buff, and now, wow, that activates the Astromancer Elena. I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan of this Astromancer Elena tech. This is actually popularized by, I think, Toshi Popo from Japan server, where you build a really hefty Astromancer Elena, buff stack her, keep her at 0 speed, and just let her counterplay all of these wow, I'm saying that word a lot, units. And now I think Derek has a lot of time to be able to just play this game, and one at a time, you know, you don't get to play the Venom game plan, so let's just put these characters to sleep and see where we end up. Euphine does get the attack off, and now we're flushing the Astromancer Elena out of stealth. 23,000 damage, almost looking like she's just here for the debuffs. We're dropping the S3 down, stripping the buffs. Do we land any amount of damage? No! Doesn't even crit half the team, but we do like what we see here. Both restrict as well as unhealable.
Salvo.
Although you can't counter, but you can still dual attack. That salvo is hitting, man. No soul burn available for Derek, but the Shu is in a bit of trouble. You can't heal from this.
Derek gets another salvo back to back. Urban Shadow Shu almost down for the count. And that is just an amazing postman from Derek, recognizing that Astromancer Elena won't really be enough, as you have C-Fan the Politis guaranteed. Albedo will now go for the S3. Lands, will it land onto the Navy Captain Landy? And he does do quite a bit of damage as well. DDR, he can't go for S3 or S2, otherwise this Schneel will proc. S1 lands onto the Schneel again. And now Navy Captain Landy is going to get dragged again.
This could be bad.
S1, dual attack, will he get the salvo? He gets the 3 salvos!
Oh, salvos again!
And that is going to be Albedo falling down. Abyssal Euphine has the S1. This will take out the Shu and the DDR, putting it into a 1v4 situation. And Careless, I don't know if Careless can bring this back. Game 5 going
GG's
to
called!
Does not shine.
Oh my god, Derek Kloss in this series. What a season for him. ends Legend, and on top of that, goes 3-2 against the final boss of Global, putting himself in the semifinals of the whole tournament. What a turn of events, keeping Vic's pocket money safe. You will not be shoved in the locker today, low bro. Holy moly, my man's got you on this. That's crazy.
Yeah, what a game 5, man. And like I said, back to back to back. Back to back to back. Derek moving on to the semifinals, and we will have our last quarterfinal match of the day. Light versus Facepalm. Both players did participate in the 2025 World Cup. Oh, sorry about that. So I think neither player needs any interruption, but any words to say before we get the show on the road?
I want to see Light Cleave. I want to live my inner Light clone again. Yo, hands up in the chat if you were a Light clone.
Look at the points.
Damn, my man said, make it quick, it's bedtime.
Wow, whoever
Yeah,
voted on
it do
Derek,
be pretty late for EST, so.
300k points to 5 viewers that voted for Derek. Holy moly. Wow.
Dude, the believers deserve it, man. Like, what can I say?
Wow. Holy moly.
That's
Alright,
like one of the most uphill bets you can ever make, so. I mean, I think they deserve it, no cap.
Absolutely. Well, Facepalm, Light, both ready to go. Let's get the show going.
Yeah, Vic, how often do your events go to Game 5?
I can tell you they don't go back to back to back.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I would say maybe like 15 to 20% of all matches I've ever hosted go to Game 5 in BO5s. And that was probably the most amount of density of Game 5s I've done in a fucking minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God.
I agree. It's insane, man. But I think the viewers are enjoying it. Chat, are you guys enjoying the BO5s back to back to back? I'm sure you guys are. But Light is going to go for the Briarwitch and MLDN pre-bans. Facepalm staying true to his Cleave herself. Zio and Harsetti are banned. Bossarunka gets picked up by Light very early on. And Facepalm actually leaning into a Genesis Ross pick very early on.
Ballsy, aren't we?
And looks like he does pick up the
Facepalm
Renac.
getting a lot of
as well.
initiative for himself. Goes for both Renac and the Ross. And, you know, Empyrean Illinav's still in the game, so that's a lot of damage penetration that's immediately stopped right there by the Empyrean Illinav. I mean, this is good old classic. I mean, this has been all reliable for about, like, a year now, right? You got Boss, Maid, and Empyrean Illinav. The moment you see these three, oh boy. I'll see you boys for the next 15 minutes. We about to be here for a minute.
And that's the main thing, right? The beauty of this tournament itself is the global pre-ban of Witch the Mirror Tenebria, right? Most of the time, you would see Witch the Mirror Tenebria get picked up in a spot like this. But because it's not available, right, Light feels probably much more comfortable going into this type of draft setup, guaranteeing his mitigation on 3 with the Bossarunka in the very front. And now, Facepalm does round up the draft with Dien for a little bit of tempo, and Lone Crest of Bologna to try to just apply a little bit of injury and take that option away from Light, perhaps. But do you like that Lone Crest and Bologna picked here?
Me personally, for this exact spot, I think it's a little bit too greedy considering how much single target, and, you know, if this is a damage Bossarunka, the splash damage, I don't like that matchup for Lone Crest and Bologna per se, but I think if he kept taking more units, he's just afraid of Light picking it against him, and I think that's an understandable worry. Solitaria picked up last pick to shut down the Afternoon Soak Flan, and you ban out the Tori, so I think both players got what they expect from this draft.
Yeah, I think so, and I mean, this Afternoon Soak Flan is just going to be able to just do a ton of damage, but, you know, Flan does have AoE, so it does play into the Lone Crest and Bologna not too terribly there. But we'll have to see, you know, how this plays out. Is he on a Destro Flan, you know, Repos Flan behind the Bossarunka? We'll find out. So Facepalm is going to be able to get the first turn with the Renac. Goes for the S2, pilfering down the Bossarunka. And he will have the S3 to apply that fixed damage through, but it will be heavily mitigated by the Imperial Illinav and the main Chloe as well on Light's side.
Yeah, me personally, I'm a big fan of Renac. I think she gets a lot done in this game, but whenever you're against Empyrean and Maid, that exact combo, no matter how many turns you take, it just doesn't feel like you get anywhere with that, and especially with a Boss Arunca in the front, absorbing everything there, it just feels rough. Mei Chloe is going to put up every single buff you need here, and the defense buff here further compounds with Empyrean Ilinap's penetration resistance, so Genesis Ross is not going to be getting a lot of damage through, and I think here, as long as you can find the correct kill onto Lone Crescent Bellona, I think that is Light's game plan. And looking at the targeting here, is going for her first. That's a pretty good miss. I mean, good way to start the match off. We're dropping the S3 here. If we can just hit her with a clank, maybe get every single buff off. Nope, two misses. Back-to-back
the double miss. 4 units being available means she does have 60% evasion, so he technically did have a 40% chance to land, but that is very unfortunate for Light, and now S1 comes out onto the... Again, another miss. This Lone Crescent Bellona is just evading everything. Diane is going to be able to have the S2. This can apply a little bit of a barrier and attack buff for this LCB. And it's also on Rod of Amaryllis, so you're going to get a little bit of healing here for that Lone Crescent Bellona. Like you mentioned, Genesis Ross is not going to be able to actually do much damage to the Imperial Ilinap, having the penetration resistance in his passive. Counterattack coming up from the Boss Arunca, but Seal going on to this Arunca, bat back from the Lone Crescent Bellona, getting a little bit of injury. Look at that damage on the Imperial Ilinap, slowly getting whittled down. And another dual attack comes up from Dien, getting a little bit more combat readiness boost, and LCB with the S3 can put up the immunity and vigor now.
Now, we talked a lot about this at length in earlier sets in the night, and oh my god, look at that damage. Speaking of target selection, the Lone Crescent Bellona didn't have a choice, but what is your personal take on this current match right here? Do you think it's correct to just go for broke on Lone Crescent Bellona, or do you think maybe it was better to maybe try to pick off the DN, drop the sustain, lower her evasion rate, and then go for her, or do you think that just kind of slows you down a little too much? Because that's been, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 missed skills on the Lone Crescent, now 5 missed skills. It's starting to look kind of rough.
I gotta say, I mean, this is very unlucky for Light. You know, having this many evasions is very doesn't happen very often, right? This is plot armor right here. Most of the time, this Lone Crescent Bellona would have got stripped by the Arunca, die on the first turn, so I think Light is definitely going for the right plays. It's just not really falling in favor for him, unfortunately. Now another AoE S1 coming up from the flank. We're going to see another bat back from the Lone Crescent Bellona. Will it be enough damage to take out any units? No, it is not.
I mean, that one hits, but it puts her in Sigurd Scythe, and that's not what you want to see. Lone Crescent Bellona double buff here. Immediately drops the Boss Arunca, and oh man, one more duel here. You finally get access to that Renok. I mean, take her out, lower evasion chance. Yep, okay, Renok's at least out of here, but at this point you gotta wonder, like, all your units are half injured. Your Afternoon Soak Flan's completely out of ammo. Is there still a win condition left on the cards for Light?
Well, I think it really depends. I mean, he's really far behind now. Even if he brings back the Boss Arunca with the Mate S3, I don't know if you're going to have enough. The Afternoon Soak Flan is just going to give way too much fighting spirit for this Lone Crescent Bellona. And again, now she has 0 focus stacks. Another bat back from the LCB is going to take out the Imperial Ilinap, applying even more injury. And with that Soul Burn, Light does have the S3 available for the Mei Chloe. This will provide the defense buff for the Imperial Ilinap and Boss Arunca. Revive's going to go up for herself with the Afternoon Soak Flan as well, being the recipient. Soul Burn S1 is going to take out the Imperial Ilinap as Boss Arunca's passive is not up. And now Light is just probably in for a long one. Another miss on Lone Crescent Bellona. And now Diane, again, cycles around enough to get her skills back up. Goes for the S3. This will apply the anti-penetration and defense buff, fortifying this Lone Crescent Bellona win condition. And with the Imperial Ilinap taken out of the game, Flan also has 0 focus, so it's a 50-50 whether or not this Genesis Ross S3 will hit. And this surely will be... Oh, finally hitting onto the Lone Crescent Bellona, but not quite killing. And now Ross has the S3 Imperial Ilinap is taken out of the game. Will it be enough damage? Will he hit onto Afternoon Soak Flan?
He does hit. Mei Chloe comes back, Afternoon Soak Flan comes back. Oh, this is such a tough turn. S1, we hit the stun on the Bellona. Finally, but oh no, DNS2 is gonna go through, cleanses the debuff, equalizes the HP a little bit, and I think that was a little too late. Another S1 from Afternoon Soak Flan, and I think Bellona's not appreciating that. Does hit the bat back, drops Mei Chloe, face pumps, they're gonna take game 1.
Yeah, I honestly feel like, you know how you asked me in the middle of that game whether or not I think it was the right play to just gun down the Lone Crescent Bologna. But I actually,
Yeah.
when I was looking at the match while you were commentating, I was thinking maybe you go for the Flanus one AoE, reveal the Renac before he gets the barrier to protect with the stealth and try to gun him down early. And then maybe try to play it around that. But I feel like you might even run into the same situation where Lone Crescent Bologna kind of just runs you over.
Yeah, well, okay, how did Lone Crescent Bologna turn into, like, such a big threat? Because she lost a bit of damage, too. Was it just, like, all the injury and the scaling? Like, what was the straw that pushed the camel over, you know?
Well, I mean, I think if you have Lone Crescent Bologna without any support units that provide, attack buff, she doesn't do as much damage, right? Especially when you have the likes of Maid Chloe and Indomitable from Imperial Ilonab. But when you have an attack buffer like the end, you're really able to enable Lone Crescent Bologna to just do a ton of damage and rip through you, especially with the increased 30% attack from the Vigor. But obviously, I mean, if we play that game back, all he really needed to do was not evade that many times, and it might have turned the tides and been a little bit more favorable for Light. So definitely could have gone either way in that type of situation, and both players are locking in their pre-bans. We're going to be seeing Valiant and Satsuka get banned out by Facepump. Light opts to go for the C-Fan Hippolytus and Amid pre-bans himself, picking up the School Nurse Yulha very early on under the Resistance Warfare rule.
Oh, okay. I don't hate that. I think that's a pretty good pickup there. You don't have the Genesis Raw synergies, but Bellion seem... Oh, no, never mind. Bellion's out either. Who else do we... Oh, Setsuka's out too. Like, what other good combos with the Nurse Yulha at this point would you be looking for if you're setting up with the first pick right here?
Well, I think Light has the luxury of playing a little bit reactive here, right? You might see maybe like a disciplinary pre-pack Aria that we've seen come out that's been very popular on ladder during the last few days by KJ, as you mentioned earlier. But obviously Facepump goes for the Abyssal Euphine and Spirit Eye Celine, almost indicating that he's going to play relatively aggressive, right? You're taking away Abyssal Euphine, which could look like it's setting up a Fire Litica, maybe? Also something that Facepump has been popularized and known for from the previous World Cup. You know, you want to prioritize taking the Abyssal Euphine very early on, so maybe we'll see a Litica coming out. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Facepump definitely is a faster player in this instance, and with these picks, especially with that first pick, Euphine, I would say he's definitely setting up for Cleave. And you talk about this all the time, big heads-up play. I think banning that Om is the most heads-up thing he's done all series, and can't let Facepump have that, especially not with Euphine still on the books. And Luna off second pick, that's... Okay, there we go. Two good combos for that Nurse. Not only do we have the Aria, as we previously talked about, but what kind of Luna do you think goes... Like, do you think Luna's a good character with Nurse? Because you can technically build a really bulky Luna with Pursuit set and then juice her up with Nurse and just click S2 a whole bunch, right? That's always a possibility. That's always on the books for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Luna, you want to have it relatively high HP, but have it fast so you can cycle and play with the superhumanization. But speaking of fast, Facepump's going to lock in that Litica, and Frida gets picked up along with the Litica. And Light wastes no time, wants to pick up one of the counters to try to shut down the debuffs that Litica would provide, being an ARAM, as she does provide that 3-turn immunity. And if you aren't familiar with Litica's kit, her S2 is a buff reduction by 1 turn, not so much a strip. So that's why ARAM functions very well, and any AoE that comes her way, she'll be able to generate those 10 souls and also provide vigor for the entire team, almost working as mitigation as it provides you that 30% attack and defense.
Yeah, I mean, picking into the Litica, surely that's going to just pull the ban, and we got Festive Ida here. Not a whole lot of, like, bulky characters on Facepump's side, so 2 pretty big threats he has to contend with. Does he play through the 3-turn immunity that the Aram's gonna offer, or do you just ban the Aram and try to take care of business before Festive Ida kind of blows everything apart?
Yeah, I mean, I think Light is stuck between a rock and a hard place. You know, you have so much damage coming your way. You have, Celine coming out with Nimble with attack buff and so much damage coming out. You have Stray's damage as well. And Facepump actually goes for the ARAM ban, and Light goes for the Frida ban, try to disable the support CR pusher in Frida. And now first turn is going to be going in favor of Facepalm. We do see the renewed will get proc. The immunity is on that Strays, which means it is going to be on Benimaru Tachi. Feat of Criticism is also on the Spirit Eye Celine, which would allow her to just soul burn S1 Nimble on her own. And now S2, it will proc Guide to a Decision on the Festive Ida, so it's going to cut in front of the entire team. But it's not going to actually reduce the stealth.
Misses. Ouch.
And now because the miss, because it didn't take off the stealth on the Festive Ida and break the barrier, now he has the Soul Burn S3, but Celine can Soul Burn for free with the exclusive equipment and cleanse all of this off.
Yeah, you don't get any extra damage here, but you just want to get rid of the debuffs here and let Strays play the game. Oh man, bit of a rough sequence there. However, I think Celine not being able to get a lot of value off of that first turn is the best he could hope for at this point. Strays, though, will be cleaving the world. Oh, who's going to survive? That's a huge question. Arya tanks the first hit, and man, Nurse is not long for this world. If the Nurse got to survive, I think he was in a better spot, but goodbye. And I'll see you later. Nurse is out of here. Luna, though, still has a little bit of fight left in her. You got 2,000 HP. We're looking to strip away every single buff.
No, it didn't strip off the invincibility with the resistance warfare rule being present. But Festive Ida does have shyness now, and Light surrenders. Game 2 going in favor of Facepalm, not playing out the turn for Festive Ida, recognizing that he doesn't have enough in the tank. Ooh.
Oh, that was a bit of a rough sequence. It was looking really good for Light, too. I think Lidica missed on the Nurse Yolha twice, and I thought he really had it in him, but I suppose not getting the splash on Festive Ida was not something you wanted to see there. You really wanted to seize the initiative, especially with Guide to a Decision, take the turn, get the splash, drop the silence, not being able to close out the Spirit Eye. That was rough.
I mean, that was kind of an RNG loss, though, right? I mean, the stealth didn't get stripped off the Festive Ida. The Guide to a Decision completely cut. It allowed him to cut in front, and the Lidica missing the buff reduction on the stealth was why Light lost that game. So that resist actually worked against him, right? Normally, if the Lidica strips off the stealth, the game's probably over with the shyness proccing. So very tough spot for Light to be in there to have that happen.
I mean, that's just competition, right? Like, that's what happens when you play Epic 7. Sometimes, it's the same thing as playing competitive poker. Sometimes you just, you bluff a perfect game, and you just get dealt a terrible hand, and it doesn't go your way, and you flip the river card over, and you bust your hand completely, and there you go. Lost the house. It is what it is, but hey, not done yet. I mean, we've seen this how many times tonight? I'm sure if anybody can do it, it's one of the oldest competitive players in Epic 7 history. I'm still thinking Light's still in this. Until I've seen him eliminated, he's not out to me.
That's very valid, and I do agree. You can never count someone out when they have this much experience like Light E7. I mean, he's been, I don't even know how many legend now, 12, 13, 14, 15 seasons in a row of being legend. But now Facepalm opts to go for the Renac and Bossarunka pre-bans. Light's going to opt to go for the Lone Crescent Bologna and Cartusia. I would have to assume that's probably a throwaway ban, as that unit is not very good on, in any case, I would have to assume.
I think he likes the pool here. That has to be what it means. He likes the current pool. He doesn't really... He likes his odds. He likes the first pick. He doesn't really want to dilute the pool by taking out... Yeah, like, you know, you could ban the mate and just drop tank options, but hey, he likes what he sees. Empyrean stolen away by Facepalm, though. Facepalm slowing down a bit. Has to be feeling good about the tempo he sees for himself, so he's ready to let up on the gas. Play it a little low and slow and see how he can adapt his game plan around Light.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think picking up the Empyrean Illinav and Ross together is a very, very common opening that we see from a lot of players. You want to take the power of Genesis Ross and pair it with the Mitigation Knight that, you know, usually is what stops him in his tracks, right, with the penetration resistance in his passive. And so we're going to have to see how Light wants to respond. Opts to go for the Urban Shadow Shoe for some injury and pick up the Fallen Cecilia on 3 to guarantee himself mitigation. How is Facepalm going to want to respond? Does he want to up-tempo, or does he want to play a slow game and try to fight versus the Shoe? I don't know if you can deal with the Shoe's injury, especially with Maid Chloe and Fallen Cecilia being taken up by Light, which basically takes away all of the fixed damage reduction units, and there it is. He's going to speed up and go up tempo, goes for the Conquer Lilies, and the Operator Sigrid!
I love
can't
the
believe it.
Opsig pick. I love this Opsig pick right here. The end does look pretty threatening though, so Facepump is saying, hey look, I know I have Empyrean Ilanav and Ross. Like, he can't pivot into a full cleave, but I think with what he's got going on, he has absolutely no issues pivoting into a more aggressive comp. And here too, he goes for two relatively fast characters. Almost looking like he's down a race, or he's speed imprinting something. You think he's speed imprinting like a fast character here? Like, what's going on? What do you think is going on? I'm not picking up what he's putting down.
Yeah, I don't really see it either. I mean, Light goes for the LPK, which could be a speed contest, but the Coley imprint doesn't really offer anything else, unless it's a top speed shoe that can do something, but usually Operator Sigrid is going to be on Guiding Light, so it's not targetable by single target, so Imperial Ilanav is going to be banned out by Light, and Last Piece Corinne gets banned out by Facepump. This is all going to come down to who has the first turn. And looks like Light is going to go first with the Urban Shadow Shoe with the 12 speed imprint. S3 is going to be able to proc the Tactical Archetype Coley. Has a swift attack now. Pushes up with the defense break.
I like
S3.
that. The Coley's looking good. She's fully set up. You can't kill the Ross, but you do take care of everything else. Dropping the bombs down here. Ooh, we miss on the Hwayoung, but that doesn't matter. Kills the two characters that do, and now we're in a good spot. May Chloe is propping up the defense. We're getting the revives and the buffs. We're sitting pretty. Fallen Cecilia's going here. FF comes out immediately. Light gets one back on board for himself, and that's what I'm telling you guys. Until he's out, he ain't really out yet.
Yeah, you got to be ready for all the tech, right? When you see that Cole, you have to assume it's got to be a fast shoe. And in Facepump spot, I mean, I think you have to respect the imprint, right? You just got to ban the imprint and just say you outspeed, right?
Exactly. That's how it goes. When you are in this scenario and you're reading the draft, you have to assume Light's not just tapping out and letting you cleave him for free. There's a reason, there's a method to the madness, and there's a reason to the way he lines up the draft, and that was very well put to get himself back on board for at least one. And let's see that reverse sweep. I don't know how many of those I can handle tonight, but I'm here for it. Let's get the show going.
Yeah, you and I both, but I think the viewers love it. So let's move into game number 4 as both players are ready to go. First pick will be going on to the side of Facepump. And that's one of the reasons why I love tournaments. Tournaments always, you get to see how creative some people will get. We've seen Roy Mustang, we've seen Fern today, and now we've seen a top speed shoe. I mean, there's just so many different pocket picks and ideas people come up with in this type of format, and it's always exciting to watch.
You know that one saying, Vic, when men are in do or die situations, they show their true selves. I think I just got to witness Light in a do or die situation show off why every single cleaver on the ladder was a Light clone, because that was a very, very sneaky draft. He got that cleave in without Facepump. But keep in mind, guys, Facepump's one of the best cleavers on the ladder, and he was cleaving through E7WC, the World Championships last year, and he got completely jumped by that draft.
Yeah, and we're going to see Disciplinary Prefect Arya get banned out by Facepump. Light opts to go for the Spirit Eye Celine and Fire Litica pre-bans. Wants to take away some of the very, very strong units that Facepump has been known to favor. Right, we saw it get picked up earlier on in the matches, and even from last year's World Cup. You got to give respect and credit where credit is due, and we're going to see Lone Wolf Payware get picked up by Light in response to the School Nurse Yolha on Facepump's side. How will Light respond in this case with the second pick?
Yeah, he's starting to pick up the tempo a little bit, and this time, there's no throwaway bans. He takes out two things that Facepump would want to play, and oh wow, okay, we're starting to really see the World Championship setup from last year. Tori being picked up for Light and Ram being picked up for Facepump, and I think at this point Light is slightly out of options for racing Facepump. Facepump has aerial superiority in this case.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the way that Light has to set up, a lot of players, if you didn't play in the Tori meta, if you play a standard versus standard matchup where you have Lomo Peira and Tori and A-Ross, and you have a lot of supports for the Tori, it's very hard to deal with. And Facepalm recognizing this, right? He says, you know what, I'm not going to engage in this standard versus standard matchup. I'm going to go with the Afternoon Soak Flan and play the round on 3 and go for the cleave. I am already up 1 game. I might as well try to get the cleave through. And Light opts to go for the Abyssal Euphine for the mitigation and the combat readiness cut with the Abyssal Euphine's passive. And the Festive Ida we've already seen be on guide to a decision, but Light has shown that he has 2 Festive Idas, right? So Facepalm leans into the Summer Break Charlotte, opting to go for even more tempo, more damage. He wants to run down Light as fast as possible. And I do want to point out that it is under the support warfare rules, so Summer Break Charlotte will be able to generate Fighting Spirit much, much faster than normal, but so will Abyssal Euphine.
Now, Vic, I know you're a big Summer Break Charlotte connoisseur, shall we say. How do you like this matchup, especially when Summer Break Charlotte is paired up with Afternoon Soak Flan? Is this a combo you think is worth like the fans watching at home picking up, or you think, maybe we could be opting for a different combo?
Well, what Facepalm is looking to do here is he's clearly on Glorious Flag on Yolha, and he needs to find a bridge that can cut through the Abyssal Euphine. And so if he goes for the Ran S2, S1, it's going to proc the enhanced dual attack on Summer Break Charlotte, double procking the Glorious Flag, and also you're going to be able to get enough combat readiness from Summer Break Charlotte's passive, right? So this really comes down to whether or not Facepalm is going to be able to get the rotation that he's looking for. Goes for the S1. This will proc the Summer Break Charlotte. No Glorious Flag, but this will provide enough of a push with that combat readiness boost, even through the Abyssal Euphine passive. And now School Nurse Yola has freedom to go for the S1 on any target that he wants to. Now, how is he going to want to play this?
Taking his time to really think through this turn. I think he's got... I mean, you got to go for a push into push, right? A little bit of a dual attack there with Afternoon Soak Flan. Tori finally gets knocked into a little bit of a danger zone for herself. No more guide to a decision push here. So, Afternoon Soak Flan, we're going to just play it safe. Knock out the Tori. Okay.
Yeah, putting into it. Oh, not enough damage. It's not enough damage to kill the Tori through the Aureus, unfortunately. Summer Break Charlotte does have the enhanced dual attack with a 100 Fighting Spirit, so this will allow the S1 to drag the Afternoon Soak Clan. And now Facepalm is just looking to play into the Afternoon Soak Clan win condition. Festive Ida is not going to be able to tag. Yep, misses on Charlotte, and now this Festive Ida does tag the Ran, but will it kill?
It misses on the Charlotte twice!
Oh no!
Oh my God.
Festive Ida is just not doing her job. Facepalm recognizing this, and now it's still a 3v4 situation. Lomo Peira finally getting the turn. Rampage goes up onto the Peira and Abyssal Euphine. S1 goes out onto the Proof of Valor School Nurse Yoha. Another turn right away. S1, more damage from the Uberi's Tooth, but still not enough. Abyssal Euphine has the 60 Fighting Spirit now. Does a little bit of damage. Facepalm's team is relatively squishy if he can knock some of these units out. Swift Boots working down that POV, and now 50% combat readiness goes onto the Festive Ida. Dual attack comes out. Portrait of the Saviors gets the defense break onto the Fida.
Arnell!
Oh, Arnell!
Oh god, that's gonna be another one. No, not another one. He's gonna drop the S3 here. Oh man, that's so much damage. 9,000 goes in on the Festive Ida. GG gets called, and Facepalm takes the series 3-1. Not a full 5-game set, boys.
Oh wow, that is just a Light is probably hating his Festive Ida right now.
Yeah, that Festive Ida, I mean, she's such a good anti-cleave character because cleave characters are so squishy. Whenever you get the extra attack and the pop goes, they usually just get sent packing. But in this case, I mean, missing on 3 units is so rough to watch. And, you know, the 4th one getting hit was Nurse Yoha on Proof, so she honestly was not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Facepalm, I mean, really proving why he was able to make it to the E7 World Cup last year, taking down one of the Titans in Light E7. And the next matchup that we have, I mean, both Game 5s, How2 was able to reverse sweep in his first set in the quarterfinals. Nezuko has proven time and time again why he has been renowned to be one of the best with the resources that he has available to him. And it's not easy to beat him, so... Some people that are joining into the stream and you guys are wondering why there are 8 units globally pre-banned for this tournament format. We have Ruel globally pre-banned for the first round as of yesterday, and all top 8 players that advanced to the quarterfinals were permitted to submit one pre-ban that would be globally pre-banned, just so that we can spice things up. And out of the 8 players, they had requested Nodos, Lady of the Scales, Fire Cigarette, Freerin, Witch of the Mirror Tenebria, Top Model Luluka, Monarch of the Sword Syria, and obviously Rule of Light was pre-banned because after last month's tournament, a lot of people were unhappy about watching Frenzy 7 games. So, because the viewers voted for it, that was the pre-ban of choice from our end as the staff. But we just want to shake things up and really test people's flexibility in terms of their knowledge in the game and see what types of tricks they have up their sleeve with these global pre-bans, right? Changing things up. And both players are ready to go, so let's get the show on the road.
Dude, that card is a banger, man.
Yeah, it's kind of a banger.
That card is a banger in every sense of that word. Oh yeah, my god.
That is a banger.
That's a banger. Want to know what a banger is? Just go find How-To's card. God damn. Alright, well, pre-bans breaks through. Let's see what these guys are fighting over. Harsetti Bellion, okay. I mean, I don't think we have to guess how How-To is going to play, but how is Nezuko going to approach this defense? Ahmed preemptively banned out alongside DN, so he definitely has an interesting game plan around this cleat defense, to say the least. And I would say with so many characters out the game, do you think it is easier to be a cleaver, or do you think it is easier to play turn 2 from this spot?
I think it's easier to probably play turn 2, right? Nodo's gone, Scale's gone, Freerin gone, Tene gone, TML Cleave gone. Like, I mean, you have, and then you get 4 pre-bans, right? So I think playing turn 2 and playing standard is definitely easier, but you have to also be mindful that with a lot of these pre-bans, you know, some of the previous openers in the past, like Conquer Lilias, like Peyra, like Lua, like Amid, right, DN now, right? There's still so many options of playing aggro, so it really does require a big roster. But Nezuko does go for the boss of Runka, how to tie his draft up with the School Nurse Yolha and Imperial Ilanav, bringing in some mitigation for his draft.
Yeah, and, you know, once again, we're looking like we're seeing this Knight trade of Empyrean versus M-Bound Knight Airwall, but I'm inclined to agree with you. I think I personally favor towards turn 2 when there are this many S-tier characters pre-banned for one reason. It is a lot easier to put combos around turn 2 units. I mean, I wouldn't even say this is like a turn 2 combo, strictly speaking. Malona alongside Sea Phantom Politis, you're fully enabling the pipeline, you're not holding resources, and the offense warfare. We've seen time and time again, the Lone Crescent Bologna just does too much damage, and it's just so much easier to put a team around these guys that it just makes sense, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Nezuko here actually taking full advantage of the warfare rule. Right, offense favors towards warriors. Lone Crescent Bologna gets picked up very early on, even though How-To doesn't really have a lot of AoE, but pairs it with the Sea Phantom Politis, so he has that dual attack, he has that tempo, but more important than the tempo and whatnot, this means How-To himself cannot pick Sea Phantom Politis to try to control the fighting spirit on this Lone Crescent Bologna, and How-To is now hovering onto this Festive Ida, wants to lean into it because he wants to try to punish the Sea Phantom Politis from pressing S3. You know, How-To rounds of the draft with the Genesis Ross himself, wants to go for something that can play to his top 2 picks in the Yolha, in the Ilanav. He has the primary counter on his side with the Imperial Ilanav. He has a superhumanization from the School Nurse Yolha. Ross makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Vic, am I a bandwagoner? I see Festive Ida now. I'm just like, man, get that bitch out of here. Man, I don't want to see Festive Ida. What the fuck are we doing? Like, I'm just the Festive Ida hater now. Anytime I see her, I'm like, this is not it. Oh, no. Oh, this is what we're doing. Like, you think I'm a bandwagoner now? Like, I feel like she's really losing her spot in the meta, and she's sliding lower and lower in my mind, and it is not stopping anytime soon.
I think in many cases she is very strong, but, you know, after today's showing, when Light has been picking her, I mean, she just hasn't been doing her job as she needs to, right? Part of it is obviously due to some RNG elements, some warfare rule being resistance elements, but Nezuko rounds up...
Look, chat. Look, normally, I try to stay neutral, but like we literally just watch Festive Ida throw 2 entire matches because she can't hit for shit. Anytime she misses, she's like the worst character in the game. Okay, so am I jinxing it, or is Festive Ida being picked into 2 evasion units jinxing it? You guys tell me, right?
Can I just say something? I see a Jacko get picked up by How To. Now,
I'm really
if I'm understanding this, How To probably has a top speed Ida, and
He's
if
probably
this
just saying
top
I'm faster.
speed, if this top speed Ida lands defense break and kills Arunka and kills Lone Crescent Bellona, this game's going to be over very quick.
I'll eat my words on the spot.
Oh my god,
first.
that Vegeta is going to be able to go for the Soulburn S3, but he didn't put the Vegeta in the back for Chain of Chiron. And there is going to be a miss on the Lone Crescent Bellona, unfortunately, and now Jacko's going to cut to the front. Will it be enough damage to kill off this Boston Runker with the defense break? Comes through.
Okay, let's see it. 38,000, it does hit. Bellona with the bounce back, let's see it. Okay, and Jacko, my god, coming in through. Okay, that's huge.
And now
Who
S1,
does she try to close out
it will
next?
go on to the Sea Panther that will take the kill, and it's going to miss onto the Dien, but it's not going to matter. 2v4 situation, Dien is silenced. Now there cannot be penetration resistance, which means that this Genesis Ross can take the game unless the Lone Crescent Bellona evades.
No, that is a crit Empyrean Illinav as well. Solo survivor left for the Lone Crescent Bellona. I mean, I think How To has a lot of space to play this game. Ross is going to jam the Raw S3. Is she going to survive? No, that's a hit. Only 15% evasion sent out in 1 rotation. Oh my goodness, I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game, Festive Ida. Good-ass unit. Call me a bandwagoner, guys, because I'm back on it. Yo, this character to the moon, S-tier character, must ban every single game. You cannot let her through. She is going to fuck up your day. Holy hell.
I mean, I think that right there was just maybe Nezuko just kind of was overthinking a little bit, right? Like, if you see the Jackal get locked in a tournament format like this, you have to assume they're not bluffing, right? You have to assume that they have a very fast Ida, otherwise they would not have picked the Jacko. So I think it was definitely an oversight by not banning out the Jacko there, because if you take out the Jacko and Ida gets the Soulburn S3, you have to just hope that the Dien is going to be able to resist, and then you can get the cleanse off, and then you can nullify the Ross damage. So I think that was a little bit of an oversight by Nezuko there, but both players are definitely ready to go, so let us get Game 2 started.
Hell, let's get things going. And man, we got to see a lot of these swifty games tonight. We got to see Light Cleave with top speed Urban Shadow Shoe. And we got to see How To go off with the top speed Festive Ida, but I mean, I think his gear is stuck on her now, right? So at least Nezuko now in a best of 5 series is aware that's a thing, and I think he's probably a little bit more cognizant of any potential cheese openers coming through in a draft. Definitely just going to be more meticulous in his cleave defense.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I totally agree. I mean, when you have these types of cheeses, it works very well in a BO3. Right? But when you have series that can go 5 games, sometimes 7 games, those cheeses, yeah, you got 1 game up, and now a lot of your gear that you might have allocated to that cheese is now gone. And How To is going to lean into the Abyssal Euphine and Unbound Knight Arrowwell pre-bans. Definitely looks like a target ban, as he has seen Nezuko time and time again rely on the Unbound Knight Arrowwell, I presume. And Nezuko goes for the Litica and Renac pre-bans himself, trying to take away some of the aggro options and play a little bit of a slower game, opting to go for the Lomo Payra first pick.
Payra first pick. Oh yeah, actually seems really solid here. A lot of good options eliminated. Okay, this is the How To I know. He's gonna immediately drop an Elagos cleave. Like, Elagos the Lone Wolf, you know? The back during Lone Wolf meta, that happened to me a lot of times, so I'm sure if this is the same How To, that's what's gonna happen. So already hovering the first pick, Tat Coley, so, you know, he's definitely not thinking about slowing down. Also hovering more Red Rangers, just showing his range. Bud does lock in the Coley. Overall, we've seen some good showings from this character, despite a couple of bad matchups, like with the Ross for Genesis Ross, for example, who is eliminated from the game due to the Lunatic set. How do we feel about this character so far?
I think Tactical Archetype Coley is a really big nuisance to deal with because you're able to pick her very early on because she doesn't just work as a traditional imprint, right? Most traditional imprints like Fire Shuri or Wanderer Silk or Vildred, it requires like quite a bit of setup. But when you look at a unit like Coley, she is so self-sufficient and she's so disruptive with all the crowd control that she brings, right? So I think it's definitely a very, very problematic unit to deal with. And wow, we're going to be seeing Nezuko actually taking full advantage of the defense warfare rule for the Covenant heroes, picking up the blue crowd for mitigation in this game and locking in Angel of Light Angelica on 3. And speaking of Elagos, he hovered it. Oh, looks to go for the Rand instead on 3. We have seen how to, in previous matches, be a very, very strong Rand cleave setup in that reverse sweep series, and picks up the Afternoon Soak Flam for the single target pivot option. And Nezuko really leaning into stopping this Rand cleave, picks up Dilibet as a secondary cleanser, third cleanser rather, with the AOL and Momo Peira, with the Amiki as the last pick, as she is in range to just 1v9.
Okay, Moore gets picked up last pick. Pretty sure that gets banned right away. From the eye test, whose draft do you like better, Vic?
I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Nezuko's draft, I would have to say.
I'm actually very surprised the Mort made it through, but yes, I do like Nezuko's draft. From the eye test, it looks like he checked every box of, you know, the AOL is going to diffuse the Coley, the Rand's going to be diffused by the designer Lilibet, and the only threat Afternoon Soak Flan got banned out, and, you know, the Amiki, it was a big 50-50, but it was a flashbang, and that worked. So as long as you have enough things to close out the Moor, I think Nezuko is looking super solid for this draft.
I agree, and How To is going to go for the Soulburn S3 with the Zeo. Wants to land it onto the designer a little bit, and this will proc the Durandal. And now after this next turn, designer Lilibet should proc and get that defense buff and cut 40% combat readiness on the bar. And looking at the CR bar, he is currently at 49. He'll go to 89%, so Rand should still be able to get the turn. But every single turn that passes, there is going to be 8% combat readiness going onto the side of Angel of Light Angelica. But no, Dilibet actually cuts here with the Durandal being procced here. Rand might die.
He was going for the S1 detonate play, but didn't end up actually landing any of it. And designer Lilibet, the S3 cut was just way too big there, resetting so many characters. And now the Angel of Light gets to play 6 out of 8 debuffs. I mean, that's good enough to play off of for sure. You're just going to rep the engines here and start the tempo machine that is Lone Wolf Peira.
Yeah, and this is just a terrible spot for How To be in, because Nezuko already showed his hand by blocking in the Angel of Light Angelica. You have to kind of pivot away in that situation. You cannot play AoE debuff cleave into a cleaver or into a cleanser already locked on 3. So a little bit of an oversight, I would have to say, on the side of How To, and unfortunately, he was going to lose that game with the Dilibet being too. What's the right word?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tougher spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you already have one. If you draft into it, he locks in a second answer, and then you get stuck. And then I think the nail in the coffin there was losing the 50-50 with Mort, because he was going to ban the Amiki anyways. Then you probably wanted a better follow-up in that spot, but hey, it's still fine for him. You know, still 2 matches left for both players to win in order to move on from this series. And correct me if I'm wrong, Vic, but all 4 players that are left are now in the money, so they're all going to be taking home something. Everybody you're watching here, no need to feel bad for anybody that's currently here, yeah?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And looking at the pre-bans, we're going to be seeing... Oh, sorry, guys. Imperial Ilnab and Setsuka will be banned out by How To. And Nezuko opts to go for the Festive Ida and Genesis Ross pre-bans. School Nurse Yoha still available in game number 3. How To immediately swoops it up.
You the one who hurt my family?
Yeah, Boss Aruka immediately gets picked up. Yeah, we're looking to just put up the shields and defend any way we can. Nurse being picked up for How To does enable some really spooky combos, as we've seen earlier, even in lieu of Bellion and Genesis Ross. But I think that just the fact that DN exists makes it so much tougher for Nurse to get like a lot of great combos off.
No, 100%. And DN is just like such a menace as well, because most of the time she's kind of too slow before the Zodiac change. with the balance patch, because she's a lot faster, you can play her a lot more flexibly. Right, you have the option of speeding up, you can slow down, you can be on Rod of Amaryllis, you can be on Soulcon, you can be on Unfading Memories. There's so many different artifact options you can go with Guardian Ice Crystal. And How To, not caring about the DN, goes for the Spirit Eye Celine and see Phantom Politics to up the tempo and try to aggress onto Nezuko. And Nezuko locking in the Disciplinary Prefect Arya under the Resistance Warfare rule, so she'll be giga stacked on ER.
Yeah, I mean, How To at this point needs to completely forget about what debuffs even are at this point. I mean, look at that. Like, debuffs are not real. Debuffs do not exist. I play for the damage, and I need to not get DN'd. But I think out of this spot, there are actually quite a few things you can do, right? How To does have the first pick advantage, so he could just play a good top 4 draft here. Only single target DPS for Nezuko's side, so maybe swing into like a Landy. I don't know if Urban Shadow Shoes necessarily what you're looking for in this spot, and even Landy's going to feel a little bit tough into the end, but at least Landy has good tempo, especially when paired with Sea Phantom Politis in this draft.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when you are dealing with a single target DPS draft, and speaking of Landy, it does get picked up. Landy is going to be great because DN has so many buffs. Barrier is going to be coming up from Disciplinary Prefect Arya. Defense buff is going to be going on to the Boss Arunca. And so, especially in a team that doesn't have mitigation, Landy can really tear through these types of drafts, right? Usually Landy's really strong when there's Arya or Shu, or something that gives a lot of buffs and a single target. Because she is, you can't reach her, it's very, very strong. And I am quite surprised to see... Oh my gosh! Okay, Strays gets picked up here without any guaranteed pushback, but Aki gets picked up by Nezuko. Is this a top speed Aki that will outspeed How To Sea Phantom Politis?
I mean, I think it might just even be a fast ER Aki. You're getting, what, 160 ER from both the Arya and the Warfare. So you resist the pushback, and if you're like 280 speed, 290 speed, you can outspeed the Nurse. You can maybe outspeed the Strays and Celine. I think he's golden. It's a bit of a risky play, but is it really that risky if you're hiding the guy behind a Boss Arunca?
Well, he's got to be teched out for it, and it looks like DN is
oh my
on top
God,
speed. DN is going to be able to get the first turn and boost this Aki forward, and now Aki has complete free reign to do whatever he wants. And that's the power of the DN getting the Zodiac changes.
Bro, I don't even think the DN is boosting the Aki. She just drops the anti-pen buff, and she just says, alright, go ahead, Facepalm, try me. Try me, bro. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna strip with... Try to strip, at least, with the Sea Phantom. Not gonna get it off. S2 does take out every single buff available to him. Aki, I think that is still, what, 2 soul burns to his name? Definitely not doing the worst himself. Spirit Eye Celine has a big decision to make here. Do you go for it? I think she's suspecting she's not long for this world. A little bit of a counterattack. No defense break. The splash.
Oh, that was so close. The Boss Arunca, if it landed that defense break, it might have been able to kill off the Celine. But now Celine is going to be able to finish off the Boss Arunca, proccing the Wind Rider, going into hiding. And now Aki's not going to be able to target the Spirit Eye Celine, unfortunately. And now Yoha does have the option of going for the S1. No, opts to go for the S3 to apply the superhumanization. Now, who does How To want to boost on here in this situation? Goes for the Spirit Eye Celine, actually. And now Aki does get the turn. He does have the Soul Burn available to him. Does he want to go for it? It looks like he does. Soul Burn S3 goes onto the Emerald Yoha. Will it land? And it does. That is going to eliminate the School Earth Yoha. Aki does not have Soul Burn, I believe. S1 goes onto the Strays. Resistance. Not able to get the burn off, unfortunately, under the Resistance Warfare rule. And now Celine, it has complete free reign.
Going for the kill on the Boss Arunca there was so clutch. I mean, yeah, I think that was it. Like, now that once the Celine gets set up, there's no way for Nezuko to come back into this game. The Celine just completely takes over, and rough game. It was looking so good.
I'm just so surprised that Nezuko didn't opt to go for the combat readiness boost to enable the Aki. right? I think
Yeah,
that
you
the
click
main
S2
thing.
there, you Aki burn into the nurse, S1 the Celine, you are vibing, man.
No, completely. Yeah, I think that was probably the play, right? You just soul burn S3, you take out you have the barrier, so you can triple soul burn, right? You S2, you kill the Yulha, you kill the Strays, you kill the Celine, and then it's a 1v4. So I don't know why Nezuko didn't go for that play if he had the top speed
The
end
chat
there.
is saying his Aki is too slow, which is possible. If you're not a primarily aggro player, you don't really tune your Aki to make that play, which is legitimate. And then another question about Aki is if you have no effectiveness, why would you bother bring him? Anytime you soul burn Aki, he ignores ER. The only reason why Aki missed on the Strays was because his field got stripped by the Strays S2, which took away 2 soul burns away from his full combo. So there you go.
I wasn't able to see this
Yeah,
the CR
that was
bar.
that was a crazy game.
Did you see his CR bar to see if it would cut? It looked like it would cut.
I just assumed he had it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I assumed he had it.
It looked like it was just based off the CR bar, but I mean, unless
like
he
off of
wasn't
the
able
eye
to.
test, it looked close enough, right? Maybe I didn't click on the CR bar, so
Maybe
so
it was like 1% behind or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it was probably like 3-5% off. I'm willing to take that. It is what it is, right? If you're not an aggro main, like sometimes your tuning's gonna be off, and it happens.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, Nezuko is going to be, and How-To will be playing under the Resistance Warfare rule again. I'm tired of this Warfare rule, man. I think it's a way to fall under this Warfare rule more often than not. And we are going to be seeing Lone Wolf, Payra, and Blue Crowd get banned out on the side of How-To. Nezuko opts to go for the Ran and Afternoon Soak Flan pre-bans to try to take away some of the aggressive options that How-To has shown he really likes to lean into.
Now, Vic, while our competitors are setting up their draft, I have another hot take for you, and I need you to rate this take. Chat too, okay? Feel free to flame me for this take. We are flaming this Resistance Warfare rule, yes, right? You hate it, I hate it, I don't know how much of chat hates it. Do you remember a season ago when we were glazing the fuck out of this Resistance rule because it was one of the best and most interesting ones, and now it is easily the most boring and worst one? Like, do you guys think it's a testament to, like, how interesting the other rules are, and SG actually cooked with the other rules? We're like, man, this one thing we used to like, we hate it now. Like, I actually think SG kind of cooked with the other ones. Now, are they balanced? Probably not, but they're certainly more interesting. And comparatively speaking, I think our attitude towards the Resistance Warfare shows everything you need to see.
I totally agree with you. No disagreeing there, but I think the main thing is I'm really happy that they spiced it up this much right before E7 Masters, because this is really going to test the best players in the world, right? Not only are people going to have to, play in groups and see how flexible people are, but it really shows when all the top players that are, even leveled in terms of gear quality, it really goes to show like who can get as creative as possible under these specific conditions, right?
And wow, okay, B-Dom on 3, and finally, I think we're in a spot where I really want to talk about this character. She got a big buff a couple of patches ago that kind of reworked how she interacts with this extra turn mechanic. Before, she used to just cleanse some debuffs, give skill nullifier, but now it's a skill nullifier, an effect nullifier, a full cleanse, and I think 30 CR and vigor to her. It's very big, but I think a lot of people overcommit this bunny character, especially on third pick ban protect. But when the opponent, I mean, look at that. 1, 2, 3, count it guys, 3 extra turn characters coming out. I think this is a premium bunny game.
I think so too, and looks like Nezuko actually opts to go for the Operator Sigrid, taking advantage of the fact that barriers will be present from the Fallen Cecilia passive. But how is Nezuko going to weather the storm of the Bunny Dominion?
I mean, he's certainly thinking about it. Hecate is one way to do it. I think it's doable. It's definitely doable. I mean, Urban Shadow Shoe is not the hardest turn 1 hitter, right? She kind of takes a while to get her damage going. So you weather the storm and then you start dropping scythes on them. Not the worst pick. I kind of like it, especially when there's a maid and you're just trying to threaten the maid. Malona last pick, it comes in. I'm pretty sure this Malone is gone. You are not letting her fly.
I would have to agree. I do agree. I wonder what How-To is going to want to ban here. I could see a lot of different angles. Like the Hekate is so problematic for the revive, but Operator Sigrid is going to be respected, and so Hekate Tori will come through with the mitigation of Crimson Armin, and Tori with the Vigor and Hekate with the Vigor. I mean, they're going to do a lot of damage.
I think that's a good ban as well, because on the off chance it is a fast Operator Sigrid, like an opener one, if she's 280, 290, from these top players, even if they're not built to race, I mean, Bunny Dom is going to outspeed a 280, 290 character? Not likely, right? And if you cut the Bunny Dom in half, push everything back, it is just way too much room for How-To to deal with. So if he's playing turn 2, that's a very respectful ban. Conqueror Lilius is going to go off, though. Whole combo, and there it is. That's what we're talking about, right? The effect nullifier as well as the skill nullifier, just blocking out so many goddamn things.
Yeah, that dual attack dragging the Hekate was probably the best case scenario, because Hekate does have the combat readiness increase on that S1. So that is definitely the best drag that you could ask for. Now, B-Dom is going to go for the S3. This will apply the Vigor for the entire team. Maid Chloe, does he want to go for the S3 for the defense buff? And it looks like he does. Maid Chloe will S3, providing the revive and defense buff for the entire team. Shu, 27k HP, finally getting the turn. S3 goes out onto the Conqueror Lilius. Typically, you do want to take out the tempo in this type of draft. If you haven't played in metas against Conqueror Lilius, Hekate's gonna go for the S3!
Dropping it, no soul burn here,
but it kills! Attack with the Vigor!
27.
It snipes out the Maid Chloe through the damage mitigation!
Oh my god, that is way too much damage for the Maid Chloe to tank. Water's Origin is not going to save you here. S1 Provoke resisted by the Conqueror Lilia. Suddenly, How-To did set up the draft to be in a very comfortable spot, but now it's looking really, and I mean, it looks really rough for him down that Maid Chloe, which is his biggest source of sustain, but still, what, a collective 3 revives left on his team? Hopefully that gives him all the tempo he needs, because, oh man, down a whole unit from this spot, he will need it.
I do want to make a little correction. The Hekate does ignore damage share, but just the overall, like, there's such a thick barrier, and she seems relatively tanky. I mean, a lot of the times that you would be able to tank, especially if there's no gap, but considering that Nezuko's Hekate is a little bit on the slower side, it did pack a big enough punch.
Man, now How-To is behind in tempo, even with speed buff, even with Urban Shadow Shoe, even with what looks to be like more buffs for him. Nezuko is in such a comfortable spot, and slowly chipping him down. This Urban Shadow Shoe needs to be working overtime and really get that damage through. Otherwise, Tori's just going to be able to do things that look like this.
Absolutely, and Shu is at the 5 focus stacks here. B-Dom does have the S1 available. That immunity will fall off that Tori on the next rotation, but no dual attack, obviously, because there's a sleep on the Bunny Dom S1, and now Shu does go for the S3 to take out the Conqueror Lilias. I reckon it will fall even through the Carmen mitigation, as there is enough injury present at the moment, and there she falls. Fallen Cecilia going to be able to get the turn. Will this barrier be thick enough for the Bunny Dom to survive? She does still have the revive, but it will be negated by the Hekate passive. S3 comes out, not stripping the attack buff on the Hekate, however. And now Crimson Armin is going to be able to break.
Cecilia actually could not strip a single buff through the effect resistance meta. Crimson Armin really showing her value, and I think one of the most underrated things about that character is just the fact that once she opens the ultimate, she just gets to sit there for an entire turn at base speed. Your tank not taking any damage is just such a premium element of playing Crimson Armin that, I don't know, a lot of inexperienced players tend to overlook. And even if you look at the way the HP gets traded, Nezuko looks so ahead this game, it actually looks a little unreal.
Absolutely, and honestly, one thing I want to point out is the more injury you apply onto the Tori, honestly, the more annoying it's going to be to deal with her, because the injury goes through, but her barrier is going to scale based off her attack. And she's going to be able to just get barriers that will help keep her alive with the Carmen mitigation as well. Sober S1 goes out onto the Bunny Dom. Will this be enough to kill her? And it does kill her through the mitigation and the Proof of Valor. Fallen Cecilia and Urban Shadow Shu with How-To in a 2v3 situation. Is Urban Shadow Shu going to have enough tempo to deal with Nezuko?
And this is part of Nezuko's draft that really looks good here. You might think Urban Shadow Shu's hitting good tempo, and she is, But the two main damage dealer here for Nezuko are both stealthed up, and finally Hecate lives for so long, she gets a second ultimate off. We get the soul burn this time, and Fallen Cecilia is not living through that. 27k damage goes through, and another cascade proc for the Tori. We are getting it turn on turn on turn. That is so much value. And oh boy, you better have the best Urban Shadow Shoe in the world if you're trying to survive out of this spot. Another soul burn. Sends her home. Oh my goodness, that is another game 5, boys. We are in it.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. We are in another game 5. This is what, the 4th game 5 now? Or 4th game 5 of today?
Yeah, we played. This is our 5th set, so 4 out of 5 sets we have casted tonight has gone the distance and gone to game 5.
Yeah, I really can't
so
believe
yeah,
it.
both players look like they're raring to run. So whenever they're ready and you're ready, Vic, let's just send them to meet destiny.
Absolutely, and now going into game 5 with an additional 4 pre-bans coming out from both sides together, this is going to mean there are 38 units pre-banned. 20 units are pre-banned. 10 units are not available from the previous game. 8 units are globally pre-banned. That's a lot of units off the table.
Alright, surely we're to see SSB Green Charles now, right guys? Take me back to 2021.
Alright.
Dien's gone, Boss Arunka. Wow, I cannot believe it takes game 5 for Dien and Boss Arunka to be removed, as well as Sea Phantom Politas. That character has, honestly, I think Sea Phantom Politas probably took over the most amount of matches tonight, huh?
Yeah, I think
Just
so.
going off of memory.
Yeah, I think so. And School Nurse Yulha is going to be picked out by How To. Now, obviously, Krau has already been banned out from the previous game. Satsuka, like you mentioned, is already off the table. So 2 of the strongest Covenant heroes are not available to be picked on the side of Nezuko. What's left to pick here into the School Nurse Yulha?
That's a question. That's a question. You're the better player, Vic. I'm sure you have. What the? Okay. That's definitely interesting. That's definitely interesting tank to be opting for at this stage in the draft.
I love that. I love the fact that Nezuko is really leaning into this warfare rule, because time and time again in last month's tournament, even before these warfare rules were a thing, when you go deeper and deeper into these sets, we've seen a very strong player in Meow Mix, right? Showing off the Adventurer Ross. We've seen Researcher Carrot. We've seen so many different Covenant heroes really come to play. And A-Ross, I think, is an amazing pickup. And Luna pairing with the A-Ross, taking full advantage of the fact that Bellion is off the table.
And I really like the Luna here, specifically against Nurse, because Nurse has that passive where she just cleanses and heals everything on their turn. It's just way too annoying to deal with in a long match. So, especially like you said with that Bellion out, once you get the seal on, yeah, the debuffs are just so sticky and it becomes a really difficult game for the Nurse Yulha to play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we do see the Disciplinary Prefect Arya get picked up by How To. And a very, very strong combination, but Lumo Pira obviously is not available, as How To did ban it in game number 4. So how does he want to round this up? Does he want to go up-tempo? Does he want to play a relatively more standard matchup with the superhumanization and maybe pick up some mitigation on 3? A lot of different avenues that you can really lean into here.
No Payra on 3rd pick, though. He's definitely thinking about what he's got. Hovering the Lua, and honestly, that's a good pick for this spot. That's not even a bad pick for this spot.
To hell.
Never mind, that's a bad pick for this spot. I'm okay. Sorry. I apologize. Look, I didn't think Aram was still gonna be up at this phase. You know, I thought How To would have burnt the Aram playing Aram Litica, but oh man, Hellion Lua. Guys, what can we say? She lowers buff durations by a turn. Aram has 3-turn immunity. That is going to be a problem.
Yeah, but I think the main thing here for How To's draft is he has a lot of tempo, right? Even though he can't get the debuffs that you mentioned with the 3-turn immunity, he does still have a lot of options as he is first pick. And speaking of the first pick advantage, he does go for the Solitaire to try to shut down the Fern, right? That Fern without focus, not only is she not having her survivability with the evasion, but she loses the speed that she gets. So this Solitaria will be a very, very problematic unit for Nezuko. Even if you seal her with Luna, you're not going to be able to regenerate the focus upon landing the seal. So it's going to be very, very problematic for him. How will Nezuko want to deal with How-To's last pick here? Potentially hovering DDR, and he does lock it in. He goes for the DDR Solitaria, wants to lean into the double strip, full control setup versus Nezuko here.
Yeah, and Nezuko, all he needs here is one final good hyper carry, and I think there are a couple of options available to him. Hovering the Lionheart, which I definitely think is probably the pick you want for this spot. Not too many other characters. I mean, guys, we have like 30-some characters banned out, so there's not that many hard hitters left, and as long as the raid doesn't get one good rotation on your Lion, I mean, she's going to take over games. But no, wow, Green Celine gets picked up. 3 non-attacking character. This is actually a pretty prime Green Celine game, huh?
I will have to say that it is. It is a very great pickup here, because if he presses any button, it's safe to assume Celine is killing 2. So that Celine is going to be a very problematic for How-To here. What does Nezuko want to post-ban, though? He's cornered with a double control here. Surely you take out the... Oh! So I was about to say, because he went for the double control on the 4-5, maybe you look to ban something else on the 1-2 picks, and that's exactly what Nezuko looked to aim to do. He bans out the School Nurse Yola to take away the superhumanization threat, and if Nezuko has his units fast enough, he could potentially seal Unbuffable. It'll be very problematic for How-To if Unbuffable sticks onto the Solitaria and the rest of the team.
Yeah, now the question is, does he have enough damage left in the game? If Fern doesn't have any focus to be able to play the game, does she have a win condition? Like, is there a win condition for Nezuko then?
Maybe. I mean, A-Ras has the Soulburn for the dual attacks with the Fern, right? I mean, you have the resets as well with ARAM, because there is 3-turn immunity present at the moment, so it is possible. I can definitely see it. And even Solitaria, if you go for the S1, you're granting Vigor for the entire team. If you go for the S3, correct me if I'm wrong, it's only a 1-turn buff reduction. So it'll be very problematic. He does go for the S1, lands the dual attack.
Oh, dual attack! You're waking it up, but...
Oh, no, stun with the Abyssal Crown! Oh man, that's so problematic. Now, the souls are going to be generated from the ARM S2. Vigor is going to be provided onto the entire team. And now Nezuko with a 26k HP Luna goes to the Soulburn S3, applying the full strip, Unbuffable, and Seal.
And you want to take off as many options that How-To has as possible. You're removing every single passive, every single buff. Ray, however, is going to be fighting back. We're stripping and buffing up. That is an 8 out of 8. That's as good as you can ask for. Is he going to S2 for the tempo, or does he opt to skip here? That's another question. If he skips here, he needs to, oh no, just press his S2 for the tempo. We're looking to just go all in real early and fast.
Yeah, and I mean, there is no unbuffable on this Fern, so this Arya S3 should be able to snipe him out, I assume. Oh no, it's not enough to kill! It's not enough to kill, so the Solitude Rune from Adventure Ras is going to give that barrier onto the Fern to keep her alive. And now Lua will go for the S3. This can apply the provokes, but there is no challenge going to be applied, and Seal will stop the Lua from countering.
It does land 3 provokes, though, and that buys him another round. Solitaria, I mean, no follow-up attack, but we do get the click and point stun here. Who does it go on? Once again, guys, we found ourselves in a spot where the control player needs to navigate every turn, strips the shield. We were talking about how big that barrier is in keeping this Fern alive, and it's looking like she is not long for this world. One hit, the tap, not going to be able to close her off. Heli and Lua slowly tempoing. Man, both players actually drafted around each other so well that, you know, they need to play out this control match, and I think Emma Arya is actually the biggest threat on both sides. The extra attack punching through right here. Can Adventure Ras hold on?
Yeah, and I think once this Fern is dead, I mean, it's very, very hard to come back from, because your only source of damage now is just Luna and Ross dual attacking. And is that enough? I mean, there's going to be injury coming soon from DDR when he gets his skills back up. And once this Unbuffable shrugs off the Solitaria, it'll be very problematic as well.
You'll make an excellent specimen.
Now DDR has a
Ramping up
U-turn. Does he want to
frenzy.
go for the sleep onto the Luna or go for the ARAM potentially? ARAM does still have her skills available as she did not use it yet, as she did get controlled. Oh, resistance! S1 from the Ross, it will provide 10% combat readiness from Helion Liwa's passive for How To, and Nezuko recognizes he doesn't have enough damage, so How To will be moving on to the Grand Finals.
He will be earning himself a trip to Chengdu with Vic. Congratulations, How To. Love to see when any of the boys takes W's. Yeah, no, you don't have to feel too bad for Nezuko, though. He's already in the money. I think anybody in the top 4 in these types of tournaments are making the money, so, hey, that was a strong performance, guys. We got to see some really good matches.
Absolutely.
Yeah, speaking of which, guys, I didn't expect to have this many BO5s tonight. I actually got to sign off for the night because my brother and his friends are on a road trip to Chengdu tomorrow. They got to get their beauty sleep, so... unfortunately, I gotta head off for the night, off the broadcast. So, you got this though, Vic. You're one beast of a solo caster, and I believe in you. You got this. I'll be hanging out with you guys in chat though. Thank you once again for having me.
Valky, man. Thank you so much for coming on, and have a good night. And yeah, we'll keep the show running.
All right, show must go on. Take it easy, guys. And if I don't see you, have yourselves a great weekend. All right.
Take care, brother. All right, so goodbye, Andrew, if you're off to work as well. Real quick, I do want to thank you, Wadukex, for the gifted to everybody. So thank you very much. Also, thank you for all the follows as well. And we're going to take a quick, 1-minute break so I can just quickly go pee. And we'll get started to kind of finish everything off, okay? So you guys can quickly stand up, maybe stretch, go pee real quick. I just got to get off my chair after 4 hours. So just give me 1 moment, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last semi-finals between Facepump and Derek. Winner of this will be moving on into the grand finals, playing for the $320 US. Once again, thank you to G-Clef for the donation for this tournament. Also, thank you to those of you that participated in the Doomsday Last Survivor to help me fund this tournament. And also thank you to Criticans for also donating to this tournament as well. Best way to support is dropping a follow. If you have an Amazon Prime, please throw it my way if you want, or to whoever your best streamer is or favorite streamer is. Don't let it go to waste. But nonetheless, both players are ready. I'm ready. And shout out to Valkyrie. Shout out to Mars for helping me organize the tournament. Without Mars, a lot of things cannot be done on this channel. So W Mars. Let us get the show on the road. If you want to donate to the pod, it's completely up to you. I will not make that decision for you. Whether you do it today and we increase the prize pool, or in May when we do the next tournament after Masters, completely up to you, brother. I will not make the decision for you. Nonetheless, Facepump will be going for the Zio Harsetti pre-bans under the Resistance Warfare rule. Derek goes for the Dien and Bryceria pre-ban. And obviously, School Nurse Yolha, being one of the premier revivers and buffers, will be picked up. And Derek leaning into that Unbound Knight arrow that we've already seen today on that very fast setup that caught AB off guard. I mean, he was able to take down one of the best players in the game, saving my lunch money. So let's see how Facepump's going to respond in this situation. Maybe he'll take advantage of the Resistance Warfare rule. Maybe he'll look to play a little bit more aggressive, as we do know that he likes to do.
Trust me.
And it does look like Genesis Ross is going to be picked up here. And looks like Renak will be picked up as well for some tempo. To answer you, Brandon, you can go to the tournament page and there should be a donation button there to add to prize pool. Now, it does look like Derek's going to lean into the Lone Crescent Bologna and taking away the Bellion as well to try to shut down the soul burn of the G Ross with Precious Connection. But more importantly, he has to take away the Bellion here, because if he goes for some books on the side of Facepump's 4-5, it could be kind of dangerous, right? So definitely picking up Bellion to deny it from him is probably a little bit unconventional, but I imagine Derek has an idea for why he wants to pick this up to deny Facepump from grabbing it. And now Facepump is going to be hovering the Afternoon Soak Flan. I don't know if that is a great option in terms of a bridge, because most of the times Renak is going to want to S2 with Pilfer into the S3. And when you do go for that S2 into S3, Flan's going to have no value, right? And so there we go. Lionheart Sermia will be picked up by Facepump here, as there is going to be the guaranteed counter from the Lone Crescent Bologna. And he is also hovering the Saria for just raw damage, potentially being on the Otherworldly Machinery for the Ranger artifact, which does ignore damage mitigation. So the newly buffed Unbound Knight Arrowwell with the 40% escort is going to be completely nullified, right? So obviously Saria will be respected by Derek. Blue Dien will also be respected, as Facepump does not want to deal with anti-penetration when he has a unit in Renak, Ross, and Lionheart. And now first turn is going to be going over to Facepump. Renak will have the S2. Wants to go for the Pilfer onto the Lone Crescent Bologna. Will also miss. Counterattack! That's going to be on Golden Rose. That's going to proc the Lionheart Sermia, pushing into the front of the combat readiness bar. However, Derek is sporting a speed. Helag lands Unbound Knight Air. Well, will this cut in front of Lionheart and potentially stun the Lionheart? Very pivotal turn here. Very heads-up play by Facepump there to target the Unbound Knight Air. Well, instead of the alternative unit, so that he doesn't cut and strip the Lionheart Sermia. Lionheart Sermia now gets a big S3. This will take out the Unbound Knight Airwell. Bat back from the Lone Crescent Bologna on the Golden Rose. This will do a lot of damage with the injury. The Lionheart Sermia has the S1, takes out the Lone Crescent Bologna, putting this into a 2v4 situation. And now Derek, he has to decide, does he want to go for the revive onto the Lone Crescent Bologna, or does he want a superhumanization for this Bellion? Turn is going to be taken up here by Derek. And it looks like he is going to go for the superhumanization win condition with the Bellion, 64k HP. S3 is going to apply the defensive buff up for the Bellion. This will most likely kill off the Renac, I presume. And there it is. That's going to proc the Lionheart just about 50% HP. Bossarunka is going to go for the S3. Will he target the Yulha here? No, he actually goes for the Bellion. Maybe counter. Very lucky not get the counter there by the Bellion. Would have done a lot of damage, but it also would have coincidentally proc Lionheart Surmia. S1, no S2, so the Lionheart Surmia will not proc her passive. Genesis Ross has the S2. Will he be able to kill the superhumanization? Counterattack comes out, but this will kill off the Lionheart Surmia with the 3F and superhumanization, however. Oh, it almost kills off the G-Ross! It almost kills out the G-Ross. I don't know if G-Ross is going to have enough damage with the S3. They should be able to take out the School Nurse Yulha. And he does take out the School Nurse Yulha. 26k damage going out onto the Bellion. No counter from the Bossarunka S1. This S1 will finish off this Genesis Ross, but will it proc S2? No, it doesn't. Bellion does have the Soul Burn available now. G-Ross goes for the S1. No counter again. And now Derek does have the Soul Burn S1. Will it be enough damage to kill off this Bossarunka? He really needs to take her down here for a chance to win this. Double 3F proc. It doesn't kill. 269 HP is standing on the Bossarunka. Will we get a counter from the Bellion? No, we do not. And now G-Ross is blinded, so S1 comes out. No counter from the Bellion again. And he's going to have to try to tag this Genesis Ross with the S3. He does have increased effectiveness. Will he land the provoke he desperately needs right now? He does! He will take out the Bossarunka. Any counters from the... Kindly counter from the Bellion! That's going to put more 3F damage. 1v1 situation. He has to proc S2 with 3F to kill this Genesis Ross. And he gets it! That's going to be the double 3F proc. That's going to be G-Ross falling down. Derek able to clutch the game in a 2v4 situation with the superhumanization Bellion. Game 1 going in favor of Derek. Against all odds, when it looks like he was down and out, you can never doubt a superhumanization Bellion, ladies and gentlemen. That thing does too much damage. Way too much. Both players are ready to go, so let us get started into game number 2. Alright, so we are going to be under the support warfare rule, which is going to increase the amount of fighting spirit acquired by 50%. Throughout this tournament, we've already seen the likes of Satsuka, Lone Crescent Bellona be very prominent under this specific warfare rule. Are we going to see these units shine in this draft potentially? Obviously, Lone Crescent Bellona is already off the field as it was used in game number 1, so it will not be available in game number 2. And there we go. We are going to be seeing Sea Pandapolitus and Luna get banned out by Derek. And Imperial Ilnav and Crimson Armin will be banned out by Facepumbo around here. Oh, wow. Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for contributing $420. Or sorry, $100 towards the pot. Thank you so much. So for all competitors, please note that there is an additional $100 added to the pool. If we can please get a W-BAM in the chat, please. W-BAM. 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 Absolute W-BAM, dude. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate that. That is huge, man. You absolutely didn't have to, but thank you so much, dude. That really spices things up, so thank you very much. Now, Spirit Eye Selene will be picked up very early on by Facepump. Now, how is Derek going to want to respond? I got to update the stream title then, right? We got an extra $100. Thank you so much, brother. I really, 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 really appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me turn on my camera, dude. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that, bro.
If I must fight.
All right, so we are going to be seeing the Adventurer Ross get picked up by Derek. Oh my days. And Wadukek's coming in with the Zifted. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the 5 Zifted, man. Thank you. W Wadu, W Bam, dude. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Now, we're also going to be seeing a blue crowd get picked up by Derek, picking up 2 mitigation options very early on, very uncharacteristic of him to do so. This is not the defense warfare where RGB units get, you know, more damage reduction, but Facepump's going to go for the aim mid cleave with the Urban Shadow Shoe on 2, and wow, Derek speeding up the tempo, also go for the Hellion Lua along with the tactical archetype Koli, picking himself up with a 12 speed imprint. Now, Facepump's got to be thinking about how he wants to play this draft. This is a very tough spot because if you were an aim cleaver on RTA ladder, very simple, double imprint, slam. But the problem is, because you're playing in Lunatic, you have to spread your gear quite evenly to some degree. And so maybe his aim is not as fast as he would like it to be to slam those options on the 4 or 5. And we will be seeing the designer Lilibet get picked up to try to provide some anti-debuffs versus the Hellion Lua, and also there's tactical archetype Koli, and Laya also gets picked up to cleanse off the provokes from the Hellion Lua. And now Landy also gets picked up by Derek. Derek's definitely cooking here. He's got a game plan because this is a very uncharacteristic playstyle that we haven't seen from him yet. But Designer Lilibet and Landy will be banned out by both sides, and I would have to assume that Derek is going to be able to get the first turn with the Lua having its speed imprint. And oh my goodness, with the 12 speed imprint, it was not enough! Amid is going to be able to take the turn. Facepump with the Fan of Light and Dark. This will be able to push up his entire team with the skill nullifier. And now S3 is going to be going out onto the Spirit Eye Celine. She has a gap, she has a crit damage buff, and this is going to Soulburn S1 go on the Tactical Archetype Holy, and that's going to completely kill her, ignoring the Solitude rune from the Adventurer Raw, so no barrier for the back line.
May you find the righteous path.
And now Laya is going to go in front of the Lua. I don't even know if you want that, to be honest. Urban Shadow Shoe is going to have the S3 available. This will apply the injury onto the crowd, which will help mitigate some of the damage that he has when he gets that S3 available. Hellion Lua finally getting the S3. This will apply the defense buff up for herself, but more importantly, challenge for the entire team. And now, how do you play this? Do you try to gun down the Spirit Eye Celine? He misses the provoke onto the Aimant and the Urban Shadow Shoe. Unfortunately, S2 goes onto the Laya, does land the pushback, however. And now A-Ross does have the S2 available, but does he want to use it on this turn? No, he does not. Opts to go for the S3 for the raw damage, breaking the skill nullifier on the entire team. No Chris landings, so the Celine will not counter this time. And now Aim at S1 will provide herself with a little bit of combat readiness here. Goes out onto the Lua. Spirit Eye Celine, will she fall to the challenge damage? She does have the immortality still, but if you can proc her down to 1 HP, she will be in kill range for the Hellion Lua S1. And she is at 1 HP. Hellion Lua will be able to finish her off if she opts to do so, and yes, she does. Dual attack also coming from the A-Ras, providing himself with a little bit more combat readiness. Urban Shadow Shoe is 1 focus stack away from an empowered S3, which will most definitely take out the crowd. But remember, Facepump still very much so in it, as the Laya hasn't gotten a turn. The longer the game stalls, the higher the chances Laya and Shu will take over with the Soulburn S3 pop damage from Laya, the pop damage from the Shu. Soulburn S2 lands a defense break onto the Laya, but not enough. Prophetic Candlestick on the Lua actually procs. She now has S3. This is some of the tech. Prophetic Candlestick on the Hellion Lua. Soulburn on the crowd. S3 is going to be an AoE. Not quite enough to take out this Aimant. However, Hellion Lua desperately needs to land S3. Derek needs this S3 to turn the tides. And he lands 3 out of 3. Aimant's going to fall to the challenge, putting this into a 2v3 situation. A-Raz is going to go for the S1 challenge damage. Crowd's going to have another S1 challenge damage coming through. That will be the Aimant falling down. Ryu does proc the Sweet Miracle, but this S3 target can only take out Crow. Will he go for the Hellion Lua this time? And Facepump goes for the S3. It does look like he is targeting onto the Hellion Lua, but she is still alive. S1 comes out, takes off the speed buff from the Laya. There is still a provoke, but this Hellion Lua should fall now because there is still that dual attack, unfortunately. Oh, no, the S1 is just going to be straight up killing. Looks like he's not on the dual attack E, actually, for Facepump, but Hellion Lua is out of the table, so very interesting comp that Derek actually wanted to lean into with the Prophetic Candlestick on the Hellion Lua, but Unfortunately, Sweet Miracle is too broken. Wow. Wow. I mean, how unfortunate is it that he got outsped with a 12 imprint, right? I mean, that's just very... Doesn't happen all the time. Facepalm low-key kind of a goat, but also... I didn't get to check the EE on Laya, but do you have to have the backline unit be Shu for the dual attack? Let me just double check. Anyhow, we are going to be looking at offense warfare rule. So that means warriors will be getting increased damage by 20% and ignore damage share. Let me just double check. I'm kind of curious. Laya. Yeah, Laya does need to have the unit in the back line with the S1. Well, I wasn't able to check the EE, unfortunately. But let's just say he forgot to place it, I guess. Alright, so we are going to be seeing Conquer Lilius and Mort get banned out by Derek. Facepump's going to go for the School Nurse Yolha pre-ban along with the boss of Runka.
Forgetting something?
And wow, Derek actually opts to lean into a Renac very early on.
Is it time?
Genesis Raw is going to be picked up by Facepump. Obviously, Imperial Ilnab, Briarwitch, Iceria are both off the table.
You want me.
And we're going to see Setsuka get picked up super early because, unfortunately, Derek did go for the Mort ban. And because Derek did go for the Mort ban, that does enable a lot of the counterattackers like Setsuka. Lone Crescent Bellona is going to be picked up by Derek, and Blue Dian is going to be locked in on 3.
Is it time to draw my sword?
Wow, and wasting no time. Facepump goes for the Litica and Afternoon Soak Flan almost immediately. And Fern gets picked up into the triple fire setup that Facepump is sporting. How is Derek going to want to round out this draft? And he does go for the Amiki. Man, I feel like this can go either way. You know, you have 3 water units versus 3 fire units. And you also have the speed threat of the Renac. Facepump is known to be a relatively fast player in that Litica. And he is hovering the Summertime Iceria, and he does pick it up. And now Facepump has 4 fire units on his team, 3 water units on the side of Derek, and we're going to be seeing Fern and Summertime Iceria both get banned out. This is anybody's game. I'm very curious to see, will Derek's Renac outspeed the Litica? Will the Litica outspeed the Renac? And Facepalm outspeeds the Renac with the Litica. S2 is going to come out. Will there be a counter? There is a counter from... Oh, Provoke Sticks! He's not going to be able to put... Oh, that's terrible! And another counter coming out! Bat back from the Lone Crest of Bellona. This will be able to take out... Almost takes out the Litica in the process. Afternoon Soak Flan will cut in front. And now Flan does go for the S3. Will this be enough combat readiness for the Genesis Ross to cut? It does take out the Renac. Another counter. Uberi's Tooth will take out this Flan. And out the end, finally getting the turn. Going to be able to put up the penetration resistance. However, the Setsuka is coming around the corner. That can potentially strip off these buffs. So how is Derek going to want to play this? He has the attack buff on the Lone Crest of Bellona. S3 will kill off the Litica. This will provide vigor and immunity so that this Ross is not going to be able to seal this Lone Crest of Bellona. But no, he's going to raw S3. Will he hit onto the Lone Crest of Bellona? She does have 40% evasion at the moment. And it looks like he doesn't kill. There's going to be a counter coming in from the Lone Crest of Bellona. S2 coming out with the attack buff with the vigor. And that is going to... It will not heal her enough, but the Amiki is now proc, but it will cut in front of this Setsuka. He's going to throw all of this damage out, I imagine. And now S3 goes out onto the Ross. He wants to guarantee the splash damage onto the Setsuka. S1 with the Amiki with 111 HP left with the attack buff. S1 goes out. Uberisu, this should be able to kill off the Setsuka, and it does! And now Dian's going to be able to put up the penetration resistance. I cannot believe that this Ross was not able to kill. Just an absolute disaster moment. Derek able to take game 3. And that's just one of the problems of playing Litica, right? When you go for that S2 and Amiki counters and provokes you, that is going to be your impending doom, guaranteed. So very, very heads up of Derek to just kind of fortify his comp by picking up some strong water anchors in the Fern and in the Amiki to try to deal with that Litica aggression. Very, very well played. All right, so again, we're going to be seeing the offense warfare rule once again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, need I remind you, warrior attacks will be increased by 20% for damage, and it will ignore damage share. And now we are going to be seeing Amit and Spirit Eye Celine get banned out by Derek, trying to take away some of the aggressive options that Facepump has. And we're going to see Bellion and Unbound Knight Airwell get banned out as well by Facepump because he wants to try to target down some of the options that Derek has been sporting throughout this tournament. We've seen the Halag Lens tech from Derek. We've seen the Bellion 2v4 with Yolha. All of these options are being taken out, so we got to see, can Derek reach into the bag? Does he have enough options available to him? And Disciplinary Prefect Arya will be picked up by Facepump very early on, and Derek promptly responds with the Fallen Cecilia, guaranteeing himself some mitigation early on in the draft.
I'm always open to new
And Urban Shadow Shoe also gets picked up. Now, obviously, Urban Shadow Shoe is going to do a ton of fixed damage with her passive. There are only 2 fixed damage mitigation options in the game in Fallen Cecilia and Maid Chloe. And when you do have one of the 2 options, you're going to have to see if Facepump leans into this Maid Chloe. He is known to be a relatively aggressive player. And so I don't know if he's going to want to play into the Maid Chloe himself and play reactively here, because he's going to be a little bit more proactive here. Goes for the ARAM pick, taking away the hard counter versus the Hellion Lua, and locks in the Hellion Lua opener on 3. And now one of the great things about taking these 2 together is that you're taking away the option of Derek putting the ARAM on 3. Because ARAM provides that 3-turn immunity, Hellion Lua only reduces the buff duration by 1 turn. And so Derek promptly responds with the Tori that's completely immune to any debuffs if they have immunity present on their equipment. And with the Fire Lilius as well, some tech that he has ready to go versus this Hellion Lua. When there's a non-attack skill, she does full cleanse, and that S3 can also cleanse off the Hellion Lua S3. And Facepump, wow, actually leaning into the Blue Ida, the non-attack skill from the Hellion Lua will provide her with the 20% combat readiness when her S3 is available. So very heads-up play, and it also provides him with a Soul Burn S3 with the Taga Hell's Ancient Book or the Mirrored Lotus Ring if you have enough of those copies from the Free Rin banner. And now how is Facepump going on to round out this draft? Opts to go for the Fire Politis. Amazing pick there. Fire Politis is going to proc her S2 off the Lilias, proccing her S2, and will also potentially provide enough combat readiness cut to be very disruptive here. And Derek rounds out the draft with a green Celine to try to punish the non-attack skills from the ARAM, from the Lua. Right? He needs a unit to deal with Facepump's aggression here, and we are going to be seeing the Celine and Fire Politis get banned out by both sides. And now into game number 4 we go. We are going to be seeing Derek 1 game away from moving into the grand finals. Facepump with the Hellion Lua has the Soul Burn S3 available with the increased effectiveness. Opts to not go for the Soul Burn. Wants to go for the raw S3 with the increased effectiveness instead, pushing that Ida forward. And now this S1 from the Fire Lilius. This will unfortunately not cut this Ida. Soul Burn S3 is going to be coming out. Will it be enough damage though? Mature Sunglasses is on the Fallen Cecilia, or Mature Sunglasses was on the Lilius there. And now Ida is going to have the S3. Will he land the stuns? He does have an effectiveness buff right now. And he does land the stun onto the Lilius and the Urban Shadow Shoe. Now ARAM does have the S3 available. He does have the ability to reset the Ida cooldowns. Bird's eye view. Oh my days. Another 20 souls coming into the hands of Ida. Going to be able to have the exploiting weak points for the increased damage. Soul Burn S3 is going to be coming out. That's going to put the Tori into kill range with another AoE. S2, S3 comes out again. The back-to-back Ida, S2, S3 is coming out. This will take out the Tori. Unfortunately, not enough damage to take out anybody else, but that might just be enough. Disciplinary Prefect Arya has a Soul Burn S3 available to reduce the cooldowns on this S3, applying the barriers to the whole team. Taking out the Shu, and that is going to be the game. Game 4 going in favor of Facepump. We are going to be seeing another Game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we have played 6 series today. 5 out of 6 series have all gone to Game 5. They have all gone to Game 5. I am speechless. Now, if you guys are just joining in, there are currently 10 units pre-banned from Game 4. 16 units pre-banned in total, with an additional 4 being introduced in Game 5. With an additional 8 global pre-bans, as you can see on the top of the screen, we are now looking at 38 total units banned. I hope you guys are having a great time, because I know I am. Both players are ready to go. The winner of this match will move to the Grand Finals versus How To. Best of luck to both. Now, Warfare rule this time is not going to be offense. This is going to be support, so it will increase the amount of fighting spirit acquired by 50%. Both players are going to be locking in their pre-bans. We'll be seeing Renac banned by both sides. Lidica will be taken away from Facepump by Derek, and Genesis Ross also gets banned out. And immediately taking full advantage of the Mort pre-ban in game number 3, Setsuka gets picked up by Derek, as she will acquire Fighting Spirit faster by 50%, so she's a very, very highly contested pick, especially when Mort is off the table. Same with the Lone Crescent Bologna. Facepump recognizes he cannot give him another Fighting Spirit unit that is very prevalent in the meta right now, pairing it up with Afternoon Soak Clan, preparing for maybe a potentially aggressive draft, and Derek goes for the hard counters. Lone Crescent Bologna obviously counters. The Lion Heart Sirmia will be able to proc. Solitaria on 3 is going to guarantee his solution versus that Afternoon Soak Flan. When you take the focus away from the Flan, she's not going to be able to dual attack. She doesn't have that machine gun win condition, just completely gunning you down. So very heads up ban protected pick by Derek here. And now Facepump is hovering the Lone Wolf Payra, recognizing that maybe he wants to up the tempo, and he does lock the Lone Wolf Payra in. He's probably going to want to pick up some more tempo to pair alongside this opener. And we will be seeing the Saria get picked up. And oh my goodness, we are seeing the Benimaru in Game 5 coming out. Taking full advantage of the fact that he says, you know what? You have to S3, S1 to activate Saria. And so, I'm going to go for Benimaru and B-Dom to hard stop the Lone Wolf Payra in his tracks. But I do want to point out, Derek locked in his picks so fast.
You're not dead
He picked
yet?
Saria with a focus into Solitaria. So, a really big fumble here on the side of Facepump in game number 5. Maybe he just completely forgot about this. But now, this is going to come down to, will Benimaru cut? The game is absolutely looking more advantageous for Derek here. Game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, for all the marbles. Facepump does have the S3, S1 available. This will provide 20% combat readiness for the entire team. Benimaru is alongside the CR bar. He will get 40% combat readiness push with the multi-layer barrier. And we are going to be seeing the S1 go out onto the Benimaru Tachi. Unfortunately, Benimaru Tachi is not going to be able to cut, but S3 is going to be coming out for the Saria, still providing the invincibility for the entire team. Derek must be in shambles right now because he was not fast enough to cut after the Lone Wolf Payra S3, S1. Absolutely nightmare situation for Benimaru here, but he is going to be able to have the S3. This will push up the Solitaria a fair bit up the combat readiness bar. Unfortunately, it will do no damage. Backpack's going to be coming in from the Lone Crescent Bellona. It will do a decent chunk of damage, but the Lionheart Sermia also cutting, and she will have the S3 into invincibility. Nightmare situation for Derek to be in. Absolutely nightmare situation. And Lone Crescent Bellona also has Rampage, which means she gets 20% additional evasion, with her passive giving 15% for each surviving ally. We're looking at a Lone Crescent Bellona who currently has 80% evasion. And now S3 from the Lone Crescent Bellona, 22.5k with the attack buff and the vigor is going to be going out onto the Lone Crescent Bellona, completely annihilating her. And now Solitary of the Snow is going to be able to have the S3 or S1 available, but the Batback is going to be coming in from the Lone Crescent Bellona with the 80% evasion. I don't imagine you're going to be able to do anything here. Immunities here. S2 with the backpack. This is going to kill out the Benimaru Itachi. Hits the Setsuka. And now Solitaria does land the stun, lands some debuffs, not stripping the invincibility off the Saria. Unfortunately, another Batback, and that's going to be the game. 1v4 situation. Setsuka will not be able to do it, and now Facebump will be moving into the Grand Finals versus How To. And I just got to say, right, even in the draft, we were thinking, oh man, like Saria, unfortunately, like she doesn't have focus. But she does still have the invincibility. But the main issue there was the Benimaru was not fast enough, right? If Derek was going to rely on that Benimaru Itachi in this pivotal Game 5, it had to be fast enough to receive that 40% combat readiness boost and then cut and take over the game. But unfortunately, too little too late. Facepump will be moving on to the Grand Finals versus How To for the $420 grand prize for the top two players. Great showing from both, though. All right, let me swap this over to a best of 7. I will let the predictions run real quick. So mods, please run the prediction on Twitch chat for the Grand Finals. Everybody get in your points. I will we'll get in your points, and we'll get the show on the road in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be entering into the Grand Finals. This is going to be a best of 7 from Facepump and How To. We've already seen a lot of great matches today. 6 sets. 5 out of 6 sets have been going to distance to Game 5. This is now going to be a best of 7. So we've seen 38 pre-bans in Game 5. Game 6 would be 42. Game 7 would be 46 units free banned. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Both players are ready to go. Best of luck to both players. Oh, man. Game 7s. Best of 7. Best of 7. Now, Warfare rule is going to be support, so we'll increase the amount of fighting spirit acquired by 50%. So the likes of Satsuka, Lone Crescent Bologna, these units will be very, very high priority, as we have seen in previous sets. Both players really taking their time to commit their pre-bans, really thinking about what they want to do and how they want to structure this first game. And we will be seeing the Renac and Bellion get banned out by How2, and Zio and Harsetti will be banned out by Facepump. MLDN being a very high priority here, considering the fact that Bellion is off the table. What determines the global pre-bans? Basically, once we got the quarterfinal set for today from yesterday's matches, I reached out to top 8 players to submit one global pre-ban of their choice. And that's what got brought in, so they had to play around not having those 8 units on the top of the screen. Now, Facepump is going to go in with the Genesis Ross with a tactical archetype Coley, picking himself up with a speed imprint, trying to, take action, wants to go for the first turn, wants to play aggressive, has that imprint already. He has the Ross anchor in place. How is How2 going to respond in this situation? Yes, it is the grand finals now. How2 has 30 seconds left on the clock. Opts to go for the Imperial Illini for some type of mitigation here versus that. Ross and Lionheart Sermia gets locked in on 3 here for How2. Obviously, when there are any single target damage coming through, like a Zeo that's pre-banned, but let's say, Renac or Shu, as we've seen from Light, or just any single target that you can bring into the draft, it will proc Tactical Archetype Coley's extra attack, which will then proc the Lionheart Sermia, making her a very, very popular solution into her on the RTA ladder. But Facepump, being the great player that he is, recognizes that he can't play into this counter pick from How2. So he opts to go for Aim to try to speed up the draft, pick up the tempo, get the skill nullifier to try to nullify the incoming damage from the Lionheart S3 in the case that he does proc that passive with the Tactical Archetype Coley S2. And now Facepump looking at locking in potentially a Spirit Eye Celine. Does he want to round it out with the Spirit Eye Celine? And he does go for the Spirit Eye Celine. He wants to pair that up with the Amid, providing the skill nullifier and potentially the crit damage buff. And we are going to be seeing the Fire Poultice from How2 get locked in, trying to deal with these non-attack skills coming from Amid and Spirit Eye Celine. How2 looking a little bit low on tempo, but maybe he has an idea up his sleeve. Hovering the new Mumuna. Is this what he wants to do to round it out? Really taking his time here. And we will see the Moon Bunny Dominio get picked up by How2 versus the Amid on the side of Facepump. Really wants to try to stop this Amid from abusing with the S2, S3. Facepump really taking the time on the clock. He really wants to think about this last pick. It has to be strong enough to let him win the draft, to win the game. And we will see the Bystander Huayan get picked up. There is the Lionheart Sermia, there is the Imperial Illinav. It is also immune to debuffs. So it could be an anchor for this draft against How2. And we will be seeing the Moon Bunny Dominion and Bystander Huayan get banned out by both sides. Now, I wonder, how will Facepump play this with the Fire Poultice on the opposing side? We do see Tagahel's Ancient Book, so there is no Abyssal Crown, which means that the Poultice is not on a control build, aka a degen build, where it's most commonly used on Abyssal Crown to stun after Amid goes for the S2. But Will Facepump still want to do it anyway? Yes, he does. He goes for the S2 to provide the combat readiness for the entire team, enabling the skill nullifier. Paul's is going to receive 30% combat readiness. S3, Fan of Light and Dark. He's going to apply this onto the Spirit Eye Celine, I presume. Yes, he does. And the Poultice is going to cut. Soulburn S1 is going to be coming out from the Poultice. It is fast enough to bridge. I imagine he's going to go for the Soulburn S1 to activate the DN. And there it is. Soulburn S1 going to be coming out onto the Spirit Eye Celine, taking off the barrier. And DN's going to be able to cut in front. S3 coming out from the Fire Poultice. He could also go for another S1 to get some chip damage in. No. Opts go for the S3 with 8.4k HP, meaning that he is on a full damage build. And now DN is going to be able to get the next turn. S3 with the Immortality and Mirrored Lotus Ring proccing, generating some extra souls. Will be able to apply the seal onto all targets except for Genesis Ross. And this is going to eliminate Tactical Archetype Coley, Spirit Eye Celine, and almost taking Aimit out as well. S1 coming out from the Lionheart Sermia. It's going to be a 1v4 situation. Genesis Ross versus DN and Imperial Illinath. This is going to be a very tall order. Will this Ross have enough damage to kill through the mitigation of the Imperial Illinath? Opts to go for the S3 while it's sealed.
To belong in this world.
And it looks like it does take out the Poultice, takes out the Imperial Illinath. Lionheart Sermia will not have any ability to up proccing S3 unless she can cycle with the speed buff to get a natural turn. DN's going to have the S1 dragging that Lionheart Sermia forward. Not quite enough damage to kill, but Lionheart Sermia does have the Soulburn available. Can look to kill him off here, and he does, but it just barely misses the kill. G-Ross S1 going out to the Lionheart Sermia, not enough damage to kill. Unfortunately, S1 with the DN will drag the Lionheart Sermia forward. And that is going to proc Sacred Covenant. Genesis Ross will fall. Lionheart Sermia still doesn't have the S3 available, but the DN does have the souls for the Soul Burn. But G-Ross, one turn away from the S3. Will this G-Ross be able to 1v1 the DN? He goes for the Soul Burn S1, wants to get that raw damage in. Pivotal moment. Soulburn S2 does go out. However, with the Soulburn with Precious Connection, it will seal off at the end. I don't think DN's going to be able to shrug off and cycle fast enough unless it has enough speed. I think this game will be going in favor of Facepump. S1, there is potential rupture, but she is collapsed, so her damage will be completely neutered onto S1 as it is scaling based off her max HP. And you do see the rupture in. Not enough damage, however. And how to will not have enough damage to kill off this Ross, unfortunately. Opts to go for the S3. I don't think this pushback is going to be enough, unfortunately. Yep, and G-Ross is going to be able to get the turn. DN doesn't have the immortality, unfortunately, and this will be the perish of Shepherd of the Dark, DN. Game number 1 will be going in favor of Facepump.
I guess when I awake, you will no longer be there.
All right, and if you guys are new to Lunatic format, I'm sure you're not, as you've been watching for many hours already, but 10 units are banned off, 8 units globally banned, 4 more coming into the pool, so we are looking at 26 pre-bans going into game number 2. First pick will now be in the hands of How To. Both players are ready to go. Let us get the show on the road. And now we are going to be seeing the defense warfare rules. So 30% reduction for Covenant heroes. Now, mind you, 30% damage reduction and additional damage reduction to Covenant heroes. So defense warfare rule will be very helpful in surviving a lot of aggression, a lot of upfront damage that Facepump typically likes to sport. Now, we are going to be seeing the Boss Arunca and Blue DN get banned out by How To. Briarwitch Iceria and Boss Arunca will be banned out on the side of Facepump. And we will be seeing the School Nurse Yoha get picked up by How To. Ruel is globally banned, so I hope Facepump doesn't lock that in. Facepalm, probably thinking about what he wants to do versus the School Nurse Yolha. There's going to be so much damage reduction from the defense warfare rule, and he opts to go for the afternoon soak flan being picked up very early on.
Have you finished your assignment?
And we're also going to be seeing Disciplinary Prefect Arya get picked up as well. Now, how to, obviously, when you have School Nurse Yolha, you do want to pair it alongside a high HP bruiser that can benefit from the superhumanization. Bellion's pre-banned. G. Ross is gone from game 2. Arya gets denied by Facepalm, so very heads up of him to pick that up to deny how to from one of those strong combinations. But how to needs to be careful here. Facepalm does still have the option of playing aggressive. It's hovering the Sinful Angelica. I imagine he will not be locking that in.
My tea is getting
And
cold.
how to does opt to go for the Lone Crescent Bologna with the Festive Ida on 3.
Make my
And wasting no time, Facepalm promptly responds with the Fire Litica in the Ban Protect slot, challenging how to speed. Now, we have seen how to sport the very fast Festive Ida, earlier in the sets that he played today with the Jackal. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember. Now, does he have 2 Festive Idas? It's not uncommon for some people to have duplicate heroes. And Facepalm is hovering the Silverblade Araminta, recognizing that he does want to go for some type of book to guarantee the soul burn for the Fire Litica potentially.
Look at me.
No, we're going to be seeing a Challenger Dominion in game 2 to pair with the Fire Litica. We have not seen this unit be picked in many, many years. And if you're unfamiliar with Challenger Dominion, she does require someone on the team to crit.
Bring it on.
So, Litica just needs to crit, and then she can boost up, and then she has really big nuke with the S3 Soulburn S1. And now How To is going to pick up the Seaside Bologna into the Litica A flan setup. So we're seeing a double Bologna team on How To's side. You don't see that every day, and we're going to see ARAM get picked up by How To try to provide this immunity for the Litica. We mentioned it again before, but Litica obviously is a 1-turn buff reduction on the S2. When you have the ARAM that provides 3-turn immunity, you're going to be able to keep the immunity up and stop the debuffs from coming in. And now Facepalm is hovering the Sylvian Sage Vivian. Will he lock that in?
You don't deserve my
No, he
mercy.
actually opts to go for the New Moon Luna, picking himself up another book and an option to seal off all the passives from How To. Lone Crescent Bologna, passive. Festive Ida, passive. Seaside Bologna, passive. So there's a lot of passives to be dealt with, and it makes a lot of sense why you want to pick up this New Moon Luna here. And the Afternoon Soak Clan and ARAM get promptly banned on both sides. Now, as I mentioned earlier, How To has sported a very fast Festive Ida. Will it be able to take the turn over Facepalm? No, it does not, unfortunately. Facepalm is just too fast with the Fire Litica. Soulburn S2 is going to be coming out. This will boost the entire team forward. You see this Challenger Dominion boost down the CR bar. Now, S3 is going to be able to push back and ignore effect resistance as there is a bind on this School Nurse Yolha. Now, Challenger Dominion will be able to take the next turn, I assume. Skill Nullifier from the Litica S3 will keep them alive from the Batback, from the Lone Crescent Bologna. Challenger Dominion has the S3 available, has the Souls, the Soulburn S1.
The power of Nixie.
And we're going to see the crit buff for everybody. Soulburn has no Soulburn S1. S1 just raw just goes into this School Nurse Yolha. Soulburn S3 coming out from the School Nurse, or from the New Moon Luna, my apologies, will be able to land the unbuffable and seal onto How To's entire team. There is no way you can shrug this off.
Have a nice time. This will hurt him. What was that? To be dispersed.
And Arya isn't going to be able to get the turn here. S3, Soul Burn will reduce the cooldown. Who does he want to take out first? Looks like Lone Crescent Bologna is the unit of choice, and this will absolutely almost gun her down. She is on Secret Sights, so she could potentially full heal here. She can snipe out this Challenger Dominion and get a full heal with Secret Sight, I presume. And looks like that is exactly what he looks to do. S3, you see the Secret Sight proccing. This will indefinitely take out the Challenger Dominion, 34k HP. And now this Lone Crescent Bologna is back to full HP. S1 dual attack drags a New Moon Luna forward, providing herself with some combat readiness. The seal on this Festive Ida is still very problematic. One more rotation until Shyness can proc. Now S1 has a chance of stunning. He wants to use this wisely. And he misses the stun on New Moon Luna, unfortunately. Seaside Bologna does have the S3 available, but there are too many buffs on the side of How To. This Seaside Bologna will not be able to counter ever. There is going to be a defense break chance here with the Seaside Bologna S3. And we... Oh, sorry, on the S2. Only the unbuffable and unhealable. My apologies. Luna does have the S2 available. Will go on to the Festive Ida. It should take her out. Just a sliver of HP left. He's going to have to commit a hit with a Disciplinary Prefect Arya, I imagine. No. Litika is going to be able to take it out. Arya should be able to finish off this Lone Crescent Bologna, I assume. Prayer of Solitude proc, increasing her follow-up damage. This should be the game. Lone Crescent Bologna falls, and that's going to be a 1v4, 1v3 situation. Phase Pump taking game number 2.
Always pays off. This victory was inevitable. Nothing worth noting.
And we are looking at a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. There are going to be 30 units banned in game 3. Both players are ready, and let's go ahead. Looks like we're going to be seeing the support warfare rule once again. So that is going to be increasing the amount of fighting spirit acquired by 50%. And now How To is going to lock in the Amid pre-ban along with the Genesis Ross. Phase Pump's going to be sporting the MODN and Genesis Ross pre-bans himself.
My actions will prove my worth.
And looks like How To is going to play a little bit more aggressive himself. Opts to go for the tactical archetype Koli himself, picking himself up with a 12 speed imprint, also allowing him to be relatively flexible as he can pivot into any draft. Now, Phase Pump, historically, we have seen him really want to have a high priority on Genesis Ross, but it has been banned by both sides in game number 3. So let's see how he wants to respond into this tactical archetype Koli.
I can see your desire.
And we are going to be seeing a Satsuka get picked up very early under the support warfare rule with a Vildred as well. Phase Pump, recognizing that he is currently up 2 games in this best of 7, can't afford to drop a game, and he does want to speed up with a 12 imprint himself, so it's 12 and 12 on both sides. Now, how is How To going to want to respond here? He does have the Satsuka anchor for Akari already, so he needs to see and decide, does he want to play aggressive here, or does he want to play relatively standard? I don't think you want to play standard if you're playing tactical archetype Koli, but as we've seen earlier today from Light E7, you never really know what's coming. And How To promptly tries to shut down this anchor from Satsuka by picking up the Mort on 2 and speeding up with the Ran on 3. Phase Pump, wasting no time, goes for the Sea Phantom Poultice in response to the Ran. And we are going to be seeing the Wanderer Silk get picked up by Akari. There are 2 squishy targets at the moment for the Vildred to kill, so he will definitely be able to do a lot of damage. And How To opts to go for the Selene, trying to punish the Sea Phantom Poultice S3 to try to kill off the Vildred with the highest attack S2EE, I presume. How To's going to need to go for another last pick that can really help him benefit and fight versus this top 4 of Akari. When you're in this position, you want to find ways to stop Phase Pump from doing what he wants to do. Right, Celine being a great option. He's hovering the Yulha to try to just go for the reflect damage and potentially just S3 over and over and over, and they're going to be unable to kill him potentially. 20 seconds on the clock. How-To has a bunch of time to decide. He doesn't have to lock it in, but he is really using the time to his advantage here to really make sure that no other options are available. And he promptly locks in the green Yulha, recognizing that Facepump's draft is relatively low damage and it has no way of actually dealing with the green Yulha. And Janua does get picked up by Akari. How-To's going to go for the Janua ban, and green Celine will be banned out by Facepump. Now, I assume How-To is going to have a double Holy Sacrifice set up in the Mort and in the Yulha, so we're going to have to see just how this plays out. Alright, it does look like the Semifinals will be able to get the first turn. S3 with the Awakened Leaf will boost this Wanderer Silk forward. And she does have the buffs available with the Rage, landing the speed down onto all targets except for the Yulha. Wanderer Silk is on Guiding Light, but with the Rage, her S2 is going to be able to generate a dual attack from this Vildred. How does he want to play this out, however, as Vildred might die to the reflect damage from the Yulha. S2 goes out onto the Mort. S1 does proc and kill off the Ran. It's going to proc the extra hit. Malicious Smile, not enough to actually kill with the reflect damage onto the Vildred. S3 coming up from Vildred. This will surely take down the Tactical Architect fully. He'll also take out the Mort. Will it be enough reflect damage to kill the Vildred? It is absolutely enough. Mort is going to be able to get the turn. 23k HP. S3 coming out. This will ignore ER on the Wanderer Silk and the Semifinals as he does have higher HP. But missing the fear on the Semifinals, this will allow the Satsuka to continue dual attacking with the Semifinals set up. This is a nightmare situation, but he does still have the Yulha anchor. S1 will finish off the Mort, and now Satsuka could potentially counter. How-To, he does have 17.9k remaining, so his S3 should do about 13-14k to the Wanderer Silk. Does he want to use the S3 now? And it looks like he is not on the S3 reset EE, so he has to hold here. He's on the reflect EE. S1, Satsuka is healing a lot of the damage that he's doing onto this Yulha. Satsuka has to have a big turn here. Goes for the Soulburn. This is going to proc Murderous Intent. Yulha's going to proc in front of the Wanderer Silk. She has 2k HP out of 34k. This is going to for sure kill the Satsuka. And he's going to have to go for a kill on this. This is the only play he has. On the miss, he must kill. Otherwise, this game is over. And it is going to miss. It misses the kill! It missed the kill, and that is going to be the game. Yulha not being enough to turn the tides versus the Satsuka. And the S3 will strip off the barrier, and now How-To will fall down 0-3. Now, How-To has been in this situation before. He has been down 2 games and reverse sweeped his way back to go game 5 in the quarterfinals to come back and get his slot back into the semis. Will he be able to do it again? All right, and we are going to be seeing the Defense Warfare rule, which is going to grant damage reduction and additional damage reduction to the Covenant heroes. Now, what are we going to see pre-ban from the side of How-To and Facepump? And we are going to be seeing the Litica and Arya get banned out by How-To. Festive Ida and School Nurse Yulha will be banned out by Facepump here, taking away some of the openers that How-To has been really leaning into with the School Nurse Yulha priority.
I made it in the nick of time.
And How-To does opt to lean into the Unbound Knight Arrowell. Facepump looks to go for the New Moon Luna and the Afternoon Soak Flan. How-To already has his mitigation, but he needs to be careful here. If he plays a little bit too passive, this New Moon Luna and Afternoon Soak Flan combo can just completely run him over.
Let me hear you cheer for me!
And How To is going to go ahead and pick up the Maid Chloe and the Solitaria on 3 to try to deny the Afternoon Soak Flan from dual attacking. So How To opting to play a little bit more of a standard draft, a little bit more honest, playing the Reviver with the Maid Chloe. And now Facepump is hovering the Hellion Lua. We have seen the Hellion Lua matchup from Nezuko earlier completely control down these Maid Chloe picks, even through the passive of reducing the fixed damage from the challenge. And Aki getting picked up by Facepump, recognizing that How To has a relatively low tempo draft, so he wants to completely run him over and go for the kills. Now How To stop this aggression coming in. See what I did there? How To, he has to find a way to stop Akari in his footsteps. Otherwise, he's in for a world of pain. How To really letting the clock run down here, 25 seconds. And looks like Aram's going to be picked up by How To try to shut down some of the provokes coming in from the Hellion Lua with the 3-turn immunity. And Bystander Huaying is going to be picked up by How To as well to try to round out the draft. Facepump has complete freedom to pick whatever he wants in this situation. Hovering the Spirit Eye Celine, we have seen him run Feet of Criticism historically, so that he has that barrier starting at the start of battle to get that Soulburn S1 nimble by himself, not reliant on any buffs on his team. And we are going to be seeing the Silverblade Araminta get banned out on the side of Facepump, and Aram will be banned out on the side of a How To. Now, obviously, Facepump is going to be in the driving seat here with all of the tempo available. Now, mind you, Afternoon Soak Plan will not have the machine gun win con with the Solitaria locked on 3, but Aki is still going to have a lot of damage. Luna is going to be able to take the first turn. Soulburn S3 will be coming out. This will strip off all of the buffs and apply the unbuffable and seal onto the side of How To. And now Hellion Lua does have the S3 available, puts it up. This will provide herself with a defense buff and challenge for the entire team. Aki has the Soulburn S3. He's going to rip the Soulburn S3. Goes onto the Maid Chloe. This should be enough damage to kill with the 4 bursts as it ignores effect resistance. That's going to be the Maid Chloe even through her passive Soulburn S1. How much damage will this do with the challenge? This should be able to kill out the Solitaria as well. Oh, not quite, but unfortunately, I think it might be too little too late. S1 will proc another burn. Solitaria will fall. 2v4 situation. Flan has the S1 available. And he does get that one focus stack now that the Solitaria is out of the field. S1 counterattack comes out from the Luna and the Hellion Lua as well. And now Luna is going to have the S2 available to him. S1 goes out for the Flan dual attack, goes on to the Bystander Huayang, and now S3 will finish out the Bystander Huayang. Game 4 will be going in favor of Facepump in a convincing victory 4-0 in the Grand Finals.
You want me to straighten your hair?
All right, so that's going to be the tournament. It is unfortunate that we weren't able to see go the distance to go to Game 7, unfortunately, but you know, what can you do? No winner's interview? No, not really. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. You still got the Chengdu trip with How To? Bro, I'm not going on any trip with How To after that performance. This guy's a fucking bum. Like, no flame. This guy sucks. And how are you going to get 0-4 when you have first pick 4 games in a row? No flame. Like caster hat off now? Like, bro, you're a fucking bum. Like, you had first pick 4 games in a row. You couldn't get 1 game. Like, you suck, man. No flame. Like, god damn it, man. No flame, though.
Why don't you test your luck?
Like, no flame, but like, flame. Holy fuck, dude. Star Savior time? Yeah, that is the plan.
Money for information?
I'm joking, though, of course.
Whichever you prefer.
Or am I? You'll never know. Yeah, there's not really much for me to do in E7, apart from my arena flag, so let me get that done out of the way. Alright, chat, who's ready? Star Savior time, ladies and gentlemen. You're joking about the no flame part. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Okay, it's time to hop on Star Saviors, ladies and gentlemen. The best game in the world.
Come on, impress me.
When's the Star Savior tournament? I don't know, I actually have to start playing RTA and Star Savior first, so I know what the hell I'm talking about.
What a walk in the park this is.
Like, I'm gold gated, same. I'll be here for the Star Savior tournament. Star Savior, I've been making mad progress in the download last night. Nice. What's this, Cosmic?
From life into death. From death into life anew.
Good God. Thanks for hosting. My pleasure, bro. Thank you for attending.
I'm well aware of what you're planning.
I actually started Star Savior and now I'm unfortunately addicted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, I'm cooked. Because I missed the pushback. Bruh. Yeah, fuck this game. Yeah, I'm out of here. Yeah, fuck this. I missed the pushback on free Rin. Yeah, that's it. Oh, we're on to Star Savior. J. Fucking J. Oh my god, it's Jover! It's Jover! It's Jover! Okay. Okay, let me update the stream title, and then we're loading up the game. And we're gonna get started with the Star Savias. Let me see if can you guys see the game yet? Level 110 plus is a lot of gold. Yeah, I've seen that. Show the community wants some time before a real tourney. Yeah, probably, because it'd be kind of whale dominant. Plus, I don't really know how you would enforce like a situation where you want to be. Wait, can you guys see the game? Hey, peace out, Wadu. Thank you so much for your generosity, brother. Appreciate you, big man. Hey, how come you can't see it? So, oh, there we go. You can see it, right? Check Discord. How do you collect your winnings? I'll have to arrange it later tonight. But it'll automatically be sent to you if you have your PayPal linked, I believe. Is the audio loud enough? I can't tell. Oh yeah, chat on stream. Yeah. Sorry. Let me add you guys back onto this side. Holy moly. But why is there a check mark here when I've already cleared everything? Like, hello? Like, why is this highlighted? Hello? Hello? Scroll, there's day 4. How? How do you scroll? Scroll right? How? Oh. I see. Dude, I was using scroll wheel, bro. Bro, I was using scroll wheel, man. Oh my god, I might be brain dead, dude. Oh my ruckin' rod. But don't worry, I'm getting 3 SSRs right here, right now. Boom. I get SSRs for running the tournament, right? Yes? Fuck. Maybe not. Okay, this time I'm getting 3 SSRs. GG's. Light work. Yes, this is Star Saviors. Light work. GG's. Oh my god, the stream luck is not here, dude. Fuck it, 10 more, I don't care. YOLO. YOLO. I don't care. Oh, I got a gold. I got a gold, I got a gold, I got a gold, I got a gold. Oh, 2 golds! Wait, what do we get? What do we get? I'm so back. I'm so back. I'm so back. This is the best Arcana for Knights, by the way. This is the best Arcanas for Knights. We're so back. Is this good? Speeds? I don't know what this one is. I've never seen that before. I swear I'm gonna do things to you. You violate my body, dude. Just ravage me. Flip me upside down and just ravage me. I'm down. I'll take it. I'll take it like a good little boy, dude. I'll take it. I need to be punished. Yeah. 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 Good take. Good take. Good take. Yo, I'm almost max limit broken on this one. But I have no fucking gold. GG. Look, the longer you save in these games, the better it is long term. Yeah, of course, but like I want to pull. So sorry. Don't ask me why this is my background. Like, I didn't choose it. It was automatic. It was automatic. It was automatic. Okay, what am I need to do today? Check events. Oh, wait, there was I saw that all the element dungeon things are open, right? In this section? I have the same background. Men of culture. Yeah. Yep. Wait, what stage is this? They know us, the background choose it. Owner, sure. Yeah, I didn't choose the background. The background chose me, you know what I'm saying? Good take or no? I can't upgrade her bond to level 10? What does that mean? Her friendship? Her friendship's at level 30 for me, bro. I do not believe you, but like, why? Why don't you believe me? Like, I would never lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I would never lie to the boys like that, you know? Like I might say I'm going to sleep, and then I'm re-gearing my shit, and then I'm, you know, I might be grinding. I might lie about that, but I wouldn't lie about the background, you know. Did Journey and saw this. What's this? Oh, dude, I know. Oh wait, chat. Let's just let me quickly hit a little full screen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty fucking good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gooning. Fucking gooning. Oh man. That's the goat right there. We need that as E7 card. Facts. Okay, I'm playing Star Savior. I love how that's the determining factor, man. You lie about not being Yag as well. Sus, bro, I'm not Yag, man. Like, just because I've been kissed by guys doesn't make me Yag, you know? I always gone to the so I'm just here at home. Dude, that means maximum turbo gaming time, Brandon. Let's go. That's basically the Amid lobby screen. I don't even know what the Amid lobby screen is. I'm stuck at stage 70 of Corridor. I'm also stuck at stage 70 Corridor, I think. I'm showing these players in my group the moment they decided to be human and go to sleep. These first clears belong to me. just take them at reset. Good take. What do you think I'm doing here? Yes, sir. I know. Are you even on op? No, I'm doing the corridors first. The element corridors first.
準備はできましたか？
I just got an SSR from the SR Globe thing. The 10% is real. Nice. Congrats. I want to use some card. I wish Daenerys steamy foot smushing the screen POV style with her smirking and blushing down at you. That is very specific. That is very, very specific. That's kind of sus. That is oddly specific. Who should I focus on gearing first? Waltz, Lacey, or Charlotte? Lacey. If you're talking about, are you talking about Bunny Girl Charlotte? Or you're talking about the regular Charlotte? Because it should be Lacey first out of those three. Or actually, you could do Waltz first too. Actually, Waltz first wouldn't be terrible if you have dupes of her. If you have like E1 Waltz, you could probably do Waltz, and then Lacey, and then Charlotte, or either or. But I think Waltz probably better there. Lacey is the damage dealer. They're the cosmic ranger. I have C2 Waltz, C1 Lacey. Yeah, probably Waltz then. I would say I'm on corridor 70. I'm stuck on 70. I can't beat it. Like I'm actually cooked. Like I ran this shit like 5 times this morning on manual. I just get my ass beat. I legit just get my ass fucking beat. What's your team? Here's my team. How are you stuck on 70? I'm on 80. I don't know. My team is just, I'm just stuck. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, what do you want me to say? My dick is small? Like, okay, what do you mean? How are you stuck? Like, I'm stuck. My team doesn't clear it. Like, what do you mean? Like, hello? I thought Lacey has a leech skill. Is it locked behind Arcana? It might be locked behind the imprint, if anything. How's PvP in this game? I haven't really played it yet. How much do you like it versus what you felt starting Etheria? I was not addicted. I was not this addicted playing Star Savior compared to Etheria on launch. Like, not even close. Not even remotely close. So, yeah. I don't know. Can you show Lacey's stats? Yeah. Why aren't you whaling $200 to rush content? Not me, man. I'm not doing it. I feel bad for people who don't have the Arcana that gives plus 8 speed. Oh, I have her Arcana. Have you spent in this game? I've spent $8. Thank you, Kazuki. How's the tourney, bro? It was really good, Notch. Bro, where were you, man? Why didn't you watch? It's addicting because there's so much to do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have been giving gifts. She's level 30, bro. She's level 30, dog. Like, trust. Like, trust me, man. Like, I got it. You have the new assassin. Wait, is Bunny Girl Charlotte an assassin? She's not an assassin, is she? Oh, Oh, I thought this was Warrior. Oh, okay, yeah, let me go redo the journey. No, but I can't level the Arcana, though, because I have no gold. Wait, let me see if I can get some gold to level it. Where is it? This one, right? My mouse double-clicked. Oh my god. I missed the finals. Who won? Facepalm. She is OP. You should have gold boxes in storage? Yes, I should. I have none. Yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked. GG's. I'm fucked. Yeah, let's FF. What's this proof bot? Let's see. 80? Oh, nice. Congrats. Wait, proof, didn't you literally start like yesterday? I swear, like, you were in my chat and you were saying like, oh shit, is this a good game or something? And then you started a bit later than us. Bro, you are a fucking sweat, bro. Bro, you're a sweat. You're a mega sweat, dude. Like, bro, there's really levels to this shit. Yo, I don't have any gold stuff. Oh, wait. Let me look at Bullet's guide. Hold up. Okay, wait. Bullet's guide, I remember it shows... Oh, where is it? Here? Or all in... Was it under all in one? I forget. It shows the boxes, right? Oh, not here, not here. Is it there? Is it here? No, I don't think it's here. No, 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 not here. Maybe this one? No, not here. This one? No, not here. No, that's starter guide? Oh, yes, I think it's this section. No. Yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. So I have a Apocalypse box. Apocalypse box would be gold support. Candle Square is this one. This or this. Okay, so Apocalypse box is the one I want to open then. Can you link bullet guide? Yeah, of course, bro. Of course. Here you go. It's your Uma stuff. Oh, did you manual all of it, Proofbot? That's probably why, right? How much does this give? Wait, it's only 1 hour? The rack? Okay. You manualed all? Yeah, that's probably why. I auto all of mine. Okay, I can manual it. All G, all G. Yeah, that's true. That's true. How to pity Charlotte? You get 200 summon currency, and then you can pull her from the Apocalypse shop. I just failed a 2% training. GG. 2% is kind of crazy, though. Did you have any takeaways from the tourney?
パートナーのお誘いかな？
I mean, I haven't really had that much time to actually think about it, to be honest. But
最高のサービスをご提供しましょう。
wait, it doesn't even take the thief one, bro. Should I be manually changing this? It doesn't even take the thief one. What the hell? Strength, strength. Defense. Oh, I've been freaking autoing this every time, bro. I had no idea. It prioritizes. Oh shit! Seriously? But I'm trolling. Oh my Zuck and Zod. My bad. 4 strength. Oh, that must be why. I have another strength one. Oh, I don't have this leveled though. Shit. Oh no, I don't have these leveled. Wait, is this her specific artifact? Oh no, this is Bunny Girl Scarlet. Never mind. Probably this is better though. Attack support. Let me see what you guys are sending. Give me 1 second. Yo, Haku made us. What's up, bro? Thank you for supporting the channel and watching. So I watched you yesterday, and this is what I have now. Ooh, that's really good, dude. Ashura, you have Ashura open. You have E3 Ashura. You have Seira for your PvP. You have Lacey. Looks like you have Charlotte here. Elise is also really good for PvP. You have E1 Scarlet, which is okay. I guess you would use her. I guess. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, that's a pretty good start, dude. That's a really good start. What's this? Oh, oh. Bunny Girl Charlotte, Lacey, Kyra, Charlotte, Claire, Petra. Oh, I see. No feedback survey this time? No, not this time. Wait, let me see again. Let me see again. Let me see that picture again. Oh, so you want the Charlotte one? I don't have Petra. I don't have Claire, so I can just go Lacey, Charlotte, Kyla. Yeah, because I don't have the other ones, right? So it's fine. Oh, what's this, Vice? Let's see. Thank you for the follow, by the way. What's this? 79? What am I looking at? Oh, Sarah, Bendigo, Charlotte, Lacey, Ashra. You should have a knight in the front, though, bro, if you're trying to clear some content, I would say. Um, oh, is Max Limit broken Charlotte? Did you pull Hildy? Yeah, I did. I did. Oh, I guess any of the bunny girls would be good, but I'd have to level this up, though, because it's not leveled at all. I can only get this to like 26. Whatever. It's probably worth it. So, chat, if I auto journey with this second, no, I should probably just manual it no matter what. Yeah, I'll just manual it. Since Bunny Go Charlotte is used in so much content. No broke, no goal, let's die. Facts. What should we spend our willpower on during early game? I do the Transcendent material, I believe. The 3 options, the one on the bottom. That one is the one that I usually do. Vic, I have a critic point about the tourney. See my last message. My critics is you mentioned facepalm name and Akari alternatively, which is kind of bad if it's official. Hope you know this. Why? Facepalm Akari is literally his account that he plays on. So why would that be bad? I'm pulling Arcanas now. On Bullet Guide, if you go to the all-in-one tab, slide to the right, you'll have all the Arcanas for all journeys. Oh, okay. Wait, let me check that. All in one. Let me see. So let's just say we look at. Let's say we look at Lacey, for example. Also, Lacey. Oh, okay, I see. Like 1, 2, 3. Okay, got it. Understood. And officially, you wouldn't want to do that? I mean, I don't really know what's the right way to go about it. I'm sure that would be something that, like, I would have to discuss. Like, if I was casting with, like, the team, for example, like, Valkyrie plus, like, G-Club, for example, if that were to be the case, then we would just kind of probably, like, agree to, like, what is the name you call this player, right? And then just kind of go from there. But yeah, I see what you mean. Strength training. I think Kage is saying that for viewers, you'd be consistent, but I think that's iffy because people know him as Facepalm rather than Akari. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you can just call him. The thing is, if you call him Akari in game and then you call him Facepalm, but like in the lobby, and the person that's playing where you see his face says Facepalm, then it's like, shouldn't you just call him Facepalm if his name is there, right? Like the webcam. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. How many hours before we get an opinion on Star Savior? I mean, what opinion would you like to hear from me? I love the game. I'm 34 hours in like 3 days. So if that doesn't tell you that I love the game, I don't really know, like, I don't really know what else to say. Like, if that's not enough to say that I like the game, I don't really know what to tell you. Should I take Emily or Bunny Charlotte from the pity? Do you have Hildy, Carpzio? If you have Hildy, then you can go Bunny Charlotte. If you don't have Hildy, then Emily is pretty good, but because you kind of need a knight to progress. If you don't have a knight to progress, it's kind of cooked. So because if you only use a card, I wouldn't know who that is, so I'm glad you say Facepalm too. Let me see. More than E7 or game to play alongside? I mean, I'll never love a game more than E7, guys. Come on. Let's be real. Like, I love E7. I'll play E7 forever, for the rest of my life. So, I will never say a game is better than E7. But is this game really fun to play, and am I addicted? And I think people should try it as well? Yes. And no, I'm not sponsored. I'm not sponsored by the game. So, take that how you will. 5%. Probably this one. Futa Chief. How is like getting sponsors stream, but you aren't? Light has more viewers than me, and I don't. Simple as that. His average viewers is way higher. And they reached out to him, and they didn't reach out to me. Simple as that. I'm not human, just advanced AI. I don't need to sleep. I need to grind. I just thought that Emily from Hildy, same gear and power, I cleared like 25 more stages. Yeah, I heard about that. I think Hildy is a little bit better in PvP, but in terms of PvE, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty certain that Emily is better in PvE for the most part. Like when you're trying to clear like Interstellar Corridor and stuff like that, it's gonna be better for sure. I've seen people with 2K hours on a game on Steam leave a thumbs down just saying game sucks, don't waste your money. Yeah, which means that they love it, right? If you think about it. Hot Quest. What about Genshin? No. 7, I just do a free run collab to get free unit this game to use as frontline unit. GG. Let's not do that. Is this the second game so I'll get messed up deal where reward distribution? Yes. Peep my DMs. What the fuck is this? What is this? 129, 22.6 KCP. Holy fuck, you have been grinding, bro. Holy shit. Yeah, it's a new game, Secrets. What stage are you in operation? I'm on like 12, 15, 12, 20 or something like that. I forget. So, like somewhere towards the latter end of 12. Thank you, Secrets. Emily's way better. Yeah, Barry S2 is self. Barry if you sold on S1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the defense buff on S3, right? I mean, they did not have to spend. Wait, what do you mean, Sunny? Wait, did I miss a message from you, Sunny? Gold feels hard to get. Oh, I mean, wait, what? Operation 12 in how many days? 3 days? The people who are review bombing it. Oh, yeah, for sure. Any gold items? No. In the Apocalypse shop, I only see random SSR box. Where's the selector you're talking about to get Bunny Charlotte? Give me 1 second, bro. I will pull it up for you, okay? Okay, I will pull it up for you, okay? Auto AI on battle is kind of dumb sometimes. Yeah, facts. So you go to Apocalypse Shop. And then after you go to Apocalypse Shop, I believe you go to Special... Wait, is it here? Oh yeah, Special Observation. And then you want to buy this. Heart of Monasteer Charlotte. That's going to be Bunny Charlotte. And then you trade in your 200 currency for this unit. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? I think I'm also in 12 somewhere. I forget everything's just bundled together now. Yeah, I mean, when you play so much, it's easy to mix it up. If you look at the Steam reviews, the graph is going up since people actually play the game and not just review bomb before playing like idiots. I mean, a lot of the reviews came from the Asia launch, right? When there was a lot of issues with the game, so they were very unhappy. In the global launch, they have a lot of stuff that is they have a lot of they made a lot of quality of life improvements, right? So yes, they use the limited sparks. Yes, that's a character, not a dupe. Yeah, that's a character, Nathan. If you want to force progress, you can use both Hildy and Emily and do that. And I'm undergeared on sector 15 halfway. And swap other tank away when doing power stations like hunts. Who are your other 2 units though, Animo? Are you doing like Ashura Waltz +1 or? Didn't know you can skip Unlimited Tower. Yes, it saves a lot of time. I want to spend that resource on Rosaria later. Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that. Some might say that it's like not worth it to buy Bunny Girl Charlotte and just save for Rosaria, but like, I don't know. If you can just pull for Rosaria on banner, like whatever, right? Say Roberta? No. Just be aware when doing that, it will use your pity for Rosaria. Yes. Ash and Lacey. Ashura, Walt, and Lacey. And then just double knight, tank. BG Claire on speed hunt. Oh. That makes sense. If you have a double setup like that, it makes sense. Who are your 4 units? Bunny Girl, Charlotte, Lacey, Emily, Ashura, Wrath, Waltz. Yeah. Do we know when Rosaria is? Rosaria is on the 26th, I believe. 26 should be when Rosaria comes out. Are you doing 2 tanks? I might hold on to until the fuel summon. Yeah, you can do that, Annie. Are you free to play in this game? I am $8 spent. So yeah. I mean, technically, no. I'm technically not free to play, but to me, I feel like $8 is very reasonable. I just bought the $3 pulls, and then I bought the $5 monthly crystals, or the daily crystals. That's it. So, like, it's pretty much free to play. Like, not technically no, but to me, I feel like it's pretty much free to play. So, guys, have you guys read anything about what to buy for the food? Because I've only been looking to buy food that's legend, like orange. But like, should you buy purple food? Does anybody know? Why are you doing manual journey? Because I need to increase my CP on my units because I'm fucking stuck. And the only way I can get the increases is doing manual journey. And I also got the Keel Arcana, which boosts my buddy girl Charlotte CP a lot because she's a thief. So yeah. I focus on something only 5-star and milk and coffee and portion sometimes. I can buy anything. Folder, where did you post it? You posted it in guild chat or? Feels like the Uma Musume, so I'm just trying to hit the stat thresholds. I mean, I don't really know how to relate to that because I never played Uma Musume. But if you mean the stats on the left is what you're aiming to hit, then I understand. Because I know I'm just aiming for 700 strength on left, and then whatever else I hit, I hit. Okay, yeah, okay. Guild chat, but it was yesterday. Can you reply to that message and then ping me, like mention me, and reply to that message so I can see the notification after I end stream later? And then I'll just read up on it, and then I'll know when I play off stream later. Please and thank you. These damn racks reset server. What do you mean? What do you mean they reset server? Very hard, very easy. Thank you, Folger. I see the notification. Appreciate it, bro. Did you watch G2 vs Gen G yesterday? Shit went crazy? No, I did not. I don't really watch League anymore, so... AI don't use souls. Yeah, AI does not use souls. That's why you have to manual some stages, but you fail. Yeah, Folder, I saw your previous messages. All good. It's crazy how I've been playing this game for 3 days and I still haven't Goon. Bro, chat, I don't know what it is, bro. Like, is it just the dopamine? Is it the dopamine, like, receptors in our brain where, like, when we're playing this game, we're just addicted? I've legitimately have not clocked in this many hours in a game upon launch in, like, a long-ass time. Like, I don't get it. Like, yeah, Slacko, I'm down. You can send it to me. Please and thank you. I think, okay, here's my thought process on it. I think it's one of those things where, like, it has so many elements of different games, right? It has so many different elements of different games that I already enjoy, and I like the system and, like, the counter side element and stuff and everything, so that, like, it feels like I'm getting hits of dopamine from, like, all of my experiences from other gachas. You know what I mean? and then it's like my dopamine receptors are getting like hit on like multiple different spots. Where like if I normally play E7 or Theria, it's just not itching those. It's not scratching those itches. You know what I mean? So I don't know, bro. Like whatever they're doing a good ass job because I know a lot of people be like, "Fuck sleep, we playing." What's this? Exu. No, if you want me to add you, I don't have space, bro. Like a lot of people ask me to add them, I have no space. I'm sorry. I just think the game is very good. That's why we're addicted. Good take. New game honeymoons are great, and this game took like 4 of the best things from random guy. Yeah, same thing. Infinite red dot simulator. Honestly, if you have OCD, yeah, it's kind of OP tactics, man. Same though. If it didn't have RTA though, I wouldn't get facts. If there was no RTA, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't be playing this game because like if it's just PVE, like I'm literally just like why would I even play? But considering that there is like an end game of RTA and there's like something to work towards, and I love playing PvP gachas, no brainer, you know, no brainer. That's the best part though. It's auto battler with RTA. Exactly. It's exactly the type of games that we like to play, Sonny. Oh my god. And I'm too competitive, so these shitters in Group 115 finna see nothing but my name. Damn, bruh. Bro, I'm in Cammy's group, and like that shit is like it's kind of GG's, man. Like I'm in Cammy's group, I'm like, yeah, this guy's wailing like 50 G's, man. Like, forget it. Like we're not gonna catch him ever. You know. RT is the reason why I played. There we go. Cammy group is dude. Cammy group is actually disgusting, bro. Like I was wondering what Kami means, right? Kami means God in Japanese. So I gotta fight fucking God. Well, sorry. My Heavenly Father, I didn't mean it like that. Yeah, you know what I mean. I was just translating his name. Auto RTA Battler, and we can jork in it to bunny girls. Good take. Okay, but here's a question, chat. You know how some people are saying that, oh, it's all girls, like there's no dudes in the game? Do you think if they one day pivoted and they added dudes into the game, it would like do more harm than good at this point? I think like once you already sell this product that is like girls only, and all the people already write it off because there's no guys, and they add guys later, it's cooked. Like true or not true? I don't know. Like normal people like us probably don't care, but I think a lot of the deranged people will care. Insta uninstalling. I see. How do you equip Arcanas? You have to do it in Journey. 18%? I'm not failing. Yep. Easy. Kami is how you pronounce it, just saying. Oh, I see. Arigatou gozaimasu. Watashi wa Victor desu. Are there going to be femboys? I sure hope not. I'm quitting if there's femboys, huh? Okay, so at this point, I need to look at the bullet guide. So the bullet guide is... Where is it? I'm doing Bunny Girl Charlotte right now, right? So Bunny Girl Charlotte would be strength, and then HP, and then defense. Okay. So that means I gotta do HP now for training. 18%, I'm not failing. GG's. Easy. I don't mind a dude. Maybe we get another Owen incident. What is Owen? What is that? What's wrong with femboys? Nothing. Don't lie, you'd wail hard for a futa bunny girl. No, I wouldn't. Oh, stop, man. How to get more bunny Charlotte dupes and Claire without swiping a bunch? You wait till you have pulls, you press summon, and then you hope you hit. How's the tourney? Heavens, it was really good, bro. It was really good. I think everybody enjoyed it a lot, so it went really well. I'll probably work on getting like a highlights video in the next week. I have so much content to get caught up on, though, so it's stuff. Just give us tomboy. We don't need male. NTR drama. That's a CZN incident. Can someone give me a TLDR on the CZN thing? I swing on 60% failure rate. I ain't failing shit. That's based. You over-index into strength too fast. Is my strength? My strength is below 700 though, so it's fine. No. Career through a fit because the main MC and CCN got all the girls. Why is that a problem? Good question. I see. Your chat seems to Pavlov you. What does Pavlov you mean? How's the gameplay so far? Amazing. I'm 33 hours or 35, almost 35 hours in 3 days. I got the round of the Bellion sweep with superhumanization. That was nuts. Yeah, the 2v4, right? Or the 1v4. Average superhumanization Bellion experience, bro. God, man, even though we got hella pulls, true. A friend somehow got 2 Bunny Charlotte, 3 Lacies, and claims he's free to play. Yeah, check him PC, dude. I thought Korea was mad because Owen wasn't in the story enough. I mean, I wouldn't know. Someone in the chat's got to tell you. They felt like they got NTR. Man, maybe they're in the cuck chair, dude. GG. Majority of the player hated in Korea. I see. Nerds felt like they got cucked, self-insert themselves. No shot. LOL. Korea/China got pissed in GFL2 where the MC wasn't given attention by the women. They were the MC. Devs have to change it. Bruh. Am I still free to play if I'm clocking working levels of hours in the game? Yes, as long as you don't actually spend. Yeah. Okay, chat. This might be a bad take, but to me, someone is free to play if they just get like a monthly battle pass, or like they spend like $5 a month. Like that's free to play to me. Okay, like $5 is fucking nothing. You know, it's like whatever, man. Like, come on, bruh. Like, who fucking cares? Bad take, but why? That's a dolphin? No, a dolphin is like $50 a month, no? Free to play is free to play. Guys, can I self-identify as free to play? My pronouns are free to play. Like, is that fine? My free to play is not he, him. It's F2P. See, my free to play is not the last time I spent. Good take. Redefining the term? I mean, $5 is nothing. Buy me the $15 selector to prove. No, $15 is more than 5, so that means it's not free to play. Hello? If I blow my nose with that amount of money, it's not real. Bro, Sonny, are you rich? Yo, you would get a $5 bill and blow your nose with it? You're crazy, bro. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, wallah, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like, I wouldn't even do that with a $5,000 bill in Vietnam, and that's only like fucking 10 cents. Come on, bruh. You are a low spender. $15 is 300% more than $5. Exactly. Thank you, Solarion. Free to play being $5 a month is kind of valid because it has a $70 game per year. What is this shameless copy of Uma Musume? It's not a copy. It's the better version. Good take. What if you suck someone's dick and they paid for the pack? That's not worth. Bro, how are you gonna say that? Like, that's not worth. Like, I'm not giving head just for them to buy the pack. Now, if they buy out the shop, I might be down. Like, now they're striking a bargain with me. You know what I'm saying? But like, if they're not buying out the shop for me, like, I'm not down. I'm just not. You know, like my price is too high. Like, GG. That is crazy. I'd use it to wipe my ass. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. I would rather shit my pants than spend $5 to wipe my fucking shit. Like, come on, bro. I would rather throw out my boxers because I have more at home. You know? Like, hello? Shortest way to explain Pavloving is having your chat slowly condition you into liking something or doing something by persisting with something over time. Oh, yeah, they're definitely Pavloving me into Futa. Yeah, for sure. Guaranteed. Yeah, guaranteed. Loki, go ahead and give me deal words here too. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for that. Starting with $5. Oh, yeah, nice. I got some golds. Oh, I can only buy one of them though. Probably buy this one. Random reward. Oh, oh my god, I got cucked. Homie head is real F2P. Facts. Can we work something out about that comment of yours? How about half the shop? No, full shop or nothing. Come on, bruh. Futa Psyop. I call bullshit. Okay. Now, would you vacuum seal some guy off for Max, Dupe, Emily, Bunny, Charlotte, and Walt's account? No. No. Definitely not. Which channel is going to be your chat channel on here besides the guild? Oh, is there? Oh, there's chat channels? I didn't even fucking know that. I didn't even know there was chat channels. It's like E7? There's chat channels? If the game has no guild where they're running it down eventually. I'm sure they'll add it eventually. I would have to assume that they will add it eventually. Anyone have a maximum broken Charlotte or Lacey they want to trade for my Elisa? Definitely not. Sounds like a shit deal, bro. I don't know anyone in this channel. Are any of the battle passes good? I mean, like, if you're rich, they're all good, no? Like, low on gold, buy this pass. GG. Does equipment matter in Journey? No. The chat is filled with scammers like Etheria. Oh, like Etheria early days? Check the in-game chat. Vic loves futas. Vic, my futa king. I do not like futa. I am not associated with these individuals talking about futa. Like NT, guys. There's no running away. This gentleman is still top 10. I like our chance at future Guild War. Yeah, but heavens, I mean, I'm so here's the thing, right? Someone that's not in our guild was asking me last night on Discord, like, oh, like is Chunpan gonna be a competitive guild? And like, my response was like, listen, like, if people want to like sweat and try hard, like I'm down. But like, if there's people that don't want to, and it's gonna boom the guild and the community, like obviously I'm just gonna not like I'm not gonna force people to, you know what I mean? Because that wasn't part of the initial deal, right? But like me, of course, I'm down to fucking sweat. Like I'm already in a sweat guild in Etheria. I'm in a sweat guild in E7. So it's like, you know, like just part of my competitive nature. Like I'm down, but I'm not gonna force people to and like make them like, you know, feel like shit. You know. We really need a Futa King emote. No, we don't. You guys gonna get me fucking in trouble, bro. No, we don't. We don't need that. What happened to the Bible Black Watch Party? Fake news. Never happening. GG's. Send the people who don't want to sweat to Chengdu. No, I don't want to do that to people, though. Chunman is being carried on guild defense? Yeah, for sure. I'm a sweaty free agent benefits as I don't require sleep. Can you play this game with a controller? I have no idea. I don't think so. Oh, let me rest. Low probability to... Okay. That's kind of not good. Happened? I was there. No, man. No, man. I just made 6.5k journey for my Charlotte. Hopefully I can get that high too. Check this Poke Guild message. Let's see. What is this? No casuals, very welcoming and friendly community. No casuals. Damn. But isn't his guild like rank 1 or something? Bro, I was like, I am in Poke stream, right? And I'm like, bro, Poke stream, he's got some fucking whales, bro. Like, he got some fucking giga whales in that bitch. I'm like, bro, like, I don't fucking know nobody that's whaling like that. Like, that's fucking wild, dude. It's a whale guild? Yeah. I'd join his guild to throw. I don't think he would pass the check, though. Whales or Leviathans? Whales. Or no, Leviathans, actually. What's this, Nathan? Let me see. Yazo. What is this? 100. Damn! You cleared 100? Boy, you're a fucking beast. Manual battle recommended. On launch, he literally said whales only in the guild. I mean, you know, chat, I want to tell you something. So I was talking to someone last night on Discord, and they were telling me that they were joining a guild. I'm not going to say what guild. And you know what the requirement was? You guys are not going to believe me when I say this. $1,000 per month minimum spending to join the guild. I'm not even trolling. I was like, are you sure you want to join that, bro? I was like, I was like, are you sure, dude? Like, I'm like, that. Yeah, and I was like, and like, my friend's a whale, right? And then obviously, like, I was like, I mean, like, listen, like, if you want to, sure. I mean, I'm down because I get to hear like how sweaty it fucking gets. You know, like I don't mind. But I'm like, are you are you sure you want to do that? Man? Like, I don't know, man. I was in a whale guild a long time ago, at a different and knew that people spend 7K per event casually. Whale guilds get scary. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's genuinely crazy. Dropping a rack monthly or kick is crazy. Yeah, dude. It's actually insane. Gotta show your last W2 to get into the guild. If you're not making 90K minimum a year, you can't get in, so I broke please not welcome. Shucks. That's gotta be AI. Yeah, it's honestly insane to me, bro. I'm like, bro, like $1,000 a month minimum spend or you get kicked. Like, okay. Like, what if someone's not spending 1K but they're further in progress? Like, do they get to stay or do they not get to stay? Like, how does that work? I don't think Nova Bursting's ever worth. There are guilds of just rich people with too much time. Yeah, facts. Yeah, my Lacey fucking got cooked. Oh my god, my whole team's like dead already. God damn. My current CP is... Oh wait, I'm gonna fail the final battle, I just realized. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh no, I'm gonna fail. No, man. Yeah, heavens, I did see that. Cooked. Why aren't you using the break skill? Good question. Because I'm not used to this break skill, I only use cube overload. Okay, if Charlotte can win this for me, I'll be shocked. I'm gonna say it's impossible, though. Which observation is better? What do you mean? I need to level 3 my cube overload? Bro, don't talk about cube overload with me, man. After yesterday, what happened when I wasted the currency for it, like... Oh my god, I won. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Bunny Girl Charlotte clutched it. Oh my ruckin' rod, dude. Oh my ruckin' rod. I'm back. Oh my ruckin' rod. We're so back. We're so back. Let's go. Man, that's Pog. Okay. So probably Insight for wait, no. Sharp Assault for sure. Yo, does Bullet's Guide have this? Elastic acceleration, probably, right? Yeah, 30 speed. Yeah, this for sure. Speed for sure. I'm just wondering if I take stack trigger or not. Self special skill damage by a certain percentage after attacking with a special skill stacks up to 5 times. Isn't that good? I'll have 546 points left. The elastic acceleration? Yeah, it's from the Kyla card, yeah. Wait, let me check Bullet's Guide. Does it show what you want to go for? No, it doesn't show. So I don't really know. No, it doesn't show. Isn't this good? Because the S2 is... Okay, I don't really know what special skill means. Does special skill mean S3? So I get damage scaling every S3. And if you're cycling fast... Oh, special skill is S2. Oh, okay, then I shouldn't take this then. Oh, okay, so S2 is not... Okay, this is not good then, because this increases the S2 damage. Oh, okay, good to know, good to know. 3% attack. S2 has no damages on B Charlotte. Yeah, exactly. Talent of attack, 3%. Is that even good? 3% versus... Oh, wait, that's pretty good. Rate 270, that means I'll be left with what? I'll definitely take that. It's value. Maybe I just go for crit. Because I already have a lot of speed already. Maybe it's just crit angle? Let me see. 100, 150, 250, 450. So I can get 4.5 crit. I can get 4.5 crit versus 3 speed. 3% attack. I think crits make sense. Like, if this is the wrong thing to do, I don't know. Fuck me then. Hopefully it's not the wrong thing to do. Will I be over 6k here? Does she have a cool cutscene or something, or nah? I've never actually watched this. I've always skipped this. Oh, wow. I should have just fucking skipped it. There was fucking absolutely nothing. Bro, 5.4k. Over 6 my cock. Bruh. Like, GG, man. Like, am I just cooked? Like, am I just cooked, man? I'm just cooked. Freaking rack. Seen auto journey do better. Shall we put that theory to the test? It's normal journey. Let me see if we can get it better. I thought you were Saint Tontus. Does Saint Tontus look like me? I don't know what Saint Tontus looks like. Let me see what Saint Tontus looks like. Tontus. What does this guy look like? Saint. What does he look like? This is Saint Tontus? Bro, I do not look like that. Bro, you need to be permabanned. Where is this guy's name? Bro, you might need to be permabanned. Hey, what the fuck? I'm kidding. Bunny Girl Charlotte. I didn't know you had an alt account. Bro, fuck you. Fuck you, man. So strength. Prioritize super sensory training. Prioritize Arcana event reward options. Should I give this game a go? Sneaky, yes, you should. Finn a Blossom manual for her and hit 6k, I'll save you. Okay, if I hit 6k on auto, like, I'm never manualing again. I'm gonna just let you guys know that right now. Like, I'm never fucking manualing again. Like, fuck this game. Always disable super sensory? Oh, seriously? No, I can't get the last level. Fudge. Oh, man. Huh? How do you get so low stats? This is what it should look like. Beats me, man. I have no idea, Kalumi or Iris. 5.9k. No. It's 5,944, which is under 6. Okay? Okay, guys? Let's get this let's be on the same page here. Okay? Bro, are my stats just fucking shit? Like when I look at yours, Iris, and mine, like how come there's such a big diff? Like there's a massive diff. I don't get it. I don't know. Iris, are you in hard mode? What's your Arcana setup? I have the best Arcana setup. Try equipping it. I can't equip it. Where the fuck did I equip it? Oh, here's the Arcana. I'm running Knight's Oath. Wait. Oh my god, I didn't change the before I autoed. Oh my, I gotta do it again. Oh my god, I forgot to manually change the fucking shit. Rezo 5? Wait. Hold up. Wait, that's not fucking Bunny Go Charlotte. So I just like, am I just a deranged dog? I think I might just be a deranged dog. Like, I think. I might just be a deranged dog. Bro, this whole time, I thought it automatically equips the highest one. I'm not even trolling. Like, I've just been fucking sucking dicks for fun. Huh? Bro. Oh my ruckin' rod, dude. My balls are fucking slashed. My balls are slashed. Yeah. I think I like Futa. Yeah, fuck it. I think I deserve it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Gee. Oh my ruckin' rod, dude. Bro, I thought it automatically equips the best one, man. Like, can you really blame me? Like, you can't even blame me. Like, what kind of system is that? Okay, so that means I can clear this now, right, guys? Vic farming content by being brain dead on purpose. Okay, if you think I'm doing it on purpose, like, you might need to get your eyes checked, bro. You think I'm purposely griefing my fucking journeys for fun? Like, because I want to? Yeah, I don't know that one, buddy. I'm still getting beat. Okay, I need to manual this. Man is finna climb with all this knowledge he's getting now. True. I cleared it when I was your size, so surely you can clear it. Okay. I'll have to manual it though, so. Got a manual since it's a deer and they are a word that rhymes with deer. A word that rhymes with deer? You talking about the Q word? Can I blame me at 40s or worse from events I just learned how to pick up today? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Jumpin' Joe. You might need to be put in solitary confinement for 2 weeks minimum. Like, the fact that the fact that you fucking didn't check events for 4 days, like, low-key, no flame, you need to be beat. Like, low-key, no flame. What do we use the stat books boost boxes on? I did mine for Lacey. Because, like, I'm heavily invested on Lacey, so you would just get, like, the Ranger book and stuff like that, if that's what you're referring to. What if he likes being beat? I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, jack him off instead? I don't know. Like, just beat him harder? I don't know. Like, I promise you, like, if he likes getting beat, he won't like getting beat even harder. At least I don't think so. That shit was hiding from me. Dude, you need to be put in a jail cell, bro. Straight up. Like, put the fucking PC reverse enjoyers in that jail cell with you, bro, so they can fucking mess you up. Because, like, how can you forget? How can you not check your fucking events, man? Like, damn bronze. Damn bronze. Burst here. Do you have a Star Savior section on Discord? Yeah, I do. S1er. Okay. Units are pretty healthy. Okay. Decrease speed. Guys, when attacked, the enemy has 3 or more debuffs. So I only have 2 debuffs on, or 1 debuff on. So that means I probably need my cleanse from Ashura Waltz to come in at a good time. I probably can hold it then, right? Probably hold. What sets you put on Bunny Charlotte? I don't remember. Insight? Maybe? For Emily, S3 animation is so fucking sick, man. Can you guys focus Emily, please? Thank you. Is this guy immune to bleeds or something? Or I'm just not tagging him. I feel like he's immune to bleed. No, he's not. Okay. Oh wait, no, the bleeds only apply in journey mode. Oh my god, my cleanser died. I'm fucking cooked. Oh shit. I think I'm too weak, bro. I killed the ads in fights like this before hitting boss. Oh, really? Yeah, I know I should soul burn it, Emily. Like, the event stat doesn't actually take you to the event, just takes me to the collab story and all the things I've ignored led to the rewards. Yeah, that feels bad, Jumpin' Joe, seriously. But at least some of them you can, like, retroactively go back and collect it, right? So it's like, it's not the worst. It's all retroactive, so I'm chilling now. Yeah, so it's not too bad. It would be really bad if it expired. Like, if it expired, holy shit, your balls are cut off, dude. Like, your balls are legitimately, like, Omega cut off, guaranteed. I take the next turn. Okay, so I can hit the boss here. Oh shit, he gets an extra turn. The move is probably S2 and then Soul Run S1 for barrier. Probably finish off the ad here. Just cleared 70 just now? Nice, bro. Oh shit. Oh my god. Uninstalled for sure if that was the case and hope Noto Stano snaps me. Yeah, that would be an FF angle, guaranteed. True. I think I'm fucking dead. Boy, I didn't mean to... I thought that was Emily's turn. Oh, shh. Oh, shit. Maybe I can kill here. Yeah, he's close to... I'm close to his break phase. So if I can proc his break phase here, I might be fine. No. Oh, wait, never mind. He's not. I'm dead. I'm cooked. Oh my god. I'm gonna kill the ads first. I think if I kill the ads first, I can clear this. Yeah, let me retry this. If I kill the ads first, it might be easier. Because I'll take less damage. Okay, okay. Let me try to kill the ads first. You can't handle the aura. Yeah, seriously, I can't. This guy just jammed his BBC in my fucking throat. Against my will, by the way. Who are your front units? Ashura and Emily. Change Lacey with Waltz? Really? Why? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Noted. I can probably auto the first stage. You know she has an ML Robbie passive for Lacey? Bro, it's because I got one guide, bro. Yesterday someone was like, yo, Ashura Waltz in front, bro. And I was like, oh, seriously? And they sounded like they were fucking smart as shit. I did also have Fire Charlotte before, though. Yes, that's true. Okay. Okay. Yes, my Lacey is max friendship, yes. Telling you, but I just clear the same team as yours, you have better journeys than me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just kill the ads first, and then I'm good, I think. What do you get for max friendship? You get aura. No, I'm kidding, you get stats. Oh, I'm hella killing the ads first. They're hella squishy, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, Broda, you should Also, you get some gift boxes. So what you should be doing is, with the gift boxes, you need to be putting it in like, so like, you know how in E7 there's like elemental gifts and you get bonuses, right? It's kind of similar to the where some units will like different gifts and it'll give you like a bump, like an additional increase. So you want to usually look at the character to see what gifts they like and then select it from the box, and then you'll get a bigger increase. For 110, you get a great scene of Lacey. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. If you defeat this boss, I'll install Star Savior. Just kidding. I'm convinced the ads on these bosses only exist to punish people trying to fully auto the whole game because the AI will never select them as a target. Unless the boss is... Yeah, that's a good take, Evans. That's honestly a good take. If you're running HP set with barrier on walls, wouldn't she be tanking in DPS Lacey? I don't think I'm running HP set on her, am I? I don't think so. I don't remember. Hopefully this barrier keeps me alive. Oh fuck. Lacey's passive needs to be hit. Yeah, someone just said she has an A-Ravi passive, which I don't even remember if that it does. If you're running speed, you selected the gear set for PvP. I'm running speed set on I was running speed set on Emily, and then I swapped the HP set last night. Because I was like, bro, why am I failing everything? It's rack. Oh shit. Emily's dead. Emily's not dead? What the ruck? Thank you, Rin Senpai. S2 for sure. Get a bit of healing. Should do decent damage here. Nice. What do you spend stamina on? For... Oh, I've been clearing content with the stamina. Like, in terms of the 3 daily entries, I've been clearing with that once I hit the high enough CP. But if you have excess stamina, you can throw it into the ones that are 1, 2, 3. The one that is the third one from the top, under like beside like is it called Transcendent Materials? I think it's Transcendent Materials, but I'm not 100% sure if I remember correctly. Only farm gear? Why? The gear fucking sucks right now anyway. I can't even farm T2 gear. So what's the point? Wave 70 down. Let's fucking go, boys. Holy she-ball. Use a daily 3 seconds on the other thing, and even if gear is bad, you can use it to craft or use it trash as enhance, because T2 enhancing needs a lot of enhancement. That's... Oh, seriously? Okay, that's good to know. That is very good to know, actually. Bro, isn't it amazing that Infinite Corridor has the auto skip button, dude? Like, I can't believe there's so many people who, like, don't know about it. And then they're like, bro, I'm like, floor 60. Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't know you could, like, auto this. I'm like, bruh, rack. Hey, bro, you can. Oh, rip. How do you farm yellow gear? I can't say because I haven't farmed yellow gear yet. So I only get gear for my boxes so far. Do I have enough gold to enhance anything yet? Looking. Wait, no, I should prioritize Arcana over equipment. Never mind, I have no fucking gold. I have no gold. How do I skip corridor? Top right. I can't clear 7 yet. Yeah, I can't clear this stuff yet. So I haven't been farming gear because I haven't progressed far enough in operation yet. Buy guild from weekly. Let me check. About the 10th floor 100 corridor. Nice. Monthly stock, weekly stock. Oh, good reminder to buy the weekly stuff, dude. Good reminder. Is this worth 300 for this? You have to be a certain point into story progression to skip it, or are we just being trolled? You can't skip story progression. You can only skip infinite corridor, which is like the auto tower / abyss. What did you get, Broda? What the fuck is this? Is this hard mode? Oh, this is hard mode. Yeah, nice. Corridor. I don't see a way to skip it. Really? It should be there on the top right. Wait, you can buy 10 gems daily? What the fuck? I didn't even know that. Yeah, the 2 arrows pointing to the right is the skip button. I'll buy the... Do you think we'll get to 100k guild silver? I don't think we're gonna get to 100k. Yo, Joe, what's up, bro? I don't see any arrows, so it must be something you unlock later. Oh, maybe because you're really new into the game, because you just started, right? So that might be why. When is reset for the week? We could probably make it. Reset for the week is tonight, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's tonight. Started yesterday? Yeah, you might not have it yet. Are you supposed to take Super Auto Journey? Someone in chat says you shouldn't tick Super Sensory Training, but I have no idea. Guess we aren't sleeping. Yeah, I guess not. Is there space in your guild? Technically, no, because there's a wait list. I'm just waiting for some of the people to get back to me, just because, like, I think they're sleeping. So... Weekly mission says 9 hours left. Okay, so it probably resets tonight, right? Sleep? Never. We got rankings to climb. Good take. Chat, does anybody know if you're supposed to tick the Super Sensory Training on Auto Journey or not? Any knowers? Damage immunity. What the fuck? Yeah, I tick it as well. I fell asleep. Welcome back, Alvin. Those just hit stats you might not want sometimes. Is that what it is, really? I watch vids and they skip that part. I got L1 Vault, L1 Belle, L1 Emily, both Charlottes, Bunny, Claire, Hildy. Pretty much character luck is good. Arcana, not so much. I mean, Arcana will come. You just gotta be patient. This is journey mode. Also, if it hits good ones, it's just a Gamba. That's true. It's basically saying always take the yellow hearts during training, regardless of which stat it's on. Yellow hearts during training, regardless of which stats it's on. Yellow hearts. Yellow hearts? Have you been using Gem Point Arcanas? Your Arcanas are stacked. Yes, I have. Basically, as soon as I have enough characters, like, so basically when I got my core units, I was like, okay, I'm done playing characters. I'm just gonna dump everything into Arcanas now. Because Arcanas makes a huge difference, right? Like, your breakpoint of, like, getting to, like, the next, like, levels in the harder stages, I feel like is reliant on your Arcanas, not so much your heroes, right? So based on that reason, I've just been going hardcore on Arcanas now. I'm not having much Arcana luck. Should I bother raising some SR ones up? I don't think so. If you're not going to be using the SR one long term, I don't think it's worth. Like, I feel like you'd be low-key, like, bricking your account, because you'd be wasting resources and gold, right? And because you're wasting the resource and gold to enhance the SR Arcanas, like, it's not worth. It's a diamond. I was just doing Emily. We're looking at Vitality mostly. Yellow hearts. Decap, I got so confused. Arcana takes so much gold to level up, facts. I should pull Arcanas too. My journey scores are racked. True. What's an Arcana? I'm new. So basically, there's saviors, which is the heroes. Think of Arcanas like artifacts. So there's a artifact banner, and then there's a hero banner in E7 terms, right? So Arcana is basically like the artifacts. And the Arcanas in this game are very, very crucial, right? Because some of them are like dedicated artifacts for specific characters. Yeah. When you're doing training, sometimes you get a bonus, and the icon is gold, and the increase is higher if you choose to do it. That's super sensory, but it's not. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. So you could turn it off if you're looking for like just like maybe DPS, maybe. You only use Arcana in Journey? Yes. Not even my gold chest can save me from my Arcana prices. From these Arcana prices. I owe Spooky a timeout? What do you mean? Oh, I don't think Spooky's here. Pretty sure Spooky is not here. Holy shit, I have so many tabs open on Opera GX. Hold up, let me close some tabs. Holy fuck. So many links I've opened today. There's like fucking like almost 50. Oh man, I shouldn't have closed that one. No, the Lacey picture's gone. Oh no. Can I reopen it? Wait. Ah. Good. I gotta keep that open. I'll remember this for 2 days. Best girl? Facts. Bro is saving the picture for after. Yes, sir. Yeah, hell yeah, I am. Can I do some summons on the premium Arcana banner after getting a solid team build already, or should I get deeps on the saviors? I'm new to the game. MRPBSLI. You should be pulling on the character banner until you have a strong core. Once you have a strong core, you should then commit into getting Arcanas. That's just my opinion. Some people are aiming to get more dupe copies first. It really is up to you. I went with the Arcana route, and it's been paying off with my RNG, so I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer depending on RNG. That's just my answer based on my experience. So take that how you will. Do you see yourself playing this game long term? Yes. What do you mean commit to an Arcana as yeah, I've been playing on Arcana banner, yeah. When I get Emily, I'm switching to Arcana. Not a bad idea. I haven't got enough recommended combat power, and let me skip 470. Yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily always have to have enough combat power to clear floors, right? You know what's the thing I love about this game is there's a lot of content that's skippable, right? And what I mean by that is obviously we're nowhere near the stage where we're, gearing our roster for RTA and stuff like that. But the most important thing is in terms of like dailies, right? A lot of the stuff is just quick battle, right? You just sweep it and then you're done, right? So it makes it really easy to manage, right? You don't have to constantly be like looking after it. It automatically moves to the next stage in story and stuff like that, right? So it's pretty hands-free, and like if you like go out for like, if you go out to the gym, you can just turn on your operation and it'll run it until you fail, and then you're naturally going to be able to progress. And yeah, eventually you just sweep stuff for your dailies and then you're good to go, right? I wonder why they don't let you skip operations. I don't know. Maybe they want you to check the animations because they worked hard on it. I don't know. I'm gonna rewatch Tourney though. Through YouTube, missed finals. Yeah, go for it. It's meant to be that AFK grind. Yes. But yeah, I mean, my main gripe with it is like the journey stuff. If I have to manual journeys all the time, it is very annoying. But, if that's the only thing that's annoying, whatever. Like, it's one annoying thing to guarantee I can clear content, so it's like, whatever, That's what I've been doing while I'm at work. Nice QOL. Yeah, that's good, right? I mean, operations when I'll eventually sleep, maybe. Yeah, that's probably a good way to go about it, Proof. I agree. Overall, there's a lot of quality of life. The small stuff makes it feel like they thought through the player experience. Yeah, I can. Con. I think the main thing is the people in Asia that basically played the game when it first came out on their side of the world were able to hash out a lot of the issues, right? And then they added a lot of the quality of life changes that people wanted for the global launch, which is why we, don't have really that many complaints, right? Like, for example, the summoning rates, because dupes are so important in this game, on the Asia server, it was like 2%. And then for this, or 2.5 or 2%, and then in global launch, it's 4%. So you hit your SSRs a lot more often and consistently, and you can build teams easier, re-rolling is easier, right? So there's definitely a lot of quality of life stuff that they implemented from the Asia launch, so we pretty much have to be thankful for the people in Asia, right? And coincidentally, that's also why I had a really bad rating on Steam, is because like the people that did play it were like, dude, there's so many problems, fix this, blah blah blah, this sucks, blah blah blah. And then they took all that feedback and then they like updated everything and then they did the global launch, right? So that's why for us we don't really feel the struggle that much, I think. I do Operation with Gordo while I sleep and swap between them if I wake up for water for the bathroom. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. It's like the opposite experience of a Theory Restart where global were the test dummies. Yeah, exactly, Kaguya. Yeah. I see what you mean by the skip now. You have to do it during the fight. Yes, it has to be during the fight. Like you enter, click top right, skip, and then repeat. Oh, yo, we're on state Operation 13 now. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Finally. Poggo, Poggo, Poggo. More pulls. Beautiful. Help me. What is this? Dude, why is that everybody's POV right now? Like, we're all literally just like fighting for our life for gold, bro. Literally everyone is just struggle bus, dude. Now I failed at 2%. Resetting. F this. GG. GL me. Well, did not get lucky. Rip. It's a good thing to see when devs move fast in implementing changes. What really turns me off the game is when the community complains about X thing. It takes months or years to see quality of life. No, listen. I completely agree. And let me give you an example. I don't know if you guys were familiar with this, but like on the release, you weren't able to delete people that were less than 1 day old. So basically, like people that are re-rolling, they got stuck on my friends list, and I couldn't delete them, right? Because they had to be on your friends with it for at least 24 hours. They hotfixed it like on not even like 1 day, right? Also, I'm deleting this guy. He hasn't logged in. I'll leave Benny because I fuck with Benny. I've known him for too many years, so I can't delete him. Moss, 22 hours, delete. All right, guys. I have 4 friend slots. Anyone want in? Let me see if I know anyone that's already on here. Okay, Egg, so I'll add you because earlier you asked me like 4 times earlier. So I'll add you for sure. Someone named Black adds you as a friend. Yeah, you know, Ray, got you. Sneaky, you just started. Where's Exu? Oh, KRM's here. Oh, there's a Nuo too. Oh, a Nuo plays this game? What guild is he? Wait, did I not see a Nuo? Am I tripping? Claire, 1028. Sent UID. Okay. Wait, what the fuck's going on? How do you, Oh, wait, oops. So I have 2 spots left. I've been asking since launch. Yeah, that's fair. You know, Anime Booba, yeah, that's fair, Thanatos. You have been asking since launch. That's true. I don't even see your name, bro. Request. Crazy name, by the way. Wait, we're already friends, bro. You're fucking trolling. You, what the fuck? Who was first? Add me. Where is Bro, there's so many of you guys. Like a boss. I know boss. Okay, Alios, you're already in my guild, and Hanro, you're in my guild, so do I really add you guys if you're already in my guild? Bro, I don't know who to wait. Let me see who's. Okay, just by first come first serve. Boria, what's your username? Because you asked first, so give me your username. Who's next? Boria, Egsu. The Nanos already have them. Idrius. Oh, like a boss. Okay. Idrius, you asked next, so yeah, send me a friend request and I'll accept you. Yeah, if for those of you that asked me to add, sorry, I'm out of space, but when I delete more people who maybe go inactive, then just be around and I'll add you then. Because I pretty much, if you're not active for like, I don't know, over 16 hours, I just delete. Because like I need active people. Because like the friendship summons are pretty important, right? And I suggest you guys do the same. I'm a global server. Like if you're not updating your friends list, like you're gonna kind of fall behind in the friendship summons, right? And I got 2 SSRs from the friendships. So it's like it just makes sense to delete people, you know? Like there's no harm. I don't see trust when there's space. Next, I got you. All right, bet. I trust. I realized today I was sitting on a ton of AFK prize selectors. Those boxes look so different. What are you talking about for AFK prize selectors? I actually need friends. I've been playing completely solo. Yeah, you need to add friends. Yeah, you guys have to. Yeah, there's friendships. You need to, guys. You need to fill up. Okay, maybe I should add a friends channel. Yeah, let me do that right now. So, if you guys need to find friends, you guys can add each other. So I will create another channel in here, and I'll just name it like Friend Finder. So if you guys need to find friends, then you guys can just go in here. Yeah. I'll put it in here so that you guys can find friends. Because like you need to fill up your friends list, like for sure. Because there's a friendship banner in the summoning area under observation. So you need to be maxing it every day. And if people are inactive, you gotta delete them. And it's not personal. What did you get this time, Exu? Don't piss me off, man. You're already 5 out of 5. Oh, it's floor 80. Alright, congrats. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Idrius. Is your name just Idrius? Are they gooning into Star Savers Shun Fun? Nope. Floor 90 is what you aim for. You get tier 2 gear selector boxes. And the grind is real, dude. But I will say, okay, listen, guys. Another thing that I'm really happy about in Star Saviors, obviously, like the whales are gonna have like a massive advantage, but even for people who play as like a free-to-play, I feel like the amount of progress that you can make is still very, very, like, it's still a lot. Because they're so generous with pulls, they're so generous with resources. Like, low-key, I'm glazing, I'm not even sponsored. Like, fuck, man. Like, should I just shit on the game until they sponsor me? Floor 90, huh? Say less. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting to floor 90, dude. I'm too cooked. Just spend a small amount each day. It still counts as free to play, remember? I mean, like, $5 a month is free to play. Like, I don't care. Like, to me, $5 a month is free to play. Like you can't change my mind. Sorry. Thank you, Lavish Lemmy. Vic Chun is rich like that. Dude, $5 a month is not even anything, guys. Like, come on, bro. Like, $5 a month? Seriously? Like, that's like going to the corner store and buying, like, I don't know, like, or like getting a coffee somewhere. Like, it's not that bad. Poor shaming chat. Bro, Sonny, anyone else in this chat can say poor shaming except you. You literally said you would blow your nose. You would blow your nose with $5 bills. Like, bro, like you're the last person to say I'm poor shaming, bro. Anyone else is free to say I'm poor shaming. And let's not even forget Derek though. Derek said he'd wipe his ass with $5. Or no, it wasn't Derek. It was Leon. Shameless, man. Shameless. Oh my ruckin' rod. When I was in the hospital, my insurance didn't cover my meds. He dropped 5 bands for me from my penis enlargement pills. It saved my life and my marriage. True story. Honestly, like, do penis enlargement pills even work? Like, I doubt it. Like, I'm pretty sure like only surgery would make your penis larger. There's no way you can take pills and your dick will get bigger. It's got to be surgery only. For sure. I thought you meant me. I thought I was being called out for something. Oh no, bro. Like, I was not talking about you for sure. But now, probably not. Had an option to turn Operation Report into gold. Good take. Hey, I just want to say, I think you talk slower during commentary is actually a good thing, and I think you're getting better. Oh, really? I appreciate that, bro. I am glad. I can feel myself being a little bit more like before the past 2 tournaments, I would say I constantly would say like. And I think some of you guys that watch previous tournaments like noticed that. I would be like all the time. And then I've kind of stopped doing that. It's kind of hard to break out of the habit though. But I kind of stopped doing that. And I feel like I'm getting a little bit more confidence in terms of the actual commentating. I do need to make it a habit to pull up all of the units like skills and stuff and double check it when I'm on Cecilia bot, which is something I'm working on. Before, I think sometimes you had more filler speech too, but I think less is definitely more. Yeah, like sometimes you can just let the play develop, right? It's common to have filler words when you're having to talk solo. That is also true. I think like it's really easy to cast with Valkyrie because I think the two of us are really easy. Like we're both really easy to how to say. Like it's very easy to work with one another because I can kind of pick up right where he left off, and then he can pick up right where I left off, and we can both do like the play-by-play, and we both can do like the breakdown, the color commentary. So I think it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to have the flow. So yeah, it's good. Not enough Chengdu mentioned in your casting. How to? You need to be. You need a silence. You need to shut your mouth, man. You went 0-4 first pick 4 games in a row. You need don't talk. Like don't talk, man. I thought y'all's casting was pretty good. At least I enjoyed it. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Enjoy your commentary and casting. Thank you, Rita. You bounce off each other well, is what you mean? Yes. I want to give you some encouragement. You're doing great. Thank you, Lynn. Vic, do you think there's something missing here? This better not be rage bait. I swear to God. You're on thin ice, buddy. Yeah, nice fucking immunity, buddy. Like, how did you fucking put on this instead of immunity? You're trolling. You're trolling, man. You're trolling. There's more mention of Futa and less of Chengdu. No? Holy shit, what is this? Yo, do I need to turn off auto for this? Holy shit. Wait, I can auto this. This is the story. Never mind. Wait, I thought I was in Operation 13. I was like, wait, Operation does not have bosses like this, bro. No, it's chill, it's chill, it's chill. It's chill. I can auto. It's a story, then they bum a bum, they don't clear an auto? True. That's just homie Mogulus, he's chill. Yes, he is. Is there gonna be another feedback form? Nah, because I didn't share the feedback form right after the tournament. So this time around, I'm just not gonna bother. I kind of forgot to do it, honestly. That's what it is. I might make one though if people, it's whatever. It's whatever. I think I can just ask you guys for the feedback. Like, do you guys feel like there's anything that could have been improved today from the tournament? Have you guys watched? Which banner is better? Depends. Did you just start Scav or? Hey, we get more summons after this, yo. Yep. Boggle. Me waking up on time to check in. GG. Yeah, that's a you problem, bro. Just started. You want to pull on. Well, let me get out of the stage and then I'll show you. Give me 1 second. It's better for me to show you than tell you to like, in case you fuck it up. Give me 1 sec. Is there a leave option for this? Cancel. So for you to go to observation, and then if you just started, I'm assuming you're re-rolling. And if you're re-rolling, you are pulling on this banner, the special featured observation, and you are aiming to go for Ashura Waltz, which is this character. You want to aim to get 2 copies of her, so that you can enable her passive with her dupe, and then you can play the game with whatever else you get. Without a duplicate Ashura Waltz, you're playing the game, I would say, like on hard mode, pretty much, like kind of. So you want to go for this one. And if you need help on like how to reroll and whatever like that, I can't help you. Go watch a fucking YouTube video because it's too annoying to explain. So no flame. Beautiful. Let's go. We get more Arcana pulls. Let's go. All right, more Arcana banner, dude. Show me SSR. Show me a gold card, you bitch. No. No, man. Fuck. 1 SR. It's too sad, bro. It's actually too sad, bro. I think I already limit broke everything here. Except my SSRs, obviously. Feels bad, man. I once got all blue. Yeah, your balls are fucking slashed. If I get all blue, my balls are omega slashed. Let me make sure. Let me see if there's any events I need to collect. Sun attribute as our savior random box. Oh shit. Okay, nice. Conquest points. Okay. Oh man, I'm out. Oh, there's no more Arcanas to buy. Shoot. Oh man. I might buy these then. I'll just stack them up for Rosario release on the 26th. My longest win streak, or longest streak without any SSR was 90 pulls. Maybe want to abandon the account, but my reroll was goated. Nice. At least you got a goated reroll to make up for it, dude. What's this? It is a game called Star Saviors, made by B-Side, which is the game that made Counter-Strike, or not Counter-Strike, Counter-Side. And yeah. If you're worried about RTF, it seems that when you first start, you get matched with rank 10 or less. I'm not really that worried about starting RTA. Like, what's most important to me right now is like having a strong start on my account, right? And then like, you know, rolling gear and stuff like that. But I do have a question though. Like, do you guys think I should continue leveling my Lacey as the highest, considering she's like, you know, 30 affection and stuff like that? Yeah, there's no starting RTA. Yeah, exactly. I don't even think I have enough gold. How much gold do we got? 171k? Bruh. Shit got too expensive? Real. It does get pretty expensive. Can you reset? Oh, you can change tart. Oh my, why did I do that? Oh wait, it was fine. Oops. This game gearing UI is like shit compared to E7. I mean, like, I'm sure they'll improve it as time goes on. But every game has a different gearing system, so it's like, you know, you just kind of get used to it. But remember, E7's gearing system took a while before they improved the UI. You gotta remember that. I don't know how, like, you've been playing for a while, I'm pretty sure. The UI for E7 was not good before. It took them a while to get to where we are now. Like, to be fair. I thought yesterday he didn't know Noto stripped free rim barrier. Of course, it strips everything. I am playing Star Saviors. I should find a better two-piece for Ashura. Ashura is... Where is she? Ashura Waltz. Ashura Waltz. Ashura Waltz should be Insight Valor. Really? Insight Valor. Interesting. I have speed set on her. I should probably get Insight Valor then. Okay. Insight Valor. Wait, that's normal, Ashura? Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God you guys pointed that out. Holy shit. 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 HP barrier. Holy shit. Good thing you guys pointed it out. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. If he's not streaming this part, we uninstall. Facts. Not bad, dupe. All G? Plus 200 gems too. True. Wait. Oh my god, I almost picked the wrong one. Almost picked the wrong one. Almost picked the wrong one. Oh my god. Oh my god, I almost picked the wrong one. We're back. I do have more T1 boxes, yeah. Is that gear sheet in your Discord? Yes, it's under resources. Any useful info is under resources under the Star Savior section of my Discord. Honestly, is speed even bad? I mean, I already took an HP set. I might as well commit to the HP set. H. Because I could always move the HP set over to Hildy, potentially, when I'm brute-forcing Operation 14, like 13-14, so... Maybe it's fine, I guess? Like, in my head, that's what I'm thinking right now, but... Hildy is HP set, right? Any knowers? Actually, it probably is. I can double check right now, though. Let me double check. Since we're already here. Knights, Hildy is HP set. Okay, yeah, so I could always use it later on. Okay, sure. Okay, so, I mean, in that case, I could probably just swap to HP set then. Yeah, I can swap it later. All good. Are there chests with gear only claimable in event after clearing operations, or is there any other way? It's usually in events. Grand Powell. Can I get the link to the setup page? Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's in my Discord under resources if you ever lose it or close it, but there you go. Oops. Yeah, Grand Powell, you know how when you go to the home page and then you can get your you can click on the bottom and then you can like pop the menu up? Usually it's gonna be there. In terms of any like gearboxes that you get. Like I don't 100% remember if it's based on operation or stuff like that, but yeah. But that should give you enough information. Also, if you didn't know, the leader in party gets 10 speed. I did not know that. Is that only in PvE? Is it only in PvE or is that also PvP? Probably PvE only, right? If I had to assume. Appreciate you? My pleasure. Only PvE? Okay. Man, I really need to get a better journey on this girl, bro. Should I go get a better journey? I feel like her journey is so bad. Like 3.9k. Let me try to see if I can get a better journey. Did you reroll your account? No, I did not. I basically started. I got Asher Waltz my first 10 pull, and I just committed to playing this account. I didn't get 2 Asher until like day 2 or something like that, so... How are you liking this game so far? I really enjoy it. Should I go with this SR? That's her. Are you able to do well in this game as free to play? Yes, why not? I'm only $8 spent, and I'm pretty ahead of everyone too, so it seems fine. Like, should I be using hers? Like, surely not, right? Because you don't get the unique effect, so there's no way it's worth. But I don't have any better artifact or better Arcana. I don't have any better Arcana that would put it in place of it. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Lacey? Is that better? I mean, it could. I bought the $5 month daily crystal pack, and then I bought the $1, $1, $1 10 pull, 10 pull, 10 pull. That's it. So I'm $8 spent on the account. Operation failed. Emerged victorious in the final trial. I mean, that's pretty normal, I think. Stigmata of Speed for sure. Not even 1499 super. No, I didn't get that one. Because honestly, the game gives you enough currency if you get lucky, and especially if you're not like. For me, like as a content creator, I don't really like doing rerolling content, no matter the game. So I just on day 1, I basically just said as long as my start is not like absolutely horrible. Like if it's not absolutely horrible, I'm not gonna reroll, right? Because I want to play day 1. I want to, you know, be streaming it, and everyone can kind of see the progress while they're rerolling. And I didn't get a shit start, right? So I was like, whatever. Like, could I have rerolled for a better start? Yes. Do I want to be a cuck? Not really. No flame. Do you need this on Ashura? Sharp Assault? Like self crit is probably value. Like this is gonna be better than anything else up here, so I don't see why you wouldn't. And then you're probably just leaning into like HP, because all this stuff looks useless. So it just looks like Sharp Assault angle into Sense of Life, right? Like Sense of Defense, like whatever, bro. Probably would have been able to get more stats if I killed the final trial, but I didn't. But that's normal. Ooh, 5k! Oh shit. Well, that's way better. Oh, we're fucking back. We're mega back. Should dual lock crit is good? Good point, good point. Okay, that's much better. That's much better. I'm very happy about that. Okay. Okay, so... Man, the fact that my Lacey's only 16.5k is honestly kind of insane to me. It's honestly crazy to me, bro. Insanity. Oh, Essence only damage. It's kind of not that worth. Oh shit, cooldown decreased by 1 turn? Oh, that's hella value. What the fuck?
はい団長殿ご命令を
Already got that to 6.
読んだかな
That's 6 already.
はいここにいるよ
Is this also... No, that's okay. Less damage. Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yo, Lena, what's up, brother? I'm trying to think, was there anything else I wanted to... Oh, Gauntlet. Get CD reduction at least S3? Okay. $60k CP. I don't know if I can beat these guys because I feel like these guys are way ahead of me. Kind of cooked, bruh. I try. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know, Bray. That's a lot. That's like everybody too. I know. You can click the characters to see their. Wait, you can scout their stats. Wait, really? I did not know that. What the fuck? That's kind of wild. That's kind of OP, dude. What the fuck? Hey, yo. Alright, last thing I'll do before we wrap it up for today. See what we get. No! I thought it was Ashra Waltz! No! No! Fuck. Fuck. Oh, man. That's a saddie, bro. Actual saddie, bro. Fuck. Funny girl, Charlotte's affection scenes are top tier, goon. Yeah, facts. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for today, man. Thank you so much for watching. I'm glad a lot of you guys enjoyed the tournament, and thank you for showing up and watching the tournament. Yeah, I'm really glad you guys enjoyed. I will be taking tomorrow off, obviously, just because it's the usual, and yeah, so hopefully you guys have a good weekend. You guys are free to reach out to me on Discord, obviously. I'll always be around. I'm always chilling. And yeah, thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll be working on getting the tournament highlights video out probably sometime this coming week, but no guarantees. I have no idea. There's a lot of stuff I gotta get caught up on, so pretty busy, but we'll see. Yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Let me see if there's anyone I can raid, maybe in the Star Savior channel. Anyone? No one? Anyone know anyone? Is it just Genazad again? It might just be Genazad again, dude. That's my E7 brother, dude. So let's do it. All right, join the Discord if you guys have any questions. You need to follow me. Send you guys over to Genazad once again because that's the E7 homie, the ex E7 homie. He fucking ditched us. He ditched us. Fucking scum. Anyway, peace out, guys. Bye bye. Peace out.